Are we live? Okay.
Yeah, the stream live. The stream timer says it's 2.5 minutes to go yet.
Yeah, my stream's not showing live. I can do my best Clyde
I'm here.
impression.
Gotcha, Sam. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Part 2 of the NLE Series Endurance. NLE Series. Try it again. NLES Endurance Series. This is their first race this year. This is part 2. We're a little more than 6 hours into a 12-hour race. I'm doing okay. Let me grab you a couple more numbers. Anyway, in the booth with me so far, we've got Tyler Newitt. Good evening, Tyler.
Good evening, Bill.
And let's see if we got anybody else. Clyde, you around?
Yeah, I'm back. Technical issue over.
Okay. And how about Pete? Pete Bingham in the booth? Nope, not yet. Okay. So we're signed on, Clyde. You can do your shtick if you want.
Yeah, so as Bill was saying, this is part 2 of round 1. And so far we've seen a fair share of incidents, some absolutely fantastic racing, and everything's looking good so far, Tyler, but some tiredness might start creeping into the drivers now.
If not now, over the course of 6 hours. It's getting pretty late over there, I know, for you guys already. And by the end of this race, it's going to be properly late across the pond from where I am in the U.S. So, yeah, maybe not right at this moment, but when you really get going in the dark, and it's dark in the game and it's dark in real life, you can find your mind starting to wander, for sure. So I think we will definitely see some momentary lapses in judgment, not that we haven't already, but we will definitely see some as we continue to follow this race toward its conclusion, and it gets pretty late.
Yeah, so I say, tiredness from the drivers, the darkness, spotting your braking points, turning points, they all come into effect, don't they, Pete, in these long endurance races?
From what little I know of them, I'm usually done by now, then yeah, in the dark around a track that's unlit like this, it makes it even more of a challenge, and it's tiring. So as long as you've got a car in front of you who's taking reasonable lines similar to yours, you're okay. You can follow the lights, you can brake at the brake lights, etc. But not very often the case in a multi-class race like this, because you're following somebody in a completely different car. You're all right in the stadium section because you've got a bit of light, but when you're in the outfield, as it were, it's eyes on stalks the whole way. Your forward visibility is diminished, your ability to spot your own brake markers, especially if you pick something in the furniture like Tyler was talking about before. Even Lars there just got a tyre off because possibly he can't see the full extremes of the track, because these cars are like looking through a letterbox at the best of times. So yeah, exhaustion comes through in many different forms, and trying to navigate your way through traffic in the dark, even more of a challenge. It'd be interesting to see what Lars can actually see through that little window, to be honest, and then we'll get a better understanding of what the sense of the visibility is.
Yeah, and as we're now back live, do you guys want to give us a rundown of our current positions in each class?
Sure. So in P2, Lars Bowmila is currently the leader in the Simsa Esports LMP2 car. In second place is the CXR Project Black car, with Ruben Schilt at the wheel there. That one stayed largely incident-free, to be fair. Then there's the Blue Chew America's Blue car. That's been in all sorts of incidents and accidents, with Jordan Lacey currently at the wheel. Then there's the hashtag Racing LMP2 car with Pedro de Souza racing in that one. That had a bit of an incident at the very start of the race. Ended up bouncing around a while, took a lot of front end damage, had it all repaired and doing really well now, in 4th place.
And his flashing lights are working.
Sadly so, yeah. Then we've got Rubens Lorente driving the Unicos Gaming yellow car. There are two cars that look very similar. He's the leading of the two because Juan Esteban is 6 seconds behind him down the road in the other Unicos Gaming sim racing car. Non-yellow, even though it looks fairly yellow to me. Behind him is Mohamed Yanko in the VSR Vulcan sim racing car. Again, this one's been in a few kerfuffles along the way. And that one's followed by the DSCDA Esports red car with Frank Smits at the wheel at the moment. Not too much action for that car. I think there's been a few penalties knocking about, and I think they may have got one, but there may be somebody else that I'm thinking of. Then a Blue Chew America's Black follows them, 52 seconds further back down the road, with Patrick McDaniel. And they were in an incident right at the very start in the first hairpin, and have recovered reasonably well. Then we have Radu Zenovianu for Vector by RSR. He was the original driver who gridded the car, and is back in it now. They've been in lots of little dings and battles. I'm sure that's true for all of the P2s, to be fair, but some have more than others. Then a car that I've seen in and around accidents, but doing all the right things, is the Wasabi car with Eddie Lindboom in it at the moment. And in the daylight, it's quite a colourful car, but in the dark, it's just like every other LMP2. Then a lap down is Blue Chew America's Platinum. This one took a lot of damage early on. Peter Huston is at the wheel of this car. And then last in line is Hellenic Racing with Spyros Derekis at the wheel at the moment. And that rounds out our P2 field, although is Jörn Vatlet with these
No, it's just
chicken nuggets
labeled
out.
wrong on the timing. He's in GT.
Right. Oh, of course he is, yeah. Silly me. We got people here.
VSR car again.
Yeah, it's a little jiffy for me.
This Mohamed Yanko swapping ends there. In the Vulcan P2.
Spending his time concentrating on getting back again.
There's another replay. Tim Riz.
Yeah, the Sims of BMW in GT3.
Ooh. Got off the racing circuit to avoid a crash.
Yeah. They're not having quite as good a day as their team car.
No.
And another replay.
This
Yeah, a
time
few things
Ricardo
that-
Ronquima.
That's a few things that happened when we were switching broadcast.
That wasn't too bad. Look at the back of that car.
Yeah, not too bad on this
Whoa.
one.
Oh, we got Eric Verlet in the Next Level Racing Audi. Whoops. Whoop. Yeah, they made good.
I think everybody who's ever driven that Audi has done that.
That P2 took a heck of a journey through the grass to miss them.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's an easy sacrifice to make, given the consequences of not doing so.
Whoa!
Ooh, are you sure? That's like
lock up.
a replay of an accident to me.
Yeah, that's Ricardo Roncama getting a shot to the rear from, I think, a GT3 Audi.
Yeah, I think that it's the GT3 Audi that already looks like it's been in a mangle.
And in all due respect, let's see. Wait a minute.
It was a massive send. And
Oh,
he locked it up.
that's really Ricardo's fault. I hate
Yes,
to
yes,
tell
it
you.
is. Did we just lose Sam?
No.
Okay, we
He's
lost
still
somebody,
there.
I thought.
May have been Stacy.
Ah. I just heard the sound it makes when the stream stops, and I thought it was Sam, but it's just Discord, I think.
It's like the same sounds they used in the movie Logan's Run, kind of,
Yeah, I think that's at that day for the Garb Academy. I think they
Yeah.
have damage from that contact, and that's in the pits.
Okay, who wants to run us through our GTE field?
I can do that, and it just changed, because that was the class-leading car of Ricardo Roncama, who was involved in that and has now had to pit. So that puts the LB designed by SimControls.eu car of Julien Rambo into the lead. This was the car that was penalized early for having the wrong number, but they have fought their way back. In second place, we saw the Kart Academy car and what happened to them. They're currently still shown in second. Now they've just lost it to the Eibach Sim Racing Team car driven by Luca Alpert. Ivar Langen is next in line in the LM23 Endurance Team 63 car. They are still a little bit behind the Kart Academy car, but they will probably overtake.
The car looks
them.
clean, though, doesn't it? No.
Yes, it does.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a sharp-looking car. That was the car that was driven by Wes Van Dyke, I believe, earlier.
Yep, that's right.
In fifth place, we have the Team Kart Academy car, Kart Academy Esports 354, which is driven currently by Jensen DeLue. And that is part of the Kart Academy 1-2 in AM, and we'll see if the stop for repairs currently being made by the Kart Academy 1 car starts to threaten that, but at the moment they are still 1-2 in GTE AM, which is all the cars with the 300 numbers. Behind them, in sixth place, is the V10R Esport car, driven at the moment by Michael Etienne. And he is, I believe, soon to overtake. Yes, and there he has just gone through on the Kart Academy car. Next up is the lone BMW, the Next Level Racing GTE car, which is driven by Kevin Poen. Behind them is the Roaring Chicken Nuggets car, the number 43, which is driven right now by Jeroen Vatlet. Perry Oosterveer in the Apex Racing Team car, number 333. They are 9th in class and currently 3rd in GTE AM. So the AM segment of GTE quite split up at the moment, with the two Kart Academy cars in and amongst the pro cars. Behind Perry is the number 387 SCCR Simsports black car. Nathan Healy behind the wheel of that Corvette. That's the first of the Corvettes at the moment, and the head of a trio of them. BSTV Esports, driven at the current moment by Gary Craig, is 11th in class overall, and 5th in GTE AM. 6th in GTE AM and 12th overall in class is the SCCR Simsports white car, driven by Barry Jarman. They are the last of the currently lead group of cars. This is a delayed GTE car, the Trackside Esports GTE, but still running. That's Jordan Reinders behind the wheel at the moment, and I think that is all of the Enter GTE cars. So all of them still running, which is a good show from them.
Okay, GT3, we've got Malt Stump in the Manatee Racing Purple in first place in GTE. Second, we have Carbon Simsport. He was first for quite a while, so I don't know who's that driven by because it hasn't changed yet. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's okay. Pyotr Brzala in the Carbon Simsport. Yeah, you know.
Piotr.
Yeah, Piotr. That's it. Thank you. And third in GTE, we got GT3. See that? It says it's GTE Racing in GT3, which is a little confusing. But that's piloted at the moment by Penn Lansons, and he's in third place in class. Let's see. Fourth, we have EFP Racing by TECE Red, and that's Christoph Müller. And let's see. In fifth place, we have Simsa S Esports, number 467. That's Tim Brzezinski. Let's see. Sixth place, we have Next Level Racing CT3, and that's driven by Bart Chevalier. And it looks like he's in the pits, actually. Okay. In seventh place, we got Rapid E Racing, and that's driven by Brian Van Doren. And let's see. In eighth place, we have Pinkfish Motorsport. Excellent. Driven by Eric Bierman. Eric Bierman, number 523, which is an AMP car, I believe. Ninth place, we have Bazinga Motorsport. Yeah! Okay, Matthias Auer driving that one at the moment. Looks a little banged up. Looks like he's had an adventure today. In 10th place, another wobbly-looking car, sorry to say, is Trackside Esports. And that's driven by Paulie Rabin. They've had an adventure of their own today. In 11th place, we got 27 Motorsport GT3. And that's Vitor Miranda. And that's all that are running at the moment. So there's your GT3 class.
Yeah, thanks for that, guys. So, 6 hours, 24 minutes in. What are we going to get for the rest of this race, guys? Is it going to be...
Got a replay
Whoa!
Oh, bailed out of that one, didn't he?
Yeah, I was just going to say, is it going to be a comedy of errors?
Oh, here we go as well with VSTV's car. Getting overtaken by the VSR. Oh, there's a car off on the right there as well.
Yeah, there sure
It
was.
was like an Audi, I think.
It did. It did. I think the cars that are already damaged are going to struggle even more in the dark. I think they might lead into a few more accidents as well. Hopefully not, but I think that it's fairly preordained that that'll happen. I think there's going to be a lot of... Sorry, I think we're going to go through these periods where the cars split up and there's less competition, just as we always see. And then they'll come together again. There's quite a few close battles at the moment on the timing screens, and I think that'll continue right through in the darkness to whenever the race finishes, in whatever level of light we end up with. So there's plenty of racing to go, and it's all going to be as good as it's been already.
You know, Pete, I totally agree with you. And the guys that have the damaged cars, you know, before we were talking about the getting tired and weary in the dark and all that other stuff. But you guys all know, you've all driven cars in iRacing, and you know, if your car's damaged, it's not handling quite the way it used to or it should, that's frustrating as well. And boy, that wears on you too.
Well, not only is it frustrating and it wears on you, a lot of the time, if you are slower than you feel you should be because of damage, you can start to, not even, you know, consciously, just subconsciously, you start pushing harder to try and make up the difference between what you think your pace should be and what you're actually doing because of damage, and that can really invite trouble if you are, you know, pushing a little harder, and, you know, as we've already mentioned, these drivers will be getting tired. It's late in the day. It's dark in real life and on track, so you'll be more prone to making mistakes anyway. And if you're pushing, as we see a mistake there, ooh, and a sketchy rejoin there, that's the Wasabi car, I think. You just become more prone to making mistakes because you want to make up the gap. And that's how those incidents and that damage can just compound over the course of these long endurance races. That's a
Wow, that was close.
horror movie on board there from
Yeah,
Graham
really.
Van Doren. That's a jump scare for that Porsche.
No kid.
Yeah,
No,
I think the
it-
Wasabi car got freaked out by the flashing lights from whichever car it was that was passing it.
Indeed, Tyler, I agree with you about you make a little mistake or you go off track and you start pushing harder because, all the time I've lost and all that other kind of stuff. You're exactly right.
And everyone's susceptible to it too. It's not just the AM drivers who can fall into that trap. I mean, everybody does it. Everyone has something they're pushing for, and even the pro drivers will start to make mistakes as they push a little bit harder.
And another thing that you mentioned also, over in Europe, unless you're nocturnal, you're getting tired. I mean, you and I have an advantage. We got 5 and 7 hours respectively, ahead of behind them, so it makes a big difference.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the BSTB team have received 2 warnings.
Okay, so we can effectively continue the broadcast.
We can, yeah.
Good night, everybody.
I wonder if people were, with the part 2 getting disconnected. Maybe not have something to do with the
You're
incident.
talking about preferential treatment, are you? Yeah.
There's quite a lot of battles going on right now. Well, talking about the STV, they are in a battle with the SCCR.
Yeah.
I
They
will
were going
leave
at
you
it
on
before,
this, and I will be back in 5 minutes. John. I need some coffee to help me to
Go
stay
for it,
awake.
man.
Not a problem.
Yeah,
the
Tyler, and BSTV, isn't that who they were battling with before?
No, it's the other car. This is
The other SCCR car, yes.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
2 of them. One's the black one, which is what they're following now, which is conveniently black on the back. And the other one's the white car that we saw spin a minute ago, and it's 46 seconds further back down the road now. And that's got a white rear on it.
Well, I got to tell you, we should keep these 3 Corvettes together so we can keep track of them.
Well, they have been all race pretty much, so.
Yeah,
Not,
it's true. You're absolutely right. That's amazing.
Does it have lights on the bonnet, or is that just your paint job being weird? Oh, being brilliant, actually.
It's,
I shouldn't say weird.
It's probably the paint job.
Right.
I actually, when I did the original livery, I mixed up what was reflective and what was on the roughness channel.
Yeah.
I flipped it, so the stripes are extremely reflective.
Whoa! There he goes.
What on earth happened there?
Well, that was kind of weird.
It was
A
a
lot-
busy bit
a
of
lot-
track.
A lot beforehand happened there. Sam's going for coffee now, but I know the other Corvette kind of swerved to the right real quick, like they were going to collide, and all of a sudden they kind of slowed down, and somebody came up from behind. I'm not sure whether it was a different class car, but popped our car right in the hind end and spun them around, I believe.
To see what happened once our race director comes back.
Yeah, I've just gone back. Oh, okay. It was a whole mess of trouble. So I can describe it to you. I can't show it to you, but there was a slow GTE Porsche, the Trackside Esports Porsche was slow through the corner. That stacked up the SCCR black car, who ran into the back of them. That checked up Gary, who was coming with a head of steam. Gary tried to avoid the SCCR black car, made a little bit of contact, and then he got rear-ended by the CXR P2 car. And I think that was everyone that was involved. The Eibach Porsche was also there, but I don't think he had any contact in part of it. So 4 cars kind of involved in that. Gary definitely got the worst end of it because he got front and rear contact. The CXR P2 might have some pretty substantial damage, though, because he got into Gary pretty good.
Now, wasn't he side by side with the other Corvette, the whatever?
It was the
SCCR car?
SCCR car that got
Yeah.
checked up initially, and
Oh,
Gary
okay.
gave him a little nudge on the
Yeah.
left rear that kind of sent him to the side.
It kind of looked like you went sideways. Exactly. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know if they've got much in the way of damage. The SCCR car, that is.
Heavy on the brakes for that Porsche that just went in there. Woo.
Yeah, the SCCR black car has a good chunk of left rear damage. I don't know if it had any already, how much of that came from the contact with Gary, but it definitely does have some. And Gary's nose is looking quite beat up.
After 6.5 hours, the Esports LMP2 is still putting them down in first place in his class and overall, doing a great job.
Yeah, and always led by a significant amount of time.
Yeah,
I mean,
for sure.
what's that? Is that 2 full laps ahead or just short of? No, that is getting on for 2 full laps now, isn't it?
That's amazing. And I see down in GT3 our 1-2 proverbial guys that have been leading the race now have swapped positions. Manatee Racing Purple is at a Carbon Simsport. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's been that way for a little while.
I must have been taking a nana nap. Sorry, I just noticed it.
No, that's fine. There was a penalty dished out and a different pit stop strategy executed. So there's lots going on in that. I expect them to come back together again at some point in the future. The guy racing at the minute in that car, Molt Stump, has a significant I rating. So, oh yes, 7,000.
No.
So obviously a very capable driver.
Nice, Dan.
You've got a job in a minute, which is to show the BSTB
Whoa,
car
hello,
crash.
Andy Purrs, that's a replay.
Yeah, it is. It looks like he's at a rock concert with that amount of dry ice around him.
I'll tell you, it was lucky they all missed him too. Wow.
Yeah, very lucky. Here we go. This is what Tyler was describing.
You nailed it on the head, Tyler. It's exactly what it looked like.
Well, I did go and watch it from several different angles.
Yeah, I figured.
So he's tucks in at turn 2, gets round for turn 3, and
there's that slow car right there.
Cars in front of him. So yep, perfect assessment by Tyler.
Excellent.
We've got another one now. Ivor Langen.
Oh, that car's been so nice and clean. Don't bang that up.
I'm afraid there may be some. Oh, is it just an off
Oh,
a
it
run
looks
off?
like he went off road there.
Come on, Sam. Getting us all worked up over that.
Oh yeah. No blood. What's going on?
Brilliant, no blood.
This is our third driver in the Simsport Esports LMP2 car. This is Lars Baumeiler. I think he's possibly brand new to racing in general. He's only got 6,000 IR.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you can build that up in a week if you're quick.
I can't. So yeah.
I did say if you're quick, so.
Yeah, you did, yeah. There you go. The ratings are on your screen. You can see the Manatee Racing 1 in GT3 down there, 7K.
A paltry 7K.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
he's no Max Beneke, is he?
The CXR car is in the pit lane. That's the one that was involved with the BSTV.
And the leader's
Car.
in as well.
Yeah, so they've gone to the pit stops. They must not have had enough damage to warrant stopping out of sequence.
Hmm.
That's Ruben Schilt who brought the CXR car in. Now do we see the Unicos car in as well? I just noticed the Unicos gaming sim racing car, which is the Pro entry, has gotten by the Unicos gaming yellow car, which is the AM entry.
Yeah, when did that happen, I wonder? But yeah, they must be light on fuel by now.
Yeah, we really haven't seen much of a spread in pit stop strategies. Everyone's in pretty much at the same time. It's just a matter of if you're a couple laps down, you stop a couple laps later, isn't it?
Yeah, so a bit of flashing and multi-21 and going on here.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm the pro. Let me by.
Yeah. Do you know who I am? And I think they are in now, the Unicos Gaming
Yes.
cars both in.
No, the gaming yellow cars stayed out
Oh.
Oh,
and
right,
got the
sorry.
spot back.
Wow, somebody really shortcut Gary just then. Wow.
Yeah, that's the last thing he needs. He needs to make it to his pit stop so he can get that car repaired.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like those glowing stripes there,
Ooh.
Tyler, on the front. That's pretty
Oh,
cool.
it's the same Porsche that was going slowly before.
Oh my
It is,
goodness,
yeah.
again.
Yeah, and they made more contact with this SCCR black car there, so
Yeah.
they're having all sorts of trouble. Now that's the... which one is it? That is the Trackside Esports. They're long delayed.
Yeah.
Several
Short
laps
on-
behind even Gary. Yeah, just
Oranges?
totally missed the braking. And the SCCR car missed the braking as well. And Gary snuck on through past both of them.
Yeah, so good effort, Gary. That trackside car having a lot of trouble at the moment.
Yeah, it seems that way.
I think it might have something to do with being night.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely.
Excuses. Say the guy that crashed his car on lap 1 at Dayton.
Sam, you just have no compassion, I have to tell you. But it's all right.
Well,
I'm
I'm
the same
talking
way.
about myself when I said
Yeah,
the guy that
100%.
crashed at Dayton at lap 1, you know, so...
Are you still beating yourself up over that? Get over it.
Oh,
Put
yeah.
your big
I
boy
don't
pants on and move on.
mind. Yeah, I don't mind, you know, it's just...
Yeah,
You know, I love about Pete's crashes, so I can love about mine as well.
I was going to say, I crashed on lap 4, 5, 7, 9. I can carry on if you want.
I'm surprised you made it back out of the pits after that much damage.
You know, Pete, what amazes me, you talk about all these crashes on a road course. You get in a dirt sprint car, which is like total chaos, and you never hit anybody. How the heck you get away with that?
I followed Speedway, which is bikes in the UK, since I was very
okay,
young. And I just seem to fit in and get going with that. And yeah, incident free, where everybody else is just knocking each other all over the place in those official races, and I'm just better geared for it.
It's amazing.
This is the overall leader, Sims Esports LMP2 car, working through some GTE traffic.
He had to use every bit of that track, didn't he? He was right
Yes.
out wide.
Yeah, the wing on the back of the Ibach car looks like he's got his flaps down or something.
It's been like that for a little while too.
Yeah, I know it has. Whoa,
Right
boy.
in the wheel there.
Yeah, wow.
Pit stops continuing for the LMP2 runners. We've got the Unicos Gaming yellow car in, as well as the Blue Chew America's black and platinum cars.
I think he's on a new set of tyres here because he just ploughed that corner, didn't he?
It's quite possible, yeah. It does take a little bit for these tires to warm up, especially on what you would imagine is a pretty cool track.
Only
track
first
10.
or second pit stop last time by, so I don't think he's on new tire.
Huh?
Oh. Okay.
So old tires. And
Old.
yes, it is I don't know what it is in European units, but in American units, it's a 67-degree track temp, which is about as cold as it gets in iRacing.
Yeah, it's 19 degrees in old money. Sorry, new money.
That new money? Yeah, I was going to say. I've just seen Niels Stamborg has had a received throughput. I don't know if he was in the car at the time. He is currently in the DSTDA red car. So that might have potentially set them back a bit.
I can't find them at the minute.
They are running 8th at the moment, and he is on track. So
Yeah, yep, seems alright.
So I've got a technical question for you. Before I ask where the fuel...
you've disappeared, Bill. I didn't hear.
Yeah, I didn't hear the start of that.
I asked Sam before about the P2 cars where the fuel tanks were located. Do you know where they are on that car?
I think about mid-car.
So along the spots and kind of along the side, you mean?
I would imagine they're kind of
like an Indy car, you mean?
under the driver.
Yeah, yep.
Presumably, yeah. I don't know for sure, but
Because I was
generally
wondering.
don't want the fuel tank too far off the center of gravity in these cars.
Yeah. Well, I was just wondering, when the fuel load gets light in this, whether it really affects the handling of it or not.
It does hurt rear traction some, especially in the HPD it didn't so much, but in the Dallara it does seem to get rather skittish on low fuel, depending on what sort of setup you've got in it. If you've got the high downforce body kit and the wing all the way dialed in, you're not going to notice it much.
Yeah.
But for mechanical grip corners, like the only track I've really driven the Dallara around a lot is Daytona, and the horseshoes there, it gets really tricky on throttle late in a tire run and light on fuel. So it'll affect it. It won't affect it as much as some of the GT cars where it'll change the rake and the aero balance and all that. Not to mention the weight balance. So it's definitely not as significant as we see one of the P2 cars, the Unicos cars, going by the GT class leader. But yeah, it's not nearly as substantial an effect, but it's definitely noticeable.
Okay, thank you.
So there must have been a what's happening there?
They just seemed to pull over and
They just
park the car.
That looked like Ricardo might have had a screen freeze or something.
Yeah, yep.
Jump back in again.
Yeah, well, I don't know who was in it at the time, to be fair. It might have been
It
somebody
was.
else. And
It's
Ricardo's.
Ricardo, yeah. It's Ricardo.
Okay. I was just going to note that the Unicos car, the Unicos Gaming yellow car, lost a whole bunch of time on the pit stop. And they now find themselves still in the lead of LMP2 AM, but they were running in the top 3, and now they find themselves in 7th overall.
Yeah, because they were right behind the other Unicos car, weren't they? at
Yes, they
one point?
were. The Vulcan car has not made a stop. They're well off sequence. I think partly because of the penalties and the contact that led to them. So I am still expecting a pit stop from the 77 car, but that's still at least 2 positions lost in the pit sequence for the Unicos car.
Right.
And they did have a long stop. It was a minute 12 compared to 34 seconds for the cars in front of them. 34, 33, 36, 34. Everybody in front of them had a similarly slower, faster stop than the Unicos Gaming yellow car.
Yeah, and as long as I'm reading my timing screen correctly, the top 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, P2 cars are all of the Pro cars, and the rest of the field is all of the AM cars.
There are actually, yes, that's true, because the 3 retired cars were all AM cars as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yes, you are right. It is all the pros ahead of all of the AMs.
Yeah, that sorted itself out quite nicely then.
We are on board with the leader of GT3 and just got passed by the CXR Project Black E2.
Yeah,
He's
Stumpf still leading for Maniti, and
yeah.
has opened up quite a gap over the Carbon Simsport car. I say quite a gap. It's 14 seconds, but it's been much closer earlier on in this race.
That's the most that gap has been all race.
Yeah, well, we noted before Malta Stumpf's I rating, so perhaps not too surprising that it's been able to pull a gap on the Carbon Simsport car driven by Peter Borzala at the moment. And just looking at the GT and a flash of the lights, that was a bit of a late move, but he was clear by Apex, so nothing really untoward about it. The leader in GT3 AM at the moment is one of the next level cars, the next level racing GT3 car driven by Bart Chevalier at the moment. It's similar. It's not quite the case because there are a couple of pro cars that are out of the race. But as it stands at the moment, of the running cars, all of the pro GT3 cars are ahead of all of the AM GT3.
Yeah, I hadn't noticed that one, but absolutely correct. Yep.
And actually, with the trouble to the Kart Academy car, I'm not sure if the Roaring Chicken Nuggets are pro or AM, but otherwise it is the same story in GTE as well. Oh, that's a spin for the 15. That's the pro Unicos Gaming car.
Got going again pretty quick though, so
yeah, it won't cost him too much.
Yeah.
But yeah, potentially the only out of place pro car in GTE would be the Roaring Chicken Nuggets. It's currently led by the other Kart Academy car, the 354 of Jensen Delu, as we get a replay of Mohamed Janko spinning. So that's the Vulcan sim racing car.
He's in an awkward place there as well.
Yeah, and with the additional trouble, we saw Ricardo Rumkema pull to the side and reset to the pits. That has dropped them to the back of the running GTE cars, the Kart Academy team.
That's very sad because it did look like. Oh, hang on.
Oh dear, that's the Ibot car. That's the leader, or the car that was leading earlier before their other issues. And that was not soft contact into the tire barrier.
No, that
nailed
was
it big time.
pretty heavy damage. That. Let's have a look at this again.
That's turn 1.
And Mohamed Janko we're on board with. He's sent it.
Oh dear.
We should call him San Janko now.
Definitely, yeah.
Wow. I mean, he's waiting behind, letting the leaders go through. Man, just stay behind. I mean,
He's 40 odd seconds away from anybody else.
And that's when I was complaining about Hockenheim earlier. That's part of the problem I have because, you know, obviously that's all on Mohamed Janko there. He should know better than to send it up the inside at Hockenheim turn 1, 273 laps in. You know how to get through that corner at this point, but you know, you lose so much time sitting behind a car through there if you're in a P2 car, because those cars are designed to carry apex speed. And turn 1 is a corner where they can carry a lot of apex speed, and the GT cars just can't. So if he saw that window there, you know, obviously, you know, the Ibot car did nothing wrong there, but they could have seen him coming and left, you know, some gap on the exit to let him complete that corner and just giving him a flash of the headlights down the road. You know, instead they end up kind of punted into the wall because, it's a product of the track. I mean, look, it's not it's not Eibach's fault at all. It's not Luke Albert's fault for
sure.
getting knocked aside, but it's a situation that he could have taken some action to prevent, is what it is. You know, in the end, he has damage that he could have avoided. Now, you know, should he have needed to avoid it? No. But,
no way.
No.
I mean, there was no window, and the thing is that Mohammed, the uncle behind, was just he was sitting behind him, same pace, waiting for the leader to go through, and at the very end, just on the braking moment, he just went to the gap that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, but that's part of what I'm saying too. Is it's just a product of a poorly designed track. I mean, there's only one lane through there, and when you get multi-class race, it's not designed for multi-class racing because it's just such a tremendous hold-up to the cars that can carry apex speed that they feel desperate enough, or at least some of the drivers will feel desperate enough to send it up the inside when they see a gap that's ultimately going to close on them. So. I would like to see that corner widened up a bit, but that's my soapbox. I'm gonna on that note, I'm gonna take a quick lunch break, but I will be back to follow this one through to the end.
Well, your suggestion, I have to tell you, they're not going to widen the corner. All right.
So, David Plasman back in the LV designed by Sim Controls car. He's got quite a lot of time in front of him and behind him at the minute. Luca Alpert, who we saw get punted a minute ago into the wall, he's 55 seconds ahead, and he's got 2 minutes 25 back to Kevin Poen in the Next Level Racing GTE car. There's the 27 BMW that looks like it's been dropped from the moon onto the planet.
Must be fun trying to tool that around for 4 hours, huh?
Yeah. Jordan Reinders has received a black flag.
Awful early, but could he have 60 incident points, maybe?
It's a manual black flag. I'm just trying to find out where he is on track at the minute. There he is.
Well, he's
Trackside Esports. Car
Even
number.
the Porsche that went in front of the 2 GTs that caused the trouble for Gary both times.
Yep.
Yep.
Is this related to those incidents, by the way? I don't even know.
Yeah. It's actually the result of 2 protests.
Yeah, both
teams
teams protest them.
Teams. Yeah. And here he comes now to serve that penalty, I'm assuming. Winston Eckel in the other trackside car. This is the fully mangled Audi. I'm sure that's worse than it was the last time I saw it as well.
Oh my god.
Oh, and about to get slightly worse maybe. Oh, there, that's a huge hit.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, I think wow is the only superlative that you can put against
great
that.
panel on that car now.
I'm trying to find out which one of the Unicos gaming is. Because I'm pretty sure I recognized the Unicos livery
Yep.
And
Bang.
that's, I don't really see it.
I think that's the pro one. Are they both pro?
No. That was indeed the pro ones.
Yeah, I thought so. Thought I saw 2 digits on the side of the car. So the front of that, how that headlight is still working, I have no idea. Must be
I
made
don't
of
know, but
titanium.
I wonder if they got big damage or not, because I mean that's a proper bang. There's
Whoa,
nothing on the car. I mean,
No, what is going on with that?
It's made of impact.
No, that's not.
Tell you
possible.
what, Dallara make a very strong car, don't they?
How is that even possible?
Not a clue. I mean, in theory, the driver should have shot out the front window. It was that heavy an
Really?
impact. We'll see. If it is a significant impact that we're just not seeing visually on the damage model, then they'll be in pit lane soon enough. Yeah.
That could have been tragic.
Yeah, I mean, it's risky, isn't it? Taking corners in that way. You're hoping that the other car is going to be compliant and stay off the line that you're on, or rather, off the line that they're on, because you're hoping that they get out of your way, and I don't think that that's quite right.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine what everybody's thinking sometimes.
Yeah.
And also, well, at this point they probably know, but you know, the overtaking speed sometimes can be misjudged too. I'll tell you. You know, somebody closing on you doing 30 miles an hour or whatever faster than you, it's a hell of a difference.
Yeah, and especially in the dark. I mean,
Yep, exactly.
You know, it's just white lights, isn't it?
That's right.
How do you spot a bigger white light than it was 1 millisecond ago? You know, it's. I mean, you look around that car and it's almost pitch black. It's a different scene when you're in the vehicle because the headlights do light up quite a large proportion of the track, and you see here, and most of the track is lit up by the headlights of the cars in front of you.
Exactly. When you're running solo,
confident
it's not
overtake.
When you're running out there solo, it's not that easy, really.
No, it's not. Like I say, the guys were practicing last night, and when they were on their own, there was nothing to see.
Yep.
Really quite black.
Might be pretty.
So those are the super light from the Lamborghini, you know?
Right.
You can barely see something.
I know.
Why are they? I mean, what? That doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't, and it's.
You don't
it's
really
called
see more than the other car.
Yeah. It's called an endurance light as well, isn't it? It's for endurance racing for some reason. Well, that's what it says on the controls of the car, anyway.
Yeah,
You know,
that's weird.
I guess I'm sensitive, but in the daytime when they have that thing on, it's really annoying, if you ask me.
Yeah, daytime it's just pointless. It's just there to burn red spots onto the backs of the retinas of everybody else's eyes.
Yeah, really. Let's see, the Kart Academy Esports 336 is out.
It's very unfortunate. I mean, they did get into that accident earlier. I didn't think it'd be the end of their race, though.
Yeah, maybe they're just frustrated or something. You never know.
Yeah, possible.
I know when that kind of stuff used to happen to me, I felt like breaking something. You know, really.
can be very frustrating and hard to get your head around. But I find if you do it often enough, it gets easier.
Yeah, yep. Well, it's like most things, I guess.
We go with, we're on board with Radu Zernovianu. Into turn 1. We are tracking down that car in front of us. That's Yellow Stamborg in the DSCDA Esports red car. This is for position. This is for 8th, I think, something like that. Yep, for 8th place. So not shabby at all. He's got quite a toe here. Going to step out of the toe.
He's going to try to go by on that one.
Oh yeah,
It
he's
goes down a lot when you get alongside, though, doesn't it? Wow.
yeah. It's like
Whoa,
hitting
he
a
just disappeared.
wall.
Oh, there.
Oh, he's blinking in and out now.
That's not good. Stealth.
Yeah.
Or he's doing a Bingham. You don't do that anymore.
No, I don't. And I don't miss those days, that's for sure.
Oh, it's frustrating. That's frustrating, let me tell you. God. what a bad time.
He's gone more than he's on the track at the moment. It's got to be very off-putting for Yellow Stamborg. He won't know where he is.
I was going to say, that's frustrating in the daytime. Can you imagine, like, right now at night when all you got is taillights and stuff? Ooh.
And crazy. BSTV Esports are currently in pit lane.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on that battle with the two SCCR, and they've been in 1 or 2 laps, 2 laps before for the 388 and the 387, 4 laps before the BSTV Esports. So, waiting to see where it's no Adam at the wheel. Where
Yeah,
Adam
Adam's
comes
taken
out
over, yeah.
compared to those. And Tyler mentioned on the chat that the endurance headlights are to fix the broken headlights on the Lamborghini. Because most series mandate at least 1 working headlight. So thank you, Tyler.
Oh, right.
That's true. And Adam Wright's at the controls now of the BSTV Esports. And look who he's right behind.
He's come out immediately behind.
Very, very long stop for Adam.
Well, there'll have been damage in that, don't forget.
Yes, 1 minute 36. And 3 minutes for Nat and Haley on the SCCR. Which was the one in front of everybody, and is now behind.
But again, would have been repairing damage.
Yes, probably from the contact with the other, can understand why they got a penalty, because these 2 cars have been delayed because of the damage. It seems to be worse for the SCCR, but yeah, not great. Don't really have any close battle. We've got this one going on, which is for the lead in the GTE.
Yeah, it's them and the car behind them, isn't it?
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
And I think LB Design by Sim Controls have changed 2 tires again. They've been in for 49 seconds instead of the 34, 5-ish. When you do any fuel.
Right. And they're both passing the Carbon GT3 car.
Which is closing down on the leader. And I saw
just
in the
gonna-
chats earlier, I completely forgot to mention, but this car, the Carbon had a drive-through penalty, and they lost about 30 seconds on the lead of the Humanity Racing.
Hold that back in good form.
Yep.
So they're only 13 seconds behind now.
Yeah, they seems to be close, to have better pace, I should say.
Yeah.
Than the Humanity guys. So they are behind them since quite a long time now, but they have always been able to close them and fight to get by. And yeah, they made contact with them, which is probably why they got the drive-through penalty, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And now they're back at it, and 13 seconds now. Even though that's milestone in the mandatory racing, which is the 7K rating guy.
Yep.
It's probably gonna be a bit harder to get by him. In fact, yeah, just put the graph on, and it's pretty even now. The gap is not closing anymore.
It's balanced itself off, hasn't it?
Yes.
So they'll probably stay about. Well, I don't know. They're inside 13 seconds at the minute. Maybe that'll bounce back up again. So we'll have to have a look and see what it's like in a couple of laps. It might be that Malterstump is managing that gap with his relative and just doing enough to stay ahead and not use too much fuel, keep to his team's plan, etc.
I'm not sure he's managing the gap right now. We are not at, there's still 5 hours to go. That's too much to try to keep a gap on the relative with only 13 seconds. It's too long for of the race left to do that. I think.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
He's probably staying in his strategy for sure, but managing the gap like this, it's too early for that. You do that on your last stint, not so much time before the end.
I take it we've lost Clyde.
Yeah, 2 hours ago.
I was just wondering.
2 hours ago.
I haven't heard from him in a while.
Yeah.
A number of cars pitting in all of the classes at the moment. Manatee Racing purple car is very slowly still getting caught by the carbon car behind it. The gap's now down to 12.5 seconds.
So, Henri Benigan is now at the International Space Station. He's very slow,
Yeah.
he's down, and he will let the boys take care of the landing on the Earth.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Job done by Weber then. Kevin Powen is in that car at the moment, and they're not in a bad place, to be honest. I'm sure that there's pit stops still to be had here, but they're currently in second place in class. No, third place in class. Sorry.
Yes, there's pit stop to be made from them, but they're probably
Yep.
saving fuel. It's a good gamble, and there's, I think that's Andy Purse. Not
It
Purse.
is Andy Purse, yeah. Hellenic Racing round. Not for the first time. We saw him at the hairpin doing that as well.
Yeah, just just a small spin, nothing major.
Yeah, no dramas. Hot tires probably, but that's about all. And a bruised ego.
Alright, I know it's night, I know it's maybe a bit late talking about this, but what's your favorite livery on this race, please?
My favourite livery is. Are they still even racing?
It
Just
will
give me a
be
sec.
hard to show on the broadcast because it's a bit dark. Let's face it. But
I do like the Vector by RSR paint scheme. That's the green and black
There it
P2
is.
car. Yeah, you can see the green really well standing out there. Not so much. Not that one. Definitely not that one.
I'm on it on the broadcast.
No, I'm just going through the GT BMWs because one of them is a red and black
Yes,
BMW,
yes.
and I can't remember which car it is.
I think that's the Rapid E-Racing.
You're talking about
Rapid
a GT3
E-Racing.
car, Pete?
Yeah,
Not really. Yeah, that's the
it
one.
is.
I
It's
think.
this one. Yes.
The
Yeah.
red with the flat black on, is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Good.
really like that one too.
Yeah,
I don't know
I
where
think
it
that's
is,
one
though.
I would pick up as well.
I don't know what the name of. I don't even remember what team it was, but a sharp-looking car.
It's Rapid E-Racing. Bram Van Doren is currently driving that car. It's got a bit bashed up, but before it was bashed up, it was quite a nice paint job on there. Like you say, almost impossible to see any features on it at the moment.
Oh yeah,
Even
Yeah,
when
the
you get
night
into the
does
stadium here.
Yeah, night doesn't it
I think
Good.
that's the one actually.
favor to the. Yeah, that's the one. Black and red car like that on the night
Yep.
is not.
And not bright red. It was kind of almost like a crimson red. It was really sharp.
Yeah, proper ruby colour to it. It was good.
The Gata Academy car looks great as well. I think. Everyone's so smartly raced.
They've had some excellent ones over the last few years that we've been doing this, and they're easily distinguished. So yeah, I do like those.
There was a GT4 Porsche too. GTE Porsche that I really liked too. It's the one that's got the same symbols on it that we've got up in the corner of our screen here. I don't remember what car it
That's
was.
the Sim Controls one. Yeah, that's
yeah.
also
Yeah.
one I will have picked.
Yeah,
The LB design one. Yeah,
that's the one. Yep.
David Plasman at the wheel at the moment.
I look the black grayish matte, which is I think it looks sick. Yeah,
Yeah, it does.
that's a good one.
And as Pete mentioned, he's currently in second in his class. Very good.
Yeah, he's only 3 seconds behind the
Wow.
average in racing.
And Maybach has not been, what should I say, accident free today either, or what should I say,
No, they've had a lot of
incident
trouble,
free, I
yes.
guess is the right word. I don't want to say accident, incident free.
Yeah, you can tell by their wing.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll tell you, a lot of it's been done on their own too. They really haven't, they've been involved in a few. But,
Yeah, Luke,
Well, there's the turn one.
Yeah.
It's kind of a big one, but yeah, apart from that one, I don't remember seeing them in a massive accident. Wasn't
Luke
there?
had a
one,
few spins on his own, if you remember, after he got
Yes.
some damage.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
did,
that's,
that's right.
yeah,
Yep.
that's the one.
That's what I'm referring to, right?
Yeah. Next level, GTE are in the pits at the moment, as we expected them to be. And they've just dropped 2 positions.
Yeah, that's like 20 minutes after everybody else.
Yeah.
Which is
Now
quite-
they're
quite good
leaving
effort.
pit lane. Yeah. Yeah, they are fully out of sequence now, but they got some damage earlier, didn't they? So whether they've started and repaired that or not, I'm not sure. It would. Well, 20 minutes is a long time to lose, though.
Yes, it is.
I see them on 7 pit stop, same as all the other ones, except the STV that has 8 stop.
And one of those was a drive-through, I think. So
No, one of those
No.
was Ben losing connection, I think.
sorry,
And
yes.
that probably counts as a pit stop. So apart from that, they're all on 7. Yeah, they've been way longer than the other teams. lights. Not happy about the P2.
No.
And here's our overall leaders on screen, whether you can really see it or not.
This is
Or
Bauer Miller.
Well, he's put some time in this car today. He's been in it quite a bit.
Yeah, and this car has led right from the very start.
It certainly has.
What's their lead at the minute? It was monstrous. 3 minutes 26 at the moment.
For a while, they were 2 laps or a lap up or something like that. They're 2
Yeah.
laps up now.
And it's not unheard of in endurance racing. We watched a few. Oh, he's in the pits now. This is his established pit stop, so that time will come down. We've seen LMP Gold Racing Team, sorry, LMP1, end up with pit lane start, penalties, etc., and still win by 20 laps.
Yeah, yep. Are you talking about the Kill Roger Rabbit one car?
It was in another endurance series that we broadcast.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. Okay.
So everybody piling underneath the second place Lamborghini of GT3 there in the background. Carbon car.
Yeah, they've just been in the pits. I expect the Manatee Racing soon as well. But last time by they were 1 or 2 laps after, so they should be
They
pretty
were,
soon.
yes.
Manatee Racing Purple still in the lead on screen in GT3, and still Malt Stump at the wheel.
Yeah, it's in this car to box at some point in the next lap or two.
Not a common
really?
name. Go
Sorry.
ahead. I'm sorry. I was just. Oh, here it comes. Actually,
Yeah,
good call, Pete.
there was more Sam's call than mine, and
Good call, Sam.
I don't know whether that'll put them anywhere close to carbon once they finish this pit stop. Ooh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, this is going to be a wreck fest.
What in the world was that?
I don't know, but that car's got a broken axle, I think. Its wheels are off the ground. Who was that?
Somebody named Huston from
Dear.
Ohio. Of all people in Ohio are crazy anyway.
Oh. That was a real shunt from behind.
Yeah, that looked uncalled for from me.
Yeah, from Perry Oosterveer. For Perry Oosterveer
Oh.
there, sorry. Yeah, and that was... who is that?
That's
That's...
good contact. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. I know it's not funny for the guys in the car, but look when the contact happened between the two P2s there. Just gonna slow it down. First contact, and then boom! Now second contact. That's so weird.
That's very strange. Like
And
a
then he's
landmine.
there and he's burning up the back wheels. Look at that, like he's high-sided there.
That's what I was saying. It's like his axle was snapped.
Yeah, he reset to the pits. I think the car is not drivable anymore. Great thing with the P2s though is that you can get them running again
pretty
and-
quick.
and
Yeah.
we've
Oh,
got
hang on.
Martin Ray as well.
They weren't part of that, though, were they? This is something.
No, that's different.
Right. Into the hairpin, is this? Nope. Don't know where we are on track yet.
Oh,
Oh dear. That
that's
was very
interesting.
odd. That was on the gas as well.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
think
not
he
on the
touched.
brake.
Yeah, I think he touched the inside curb a bit too much
Let's have a look.
on the left. Going
Have a
now.
look.
That's turn 2
See,
right
he
there.
bumped on the curves. Yeah.
Whoa!
Really? Wow. That's crazy. So, all the drama is right here again.
Yeah, look from the inside when he hit the curves right now, and coming back on track, chop, destabilize the car,
Oversteer,
and there we go.
understeer.
He overcorrected, yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of a snap.
Viva says they're not trying to save in that BMW for next level. It's just not a fuel-hungry car.
As you predicted, Pete, Blue Chew America Platinum has. Oh, he's in the pits. I thought it said out. I beg your pardon. Not yet.
No, not yet. They'll still be towing at this point, I would think.
Yeah, probably. Well, it says pit. Oh, yeah, of course it's going to say pit.
And this is Jensen DeLue in the Kart Academy Esports 354 car. So the AM class leader, I think this is. And he's chasing Michael Etienne in the Vitanar Esports Porsche.
And they're third and fourth, it says here.
That's right. But that's in the GT class. So this is an AM car chasing down a pro car.
Yes, it is. Well, as we found out by these AM and Pro separations, many times the guys that are right on the edge, may be really excellent drivers, but, they drive in a series, official series that you get a lot of deductions, for the stuff you're in. So that's not the total indicator how good you are.
No, definitely not. And a lot of, unofficial leagues like these, they often make their Pro-Am, I'm not saying they have done in next level, but they often do it on iRating, it should be a good indicator of the driver's capability, but some drivers haven't done an official race for about 5 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Like me, for instance.
Yeah. So
Me either, Sam.
It's
Oh,
a bit,
no,
bit
I'm
crowded here, but everybody seems to have made it through. But yeah, it can be a bit deceiving. So you've got somebody there with a 1200 I rating, who you think, oh, these guys are going to be terrible, and they blast past you because they've been doing multiple unofficial leagues, and they're actually a very, very experienced and very, very capable driver.
Exactly. I guess what we're trying to say is it's a good indicator, but it's not an end all by any means.
No, not at all. Yeah, exactly that, Bill.
So the gap now between Manity and Carbon Simsport is 21 seconds, and pit stop has been the same for both cars. So Miles Dunn is doing a good job and effectively putting more time between him and the Carbon Simsport car.
Yeah, because that was like 14 seconds, so they've lost like 7 seconds somewhere.
Look at that! Wow, look at that comparison.
Oh wow.
There's the pit stop in, so that's not accurate. So I think the outlap of Piotr Burzala, sorry, for carbon
Yeah.
C4 has been slower than the in-lap for Milestone, I would expect.
Yes. That stacks up. Whoa. I do sometimes wonder why very fast classes like the P2s and the LMP1s feel the need to use the draft on the slower class cars in front right to the very last second and then erratically jump out of the slipstream. Surely you're inviting, whilst you are gaining probably a small amount of extra overspeed, you're putting your car at risk of crashing, surely.
That's a risky
Yeah.
chance. I agree with you, Pete.
I usually don't pull off too close to the car in front because I don't feel comfortable. Even more online racing, with netcode.
Yes.
There's a few things like that to keep in mind. And you don't even know if the driver in front of you is going to stay on his line, which is, you sometimes see slower class drivers trying to get out of the way. And
Exactly,
effectively moving line on the last moment, which is the worst thing to do, but sometimes it happens, and it could happen even more if you keep staying behind them.
Whoa.
You should. That's second place with the GT3 cars.
What is that?
Oh, that's the
dear.
cause, Danny. Wow.
That's Piotr Burzala.
Oh my
I think
goodness.
he's on his own. Yeah, he is.
Look.
Right there.
Too much curving
Oh, he
inside.
got that red hop.
Wow.
In fact,
Where's the engine in that car in the back?
Yep, it's central, isn't it? Behind the
Central,
rear.
right. Might not be too bad then, but
there he comes. Ooh.
Whoa! He was on two wheels there for a
Yeah,
second.
and
He
he hit
really
the
was.
back of the car as well.
yeah.
Have a Silverstone wing on there.
No, he hit it fairly straight.
Yeah, he
it
did,
depends
yep.
whether it did any damage to the engine. I don't think it will have done, but it was quite a heavy hit.
Well, that's not going to help to catch up to
Definitely not. Malta Stumpf in the Maniti racing car, yeah.
Yep. Stupid man, trying to find him in the GTE class. I go, what happened? Wrong guys. Okay.
These two are really duking it out, aren't they? So this is the same battle we were watching a little bit earlier, the Kart Academy Esports car chasing Michael Estienne in the V10R Esports car. Jensen Diddlew at the wheel of the car we're on board with. Seems to have really good pace and a better line through turn 2 and into turn 3.
Now they're going down the Parabolica. I wonder if he gets trying to pull alongside of him.
He's definitely alongside. He's gone from that view.
We can hold it. I think he's done it.
Very confidently and very cleanly.
A really good job. Whoa.
Oh. Yeah.
Smoke screen.
Yeah.
A little collection of vehicles here. Who's that going slowly? Christoph Müller?
Is third place in
Wonder
GT3.
what happened to him.
I do not know, but that was a very poorly looking car. Is that the same corner as...
Oh,
Exactly
that's
the same.
that's a-
Yes.
that's-
Oh
an Audi.
my god. He's going to get collected, is he? No,
No, that's okay.
that's fine, yeah.
Yeah, it could have been worse. He's not hit anything.
Yeah, nobody's hit him. Yeah.
He's crawling in the pit lane, look like.
And that's the effect of being in the dark, I think. Not being able to spot your turning point very cleanly. It'd be interesting to do the on board with him and see what it looks like. Because he wasn't following anybody, so he won't have that much forward visibility.
Asking you shall receive, here it is.
Yeah. So turning in. Where do I turn in? Where do I turn in? I turn in here. Oh no, I've got it too early.
Caught that red hump too.
Yeah. And he's done a good job of not making that worse than it could have been. And we're back with these. Oh no, we're not. We're with Kevin Powen in the next level BMW. He's about to claim a position here. Possibly not on this line because he's on the wrong side of the turn.
Trying to pass Ingemar Langen.
Yeah, this is for 5th
Oh, there
place.
goes hashtag racing. Hello.
Yep. They flashed through.
I find it amusing. He sliced. Oops, sorry. I find
There
it
were a
amusing.
car on the left. There were a car on the left. I know.
Was that?
That's second place again.
Oh, you're
Whoa.
joking.
No.
Piotr Bazala again.
Oh goodness.
It's the Lamborghini. Did he hit anything that time?
Oh, I think he did this time.
Yeah.
I wonder if the rear wing, goes.
Yeah.
Oh, big Silver.
Oh, wow,
Again.
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and that.
Whoa.
one hurts.
Oh dear.
That was a hard hit.
Yeah, he wants to get that car to the pits quickly.
Yeah, that's a shame. That's probably better for first, and did fall then on that.
I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah, even if it's still running, and I do hope they will be able to continue running without too many issues, but I don't think the car will be the same, let's say, for the end of
Well,
the
it-
race,
Well, for a start, it's not the same shaper that it was.
Yeah, surely not.
Excuse me.
You know, like Tyler mentioned, when you get behind, you're trying to catch up. Sometimes you have a tendency to push a little harder than you really should, and I think it's been pretty evident with him the last couple. Wow, that was close.
Was close.
Yeah, and
Almost took off the back end.
sometimes when you make a mistake like that, like the first one, you try to make your time back, which
That's right.
you can never do. And I say it, but I do the same myself. I'm trying to catch the time I lost. And you
Yep.
never catch the time you lost. You
Nope.
just have to stay on your pace, keep driving as you did before you crashed. And it's pretty hard to do. And if you try to push harder to catch your time back, you most of the time ended up with another crash.
Yeah, the only thing you can hope for usually in that situation, even though when you're behind the wheel it's totally different, all you can hope for is the guy in the front might make a little boo-boo where he can make up some time. That's about all you can hope for. Because the chances of you improving 110 or 20%, unless a miracle happens, forget it. Ain't happening. Listen to Mr. Negative, huh? Yeah.
That's not negative. They're just overall racing goals. When you crash, you lose time, but you will never make it back. That's facts.
That's right.
So the best thing to do is, forget about it, move on, keep doing what you did before, except the crashing part.
Yeah, and of course, in a 12-hour race especially, there's always a chance the guy ahead of you will make a mistake.
Sure.
Never know.
Sure. And we still have like more than 4 hours to go, 4 minutes,
That's right.
minutes, so there's still like a war race to go to the end.
Really? So what happened? You think Clyde went to bed or what? Where'd he go?
I think his computer's crashed on him again.
Oh boy.
Excuses.
Well, I'll tell you, when he mentioned it was thermal paste, I don't know. I wasn't quite sure about that, but it can be bad, obviously. Sounds like he needs another 20 fans in there to cool it down.
Does sound like an overheating issue.
Yeah, well, that's what he seems to think it is.
Mark on the minute said on chat, I think he needed
Whoa.
kick really badly.
Yeah.
A small mistake from Ivor Langen. That's keeping ahead of Kevin Kuhn, which is
Yeah. Whoop.
quite a thing, but yeah, side by side
Side by
today
each
I've been
now.
I think there's going to be a crossover here. He's going to try and
Gonna
cut
try it.
back.
You tried it. Pretty good. Not
nah,
bad.
not quite.
Not really got that going on. Porsche was too quick out of the corner.
Well, somebody's now following. Missed the name, sorry. Thanks for the follow.
Yeah, there were quite a few follows. So yeah, quite good. Follow the channel either on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube. It's very appreciated.
Absolutely.
Into jumping in the inside. That's the leader. of the
It
race.
is the leader, yep. We're back with Gustus Grimbergus at the wheel of that car, leading the race overall. There he is. Steady and stable hand, clearly, driving that one.
I think they have some experience doing this.
Yeah, without a doubt. They have a significant lead at the moment.
Yeah, and we haven't said that.
Hang on, that's the...
Yeah, that's a change for position miss.
Yeah. Done at the hairpin, I think.
Yeah, we've not mentioned. Well, he's way far back.
Yeah, so how did that happen then? There is a car locking
look
up in...
Went
right.
wide, yep.
There we
He's
go.
got that
Easy.
done. Turn
There it
2,
goes. See
sorry.
you later.
Yep.
So yeah, for the first time, we've not said that before, but if some drivers or team members or anything want to jump in for an interview, we are on the next level E-Series Discord at the very top, the broadcasting part. Jump in the waiting room, drop us a message in the request interview or on the YouTube chat, and we will bring you in for an interview.
Woo. Wide too. Yeah, at night you can really miss your turn in easily, I think.
Yeah, when you've got big sausage curbs, then it can be sometimes quite a disastrous thing to get wrong.
This curve thing is neat, this curve cam.
At night it's even
Whoa.
weirder, isn't it? Because you get nothing and then you get sudden brightness and then a car going straight over the top. Where's BSTV? They are currently, where are they? 10th? Yeah, 10th in class. And trying to chase down SCCR White again after probably serving a penalty.
And we've got somebody in the interview room. Wait, do you fancy that one?
See who it is first.
It's
Hang on.
someone you know. It is Welding.
In that case, yeah. Can I move people in there? I don't think I can. But you can, that's good. Wobbly, good evening.
Hey, what's up, mates?
Not bad. You guys are doing alright, aren't you?
Yeah, we actually are, because, I mean, we're kind of saving fuel somehow. We don't know how we're doing that, but we're doing it. So, well, we're on schedule, I think, for not having to pit the last set.
Good. And what are you in class? Are LB a pro car or an AM car?
We are a pro car because.
Yeah, you are. I'm just
yeah.
wondering about LB Design, the sim controls car. I can never figure this out because they've got the wrong number. They got a drive-through for it at the beginning of the race. If they are in pro, which I think they are, that's 1, 2. So you're in 4th position at the minute.
Yeah.
We saw you. Largely, you've kept out of trouble in that BMW so far tonight, haven't you?
Yeah, we were doing fine. We had one little incident with an LMP2 hitting us in the back, but I think it's kind of a race incident. But we had some damage, so it was kind of wobbly in the infield. But I mean, wobbly is the nickname, so why not? Right?
Yeah. You got to live up to the stereotype, haven't you?
Exactly.
So yeah, it seems to be a very successful night. What's it like driving in the dark round this track?
Yeah, well, I didn't practice it that much. Kevin, who's driving now, is doing an awesome job. I mean, he did practice it, and I mean, you don't see anything. It's so insanely dark, and I'm missing every steering point, every apex, and it's really fighting through the traffic with all the dimmed lights. It's really hard. It's well, you shouldn't underestimate it. I mean, especially the LP2 guys who are coming in from the left, and you don't know if it's an LP2 or a GT3, and it's really hard. But well, it's fun, but it's hard.
I don't think you're alone with that, Weeby. A lot of people have been doing that, missing their marks and stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of it's got to do with the dark, and of course, it's not a lit track. It's not a track that's really well known. I mean, we've only had it on the service a short time, so not a lot of races have been done here so far. So, but really great job you guys are doing.
Yeah, we're having fun. I mean, that's the whole deal of the league. I mean,
You
it's
hit it,
nice.
man. That's it.
I mean, it's nice. For example, it's the same as with your GT4 Cup. I mean, we're all doing this to have fun. Of course, it's competitive, but in the end, it's a hobby for basically everyone on the server, I think. Few excluded maybe, and we're just trying to have a great time.
Yeah. And sorry, go on, Bill.
I was going to say, I'll let you in there in a minute, Pete, but I just wanted to say, if you get too serious about there, you don't belong in this stuff, let me tell you.
No, you're right.
So, do you think you've got any answers for Ibach?
What? Wait, what?
They're your class leader at the minute.
Well, no. They are so fast, I mean, we can't keep up. I think the highest possible for us is to aim at P4 and maybe P3 due to our strategy. But, well, if we're gonna finish like this, we're happy.
Yeah.
Then we're happy.
And it's all about making it to the end of these endurance races, because it's amazing how many positions you pick up in the latter stages with people making mistakes and overextending themselves and things like that. So I think it's still all to play for you guys. Obviously, Kevin's in the car at the moment.
Yep.
And we've seen him before in a few other leagues that we've broadcast. He's very, very capable and
Kevin's doing a great job, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And then Kaz, is he coming back to race as well?
Yeah, Kevin is driving this stint, then Kaz is coming back in, and then Kevin is gonna drive again because he wasn't there during the day because he had to kart. He was karting in real life in the rain, so so he's doing 2 stints, and Kaz is doing 2 stints, and well, as I said, I'm drinking my beer in my spaceship, so I'm fine.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, and
Celebrating already.
Yeah, we didn't get you entering orbit this time, thankfully. You managed to keep your car on the track.
Yeah, there were like 5 bets on it, but man, I was like, well, not this time, Rose.
No, it sounds like you're having a great time and having a great race between you. Anybody you want to have a shout out to before we let you go?
Yeah, I mean, I want to thank the organizer. I mean, I'm from Next Level, of course, but I mean, Simon, Stefan, the steward, and Ilas are doing a great job keeping everything in track. And of course, our sponsor, but the guys are running a second, so he's getting enough attention.
Yeah, totally right. No,
So
well,
it's fun.
yeah, thank you very much, Viva, and we will catch you probably on Wednesday.
Yeah,
Or
Nürburgring,
you're
right?
not racing tomorrow, are you, for the PEC?
No.
No.
The Nürburgring on Wednesday, I have to practice it because, Jesus Christ, man.
I thought it was Phillip Island.
Oh, it's a Philip. I don't give a shit. Let's race Philip then. I'm well prepared, man.
Yeah, cool. Any track's fine. It's cool.
As long as that's corners, right?
Yeah, too right. All right, thank you very much, Viva Nico.
Hey,
Cheers,
see you guys.
matey.
Cheers.
Always good to have him in the booth. Really nice bloke.
Oh, he is. He's a good sport with the mount we picked on him. Holy mackerel.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
he is. He's a good guy, really.
Who's that sneaking down the pit road? It's Academy's car.
Well, he's
I
trying
know.
to hit everything on the
Oh.
side of the road.
Yeah.
He was bouncing, and did you see that, Pete? He was all over
Yeah.
the place. Wow.
Anders Ankerson in the VSR car. Very strange.
Here it is again. Oh, no, that we just saw it. Okay, sorry.
And now Ferdinand Kuhl takes over in the Kart Academy Esports car. Luca Alpert is still in the Eibach sim racing team
Wow.
car. He must have done a hell of an amount of laps.
Ferdinand Kuhl must be their nocturnal driver.
Well, in the Kart Academy 354 car. That's his first stint for Ferdinand tonight. His two race mates have done 142 and 145 laps each.
Wow.
This car, the Eibach car, Luca has done 141 laps, soon to be 142, and his two teammates have done exactly 74 each. So they'll be back for more stints, no doubt.
I would think so.
And given the fact that they hit the wall so hard before,
Yeah, doing reasonably well, aren't they?
they're doing fantastically well.
They're in there in first place. Wow.
Yep, leading the class. I'm trying to see what the gap is to LB. About 4 seconds, 3 seconds. So they've not got a massive lead anymore.
I know this is a silly statement, but I got to tell you, the recreation of the brake disc eating up on these cars, I think that's totally amazing. I mean, it looks so realistic. It's incredible.
It really does, yeah. It's very impressive graphics and the simulation and logic that goes behind it in the code must be phenomenal.
Oh, God, yeah. I'm lucky I can turn my machine on, let alone understand that stuff. God.
I don't think it'll be that long before David. Oh no. Yeah, actually, these guys have got about an 18-second lead. It's my timing screen again that's betraying me.
Oh, and, nope. I'm sorry, that was, yeah, Eibach just got passed by the leader in P2 there.
On here, lots and lots of P2s all in a line, but not necessarily on the same. Oh no, they are on the same lap, these guys. This is CXR chasing the Blue Chew America Blue car.
Well, CXR, in all due respect, has been in second place most of the day, so...
And they're in third at the minute, trying to get back on terms again.
I'm going to say, I would imagine they're going to try pretty hard to get back where they were.
Yeah. And that VSR car there is a lap down. The yellow car in the middle is a lap down on the other two.
The Vulcan one?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Vulcan's had a few adventures today, hasn't he?
Nothing massive though, just little shunts and knocks here and there. I mean, they're still in 6th overall, I think. They are last in their class though, that's the difference.
Anders Tice Ankerson's driving the Vulcan at this point. I don't remember seeing him in here yet.
No, this is his first series of stints for sure.
And he got out of the way and let the carbon car, the CXR car through. That was very nice.
It was very well timed as well. So this is Peter Smith driving this one and trying to get onto the slipstream of the car in front of him there.
A little traffic may help him catch up. They didn't get by smoothly. Well, he did. He done a good job of getting by those guys.
Carbon car from GT3 was there. I didn't see the Porsche properly.
Ooh. As he went through that corner too, it looked really tasty. The back of that car. He said, "Oh, I'm catching you now."
Yeah.
No, that wasn't too. I'm sorry.
Reeled him in there, but he's on a bad line, so he's going to lose a bit of ground and had to correct some wheel spin and oversteer.
Coming up toward the stadium.
Oh, not managed to make any gains on that lap, really.
No, he didn't.
Both taking about an equal amount of curve there.
Another GT3 car, or GTE, what is that, a 3? I think it's a... oh boy, he swapped sides. Ooh. GTE, I'm sorry.
No, GT3, that was the Audi. Yeah. This is the closest battle on track, and it's quite an important one. This is...
he really got up to him that time.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. He's going to try to cut him off on the inside here. Nope, he thought second of it. Not good. Whoa,
he's gone wide.
Yep, that
kind of gifted him that one.
Kind of spooked him a little bit, didn't it?
I think something like that happened. It was fairly inexplicable.
When he moved inside, I think the Blue Chew got a little bit nervous. Here's a replay of it. And he backed out, but...
Yeah.
Oh, he just cooked it.
Yeah, too wide an open door he tried to give. So let's see if he can return that favour. Jordan Lacey. Who are we on board with now? Yellowstonburg.
And he decided to go for a little spin. Now, what do you suppose the cause of spin in that car? Too much acceleration? A little heavy on the gas pedal, or what, Pete?
Usually when I spin in those terms, it's due to brake bias. But brake bias I usually get on the twitching on the entry to the corner, and then when I turn in, it over rotates. Yep. I expect it's going to be too much gas. I mean, Sam will be able to comment better on it. What's the spins? Right.
I would say it's more like a setup thing. The car not balanced properly, or maybe with tire usage and everything.
Yeah.
Maybe no fuel in the car. There's so many things that can cause this, in my eyes, with these P2 cars. It's kind of hard to say.
Right.
I mean, since they're running, yeah, they're probably near the end of their stint. They've not changed tire on the last one, so I would guess that the tires are pretty off now. And
Oh,
yeah,
he's
they're
coming
all
in the
coming
pits.
for
Jordan Lacey
which
in the
is-
pits with Blue Chew America's Blue.
And
Yep.
hashtag is doing the same. They are already in the pits.
And taking tyres because their car's on the jacks. Julian Rambo said, could we turn the light on because he can't see anything on the track? We'll do our best.
Isn't that funny? He thinks you're God, Pete.
So yeah, going back to the incident with the P2s, I think it's more the car, the balance of the car.
Right.
You can set some traction control. Some people like it, some people don't.
The feedback I get about traction control is that it slows the car down overall.
It does. But depending if you're comfortable or not with your car and the track, it could help you a lot. It's a new track if you're not practiced, for example. At least not in the dark. It could be great to put some traction controls in. It will help you at the end of these corners to get back on throttle and go back racing all straight. You will probably lose a bit of time, but if you're not comfortable with, these cars are a bit like the V8s, and people will cry where hearing me say that, but if you remove the traction control of these ones and you do an aggressive setups without the aerial downforce that they can get, when you go too high on the foot pedal, basically it's just slippery. This is where you lose a car, basically.
Okay.
Okay, useless words from an old guy. A race car should not have any kind of controls like that on it. Shouldn't have anti-lock braking, and it shouldn't have traction control. That's nonsense.
Well, there's no braking assistance ABS on these cars, which is the why I like them.
Yep.
This is why I'm so bad in GT3s, because there's braking, there's ABS, and
there is ABS in GT3, right?
yes, there is, and this is why I'm so bad at braking in these cars. So yeah,
I guess I'm just an old fogey, but I tell you, it shouldn't be in a race car.
So guys are glued together. This is third and fourth in GT3. I have to keep checking myself because this is GTE Racing with Sen Lansson, sorry. It foxes me every time. And they're chasing down EFB Racing, which is Christoph Mueller. So Gary says Adam's in for this stint, and he's back in for 2 stints, and then Adam's in for the last 2 stints.
Well, Adam's back must be feeling better. I can't believe he's that's a long time.
And Stian Nielsen said that Jordan Lacey tried to let the other car go so he didn't have any issues on pit entry.
Ah.
Do we think that's just a good excuse, or?
It's possible, I guess. I don't know.
So Sen Larsson's has done that move now.
Maybe
And
Sam
moves
got
up
a
into
crystal
third.
ball with him. I'm not sure, but
Yeah.
Clyde Whiting's probably heavy into the cider by now.
Most likely, yeah. Just trying to see if he's actually online. I don't think he is, though. Jordan Lacey said that if we have any questions about racing from a driver's point of view, he'll try and answer them. Probably better if he comes into the interview room, to be honest. We're in Discord, so get yourself in here, have a conversation, have a chat. If all your stints are done, then you're probably on the beer by now, I guess.
and I wonder what does he mean by from a driver point of view. Because
I mean, since he's the driver of the car, if there's any kind of question we can ask him about how it drives, blah blah blah, he can answer if we want.
I mean, it's not like we're driving as well, Okay, we're doing broadcast today, but we're racing sometimes.
No, I understand that. He's just trying to be helpful, I guess, in a certain way.
Jordan's in the waiting room. Do you want to drag him into the live suite, we'll call it today? Since I can't do it. So, good evening, Jordan Lacey. How are you doing?
Doing okay. How are you doing?
Yeah, not bad. Where on the planet are you right now?
I'm from the southeast of England.
Are you really? Right, okay. You must have all the money then. So...
Rich guy, huh? Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
must
not
be.
rich. I'm on a G29 on the desk, okay? I'm not rich.
So tell us about your race so far.
So obviously the track came out earlier on this month. Was it earlier on? Yeah, whatever. And didn't really do that much practice until this week. So all of this is I'm still like, I was constantly learning new things as I was driving. Then obviously traffic got involved. And it was like, to be honest with you, traffic can be a bit, but most of the time it's really easy. Like, I was actually really impressed with my version of traffic compared to others. Saying that there are some issues, but it's really good. It's really fun.
Yeah, you qualified the car, did you?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think back all those hours now. And you got into an incident at the hairpin, didn't you? Was it the first lap or the second lap? It was very early on.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. So
yeah, you got turned by the car behind, I think.
I don't remember getting turned. I went off the track to avoid.
Yeah, he was.
Might have been that one.
He shot it into the side. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's happened quite a few times this race where I'd rather go off track, get the off track, than have a broken car.
Yeah.
Good.
That's the sensible way to go, to be honest, because you got to get to the end, right?
Yeah, it's a 12-hour race. It is long, and it is. I want my teammates to have a clean car when they get in. And so far, our car is clean. We have 25 off tracks in total.
All right, that's
not
very
bad.
good.
That's really good.
Yeah, that's spot on. And in terms of visibility, we spoke with Vibe Nijkamp a minute ago, and he was saying it's terrible. It's nothing like racing at Daytona in the night, which is brighter than it is during the day because they light it up so much.
Yeah.
What's your experience of Hockenheim in the night time?
Well, I prefer driving in the night. So, to be honest with you, the guy was right. It is really hard to see, especially because I have a different cockpit view than everybody else. I have mine behind the wheel, and so I can see a bit more than other people, I guess. But it's still really difficult, especially turn one. Turn one is horrible.
Is that spotting the turn-in point?
Yeah. So with the way that I did it is I just line up the windshield wiper to the apex, and I just brake, and then it's really difficult though.
Yeah. I mean, whatever you're doing is clearly working. Your car's in third at the minute. Nathan's at the wheel at the moment.
Yeah, we're currently fighting P2 right now.
Yeah. And CXR are about 30 seconds ahead of you. I think, if I've got that right.
Yeah,
something
like
that.
They're currently 28.3.
Right, brilliant. And I mean, that's not insurmountable at all, is it? In a race of this length, you've got to be hoping you can get on those terms. Do you think anybody's got answers for Gustas and the Simsport Esports LMP2?
We've been watching them. When we're out of the car, we just keep an eye on them. You know what I mean? And I'm really impressed by them. They're so quick, and they're consistently quick as well.
I think Gustas is a real-world driver. So I think
explain it.
Yeah, I think he's got pedigree. There's a few in the different classes in this race, to be honest. And you can pick them out at your leisure afterwards.
They are really good. If they deserve to win this if they win this race.
Oh, without a doubt, they are head and shoulders miles ahead of everybody at the minute. 3.5 minutes, nearly 4 minutes ahead. So have you got lots of experience driving the P2?
I drove P2 from the day it came out, and I've just been hooked. One of our teammates, Clifton, he is our guy who makes the setups, and the way that he makes the setup for the LMP2, it just feels so easy to drive. We don't have any issues, no oversteer, understeer, anything like that. It's really nice to drive.
Yeah, that's a real talent. Did you drive the HPD before this?
I didn't really drive it that much. I do own it. When it was used, I didn't really use it that much.
Okay.
I was more of a GTE driver.
Ah, right, okay. So, but you're used to driving in multi-class racing.
Yeah.
And what about the traffic tonight? Because being in my experience is being in GTEs in these classes is the more difficult one, because you're looking in your mirrors for the wasps in the P2s to come flying at you from behind. You're looking out the front because of all the GT3s you've got to overtake. Whereas the other two are either looking exclusively in the rearview mirror or exclusively out the front window. And you guys are looking out the front window all the time, but that's not the full story. So how is your competition in terms of getting through the traffic?
Oh, see, I started the race. At first, it was really hectic because of the start procedure. We catch the GT3s quite quickly.
Yeah.
At first, it was hectic. It really was. It was horrible. But now that we're God knows how many hours into the race now, and everyone's got to know each other, I guess, on the track, if you know what I mean. So, and all the traffic is spread out, so we all know each other and how we're going to react to certain corners and things like that. So that really helps. So right now, traffic is really easy. They understand how us P2s are going to overtake in a certain way because they've had it before. So it's really easy to get through traffic right now. There was a point where I was going into the hairpin, and a Porsche was right next to me, and to me on my mirror, it looked like they were going to miss the corner completely. So I went off track a little bit, and then they started flashing at me. I don't know what I did wrong.
Yeah, to me, the attrition rate in this one is a lot lower than in other endurance series of the same style that I've seen. We've got a lot of clean racing. There's been some crazy stuff going on, as you always get, and there's humans involved in it, and that's what happens. But I think race control have been absolutely excellent today.
Oh, without a doubt. They've handled situations really quickly, and honestly, they've done a really good job so far. As well as you guys, you've done a great job casting. I've been watching when I'm not in the car. Have it on the other monitor. Yeah,
we know. We're very humble as well, aren't we, Bill?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you see any massive changes before the end of the race? Are you guys hoping that you'll pick off second place and fend off the rest of the field?
We're quite confident that we're going to place podium. We're quite confident. Obviously, anything can happen. There's still 3 hours and 49 minutes. But P2 are very quick. They are quick. The reason that we were catching because they had a slightly slower driver. He was still doing fast laps, but we were quicker. But now they have someone a lot faster in the car. We're having to work a lot harder to catch up at the moment. So because we're losing time currently.
Peter Smith is quite a more than handy driver. He's been in some of our leagues before.
Whoa.
That
and who's the other guy there? Pardon me for interrupting.
That's the carbon.
Yeah, that's P2 in the GT3 and P1. Well, previous P1.
Previous P1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, yeah, interesting times.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's fine.
Nah, yeah, good man.
And your car, is it on pit strategy at the minute? As in you're on the right one?
Yeah, we are. We're going to try and quad the tires, but the front left it just gets one too quick.
Right.
I think the lowest we've had the front left tire was, I think it was 37% or something like that.
It's getting down to the sharp end.
It's really bad. So at the moment we can't do that. We can't do a quad, so we have to do triple at the moment.
Yeah, and as far as I remember this car, you don't change sides, do you? As in GTEs, you'll sometimes change left, so on a clockwise course like this. Usually fronts, but I guess you change all four at the same time with these ones.
Yeah, the way that we do it is because we're still a relatively new team, to be honest. I've driven with Clifton for a long time, but Nathan, I met him a couple months ago.
Right.
So we're all like just having a laugh at the way that we're doing it now. We're not taking it like super serious. Like we go by, if the tires feel dead, then we're just going to change driver, and then somebody else can have the experience of driving. That's the way that we're doing it right now.
It's a sensible option.
Yeah, I mean, it worked for Daytona. We won that, so.
Yeah. Have you been broadcast before?
Not that I know of. I think I was in AOR and they broadcast, so Apex on the
Right.
race.
Yeah. Okay, well, this is your spot to shout out to any sponsors, friends, relatives, enemies, whoever you want to, really, teammates. So anybody you want to shout out to before we let you go?
Yes, that will be our team owner, Dan Neese, for giving us the opportunity to drive for his team. It's really fun, and hopefully we enjoy the rest of the season. It'll be fun.
It's been great talking to you.
Yeah, you too,
Next
buddy.
time, we'll expect you in the booth again to be interrogated. But yeah, great talking to you.
Yeah, I'm
Thanks
always
for stopping
available.
by,
If you ever need somebody to talk to, just shout me and I'll come in.
Right, thank you very much. George,
Thanks for
Take
stopping
care.
by.
Bye.
nice chap. Comes from the money belt of the UK, if he's
Yeah.
where he says he is. So
You know, another thing is he was actually made a lot of logic, which kind of surprised me too. I mean, you know, about the how you approach a 12-hour race and stuff like that. That makes me feel better because I think a lot of times people don't realize what they're up against. It certainly does.
I agree with you. Refreshing to hear rather those attitudes towards it. To be honest.
Well, you know,
Um,
I'm guilty of this. You know, let's do a 6-hour race. Okay, well, you get in there. By the time you get 3.5 hours, you're ready to kill somebody. You know, you know, that's the way it can go sometimes if you're not really, looking at all aspects of what the hell can happen. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like you've got a 12-hour broadcast to do, and by 30 minutes in, you're like, oh man, I can guess.
Right then.
amen, brother.
What have we got on screen? Ooh, we got a big spin there for Yellow Stamborg. Didn't hit anything. Gets facing the right way again pretty quick. Doesn't get in the way of VSR's car.
Far too many letters in the name of that team. DSCCTAOT. When I try to say that fast, must be my. Whoa!
Whoa.
Look at that. Oh, he's around again.
Oh!
Wow!
Gosh, what a big hit.
That.
Whoa! No. I mean, I can see what he was trying to do was to get off the race.
Our car off it, too.
Yeah,
I
but
love
you gotta
the
know when cars are coming that's not what you do.
Yeah,
No.
I love the way we all said no.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like it's already happened. So.
I know.
Was Wes Van Dyke oh dear.
Dear, that's...
Yeah, that was far too late to be moving out of the way.
He did.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Especially in that corner where by the time Wes could see him, he's committed to that line. The only way he can adjust is exactly what he did. And obviously it wasn't,
You know what else? The wall cuts back into. He's screwed.
he'd be better off chucking it in reverse and
Yeah,
trying to back out because then at least he's not on the racing line at that point.
Yeah, I think there's some swearing being done in Dutch inside Wes's helmet.
yeah, and
Yeah.
the LM23 was one of the only cars without any damage in the GT.
Yeah, they were still running pretty well.
Yeah.
Yes,
What a shame. Wow.
and now they've got damage, obviously.
Now they're in the pits, actually. He's boxed the car straight away.
Yeah, they're already 2 minutes in, so I think that's...
Whoa.
Ooh.
That was close. With who's in our car now, Gary?
Adam. Adam.
Yes, Gary's back in. He's in for a double stint now, so...
Oh, I thought Adam was going in.
Yeah.
My
All
timing
the,
says Gary, so.
yeah, all the other racers stay away from the black and green car.
Or else.
Justin Nair has just got us on the good side. He said that it's a good quality stream. Why he couldn't use the word excellent, I don't know.
Our UK announcers like brilliant better, so that's why we use it. Sam, you should ask Tyler. Well, he probably heard the question while he was at break about what scheme he likes. Now that it's dark outside. But he's not allowed to pick his own scheme.
Oh, that's not fair.
Good one.
Well, that's not right.
Well, I've always been a fan of the Kart Academy ones. I assume.
Yeah.
I feel like their Porsches look similar to their
Yes.
Lamborghinis, which were
It does.
they're pretty sharp.
Let's pick
Yeah,
the
those are.
man.
Yeah,
It looks
cool
sick.
behind the wheel.
Yeah.
there it is. Yeah.
That's the GTE AM class leading car.
It is,
Can't
yeah.
And it does
Get
look
light from the
great.
Lamborghini in a second.
Currently, there's one big red spot burnt into my retina from the front of that Lamborghini. So
It looks.
Yeah.
Coming
Now the problem is, I started commentating when it was already just about dark. So most of the ones who aren't in our other leagues, I haven't even really seen. The Wasabi one's nice, actually. Now that we're looking at it,
yeah, it's a
not
good
the worst
paint
one. Actually, I remember thinking the Unicos cars looked pretty sharp, as did the Vector. I'm impressed by good LMP2 schemes because it's not shaped like any other race cars. Endurance prototypes are so different. Like, because you can't paint it like you would paint an open wheel car, because it's not. It's got the fender pods and the closed cockpit, but you can't paint it like you're painting a GT car or a touring car, because it doesn't have the big sides for logos and stuff. What's happened here to
Right. Yep.
Jens Althaus? Spinning on his own. Oh, avoiding the Vulcan car.
Oh,
Oh,
He
that's
didn't need to do that.
no, he did not. But yeah, I think any of the good-looking LMP2 schemes impress me the most. The Vulcan one's honestly not too bad either. It's a nice-looking car. Whee! Oh, we got help.
yes, he did. Who is that?
I think it might have been the Vector car, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he might have been wearing a mask.
And the guy stopped in time. Why the hell did he run into him? I don't understand that.
You might have thought he was clear. It's tough to judge where the corners of your car are. It's funny, because normally when you're racing, you have a good sense of awareness of where the corners of your car are. That's how people other than Pete drive over Bathurst without hitting the walls. But
True. I'm not arguing.
But when you're going slowly, it's almost like your point of reference shifts because you're going slowly.
Yep.
So you have a sense of, like, if you're looking down the road, you know where the side of your car is going to be. But, like, if it's something right in front of you, it's really hard to tell sometimes if you're actually going to, clip something or not. Because it wasn't like he, plowed right into the side of him. You just kind of nudged him with his right front. So perhaps just misjudged how far alongside he was.
And he'd have had the headlights glaring into his face at that point. So that's
that
probably
too.
also having an effect on where he perceives that car to be.
And
For
to answer
sure.
the chat, I do feel like the CXR livery is awesome on the P2. It looks very great.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, the CXR is another one. I mean, there's a lot of good-looking LMP2 cars in this field, to be honest.
And says to ask me for tips on how to get around Sebring, because I did well in the P217s there. I don't remember driving that. I may have.
You said you did well with the P217s there, so I'd imagine he means knocking them off the track.
There may have been contact. I don't know if there was any witnesses, so
Pete, was there
I can get away with it.
was there
Okay.
Pete, was there alcohol involved?
Might have been.
Okay. He's not going to commit one way or the other. That's fine.
No. Somebody's not happy with Jacob Smith.
But again, the P2 was clear by turning
Yeah.
point for the Porsche behind, so not
Job
sure
was
what he's
done.
upset about.
Some people just don't like to be overtaken.
No, it's true.
And yeah, here is Gustus Grinbergus, our overall race leader in the Sims Esports LMP2 car. Did you say this boy's got caliber and history?
Yes, yeah. He has driven. He's done a lot of LMP3 in the European Le Mans series, and he finished second in the Asian Le Mans series LMP2 AM category. They ran one 2020, 2021, which was all at Yas Marina and Dubai. It wasn't that one. It was the one before the pandemic. So 2019 to 2020. He ran in LMP2 there. So he's got real world prototype experience. Wouldn't have been a Dallara because the AM class was still the old spec LMP2 at that point in the Asian Le Mans series. But nonetheless, he is not unfamiliar with the cockpit of a prototype.
That'll make Jordan Lacey feel a bit better then.
Yeah, I think he's probably turned a few more laps in real life than Jordan Lacey has in virtual life in a prototype. So,
well, just watching their performance today so far, it's not their first rodeo. You can tell that these guys are well experienced.
Yeah, there was also something about he's Lithuanian, and I want to say he was the first FIA entrant from Lithuania, or like the first entrant in an ACO series from Lithuania. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I believe he's some sort of pioneering Lithuanian race car driver. But don't quote me on that, and apologies to Gustus if he's listening and I got that completely wrong.
Well, you'll find out, because if he wins this, he'll probably be in for an interview with you.
Yeah, I suppose so.
He certainly makes his way through the traffic in what I can only describe as casual fashion. There doesn't seem to be any desperation in it, does there? That he's well measured, he's not diving into corners, he approaches everything carefully but fast.
Which is not always the case with real world drivers, is it? We've definitely seen some who, they get in the sim and they're like, cool, I don't have to pay for this, and they drive with reckless abandon.
Yeah.
We saw that at Imola. What race was that? Oh my God!
The V8 strength of field race.
That was unbelievable.
I don't remember who the pro was that was in that.
That was embarrassing for those guys. I don't care what you say.
Yeah, it's
they pulled that in real life, they'd be looking for a ride. Let me tell you.
Well, in some cases it's true, but in some cases, if they pulled that in real life, those are the type of moves that the aggressive drivers in real life use to get the other drivers to back out of moves because they know that they have to, they don't want to damage their cars. Absolutely. So, I mean, it's, people talk about, complain about, dive bombers in the sim and how, they don't leave space, but it's not like those tactics don't exist in the real world. You just don't see them because in the real world, that there's incentive for the car being overtaken to back out of it and, let the aggressive driver have the position because, they don't want to damage a real race car. But in the sim, they're willing to stick alongside. And I think sometimes you get the real world drivers who aren't used to people challenging them essentially and having to fight with somebody who stands up to their aggressive moves. So it's not even so much as they wouldn't try it in the real world as they do try it, and they do it regularly in the real world. They just don't have to deal with the consequences, essentially.
Yeah, well, you know as well as I do. You having worked for the company you did, you were exposed to a lot of professional races, and I can tell you, you bend enough sheet metal, and I can tell you, I don't care how aggressive you are, you'll be gone, buddy. I mean,
for sure.
I understand what you're saying, though, and you're absolutely right, because you can intimidate a lot of people, and get by easily and smoothly. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, and the other part of it with real world racing is, you race against the same guys every week, so you've either earned their respect or earned their caution around you.
Yeah, that's right.
With your driving, but people don't know how to act around you in the virtual world because they don't know what kind of driver you are.
Exactly.
If you meet someone in a random iRacing official race, you know, how are you supposed to know if they're going to leave you space or not? You just kind of have to run them how you run everyone else. So, yeah, but you're definitely right, Bill. If you are aggressive to the point of wrecking race cars, you don't last long in the world of racing.
Yeah, no, you sure don't.
No, very insightful actually. And yeah, you do get aggressive real-world drivers occasionally, but this chap here seems to be not one of them. I've not seen an aggressive move from him.
No, we're not talking about him, but it's kind of, you know, Tyler's right on the money about, you know, you can intimidate sometimes a professional guy's a third of the field, really, you know, if you're really good at it.
Yes.
Or more.
Yeah, the other piece of information that you might not want to know about Gustas Grinbergus is that he is 18 years old. So.
Hate him.
Wow.
Yeah. I knew he was young. I remembered that from watching him in the Asian Le Mans series, but I didn't remember he was that young because he would have been, 16 or 17 when he was doing that.
You know,
so
it shows you how generations have changed. When you know, in my generation, when you didn't start racing until you were 17 or 18 years old. Now these kids, you know, when they're 18 years old, they've been racing for, you know, probably 13 years or 12 years. It's unbelievable.
Yep. Oh, that was the SCCR black car.
Yeah.
That was slow in front of him, but he did well to anticipate it. And I mean, that's what we've been talking about with it, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's just, I mean, that's, you know, I don't pretend to be a good racing driver, but the really top level ones have such an understanding and a vision of the road in front of them. You know, the really good racing drivers aren't even seeing what's happening.
That's right.
50 feet in front of them. They're purely looking 150 feet plus down the road.
Far beyond that. You're right.
And taking in what is happening well beyond their immediate vicinity.
Now let me ask you a question. Bill. Don't mean to interrupt you, but position 1 and 2 are astern here. Is Gustas a couple laps ahead of him by any chance?
Almost certainly, unless he had a penalty that I missed when I was eating lunch.
Still nearly 3 minutes ahead.
Well, yes. I just happened. Well, Tyler, I didn't mean to interrupt Tyler, but while we were talking, I looked and I said, "Hey, that's the second place guy right behind."
The CXR car, yeah. And actually, Peter Smith. Have we seen him behind the wheel of that CXR car yet?
No.
He's done one stint before this.
Okay, he is running some stellar laps in that car. He was almost a second quicker than Gustas the last time around. So he's putting it, as you mentioned, because that gap at one point was over 3 minutes. So they've closed it in some. It's going to take a Herculean effort to close all of that, but as they're in a big gaggle of LMP2, I think that's the AM class Unicos car that he just had to swerve to avoid.
And you decided to take pit road exit to get by him.
Yeah, that's Rubens Llorente behind the wheel of that at the moment, and they're not leading AM anymore, so I must have missed something with them while I was off as well.
Every time I hear the... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just the Unicos cars, is that what Pete was asking? The 150.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened with those.
Okay. Because they were definitely leading AM at one point. They're down in 5th in LMP2.
They were involved in one of the big crashes that we had while you were away.
Okay, yeah, I definitely saw some of them while I was
I
was doing a little housekeeping after my lunch, but it had the race on. There is Rubens Llorente.
Every time I hear Rubens, I expect to hear Barrichello.
Barrichello, yeah. So he is around about, I think he is on the same lap as the AM class leader, if I'm looking at that right, or no, he's about a lap off, I think, of the Jelle Stamborg in the DSCDA Esports Red LMP2 car, who leads the AM portion of that category. All of the AM cars are running pretty similar times right now, though the They were just held up in traffic, so it just changed. But they were all pretty much in the mid to low 129s. So definitely some competitive AM class runners here. And seems, at least in the prototypes, to be well organized. We've already mentioned that all the pro cars running ahead of all the AM cars, but pace-wise too, it seems to be pretty well aligned.
Looks like Kruger just made a move on Lorente.
Yeah, the other way around. Yes.
Okay, Kruger. Okay, Lorente made a move on Kruger.
Yeah. What did I miss? I've been away for like 5 minutes. What happened?
To the Unicos car, we don't know. We were wondering the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's try to find it. Oh yeah, I see so much right from ribbons, by the way. There he is.
There we
I've
go.
not got the replay right, so I'll have to watch it on the broadcast.
Oh, inside curve.
Back curve again.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Turn 1.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, that'll get you.
Didn't lose
Well,
too much.
that would have knocked his molars loose. Holy God.
And that's another one. GTE.
Oh, yeah, I can see this
Oh
one.
yeah, I saw that one.
Oh,
Yeah, that was the SCC R white car, I believe.
it was. Easy to pick out the crowd when there's only 3 Corvettes in the race.
Yep. And 2 of them are from the same team with opposite
Yeah.
colors,
Yeah.
and the other one I designed. So
And they're all 3 from Bowling Green, Kentucky.
virtual Bowling Green, of course.
That's true.
Okay, so this is the gap between P1 and P2 and GT3. With B. Mistaken.
The GTE racing car in GT3. That's not confusing at all.
Yeah,
No,
we've
Just now noticed that.
stumbled over that one a few times.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we were going over the standings a while ago, I had more trouble with that GTE racing. I said, what the heck?
So there's about a minute between them, is that right?
Appears that
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Here is the Blue Chew America's blue car. We were just talking to
Oh,
one of their drivers. That's Nathan Jewett going for a spin.
Yep.
Which one
I'm
were we talking
saying
to again?
Jordan.
Jordan
Lacey.
Lacey, that's who.
Yeah, that was his teammate.
Yeah, I came in right at the end of that. But
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I did see you jump on there.
Right, well, I'm going to step away for 20 minutes and get some water. And then I'll be back for an hour.
And check on those damn cats, will you?
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay, Adam was Adam behind the wheel of the car? Because I've just seen he had a disconnect at some point.
Adam,
No,
who?
it's-
Adam, right?
Oh,
He must not be because they're still. Gary's running fairly well up the order actually with
Gary-
the trouble
Gary-
for troubles for LM23 and well, Trackside Esports had their troubles a while ago, but yeah, they're up to 8th place in the VSTV Esports car. Not good enough, guys. We expect first, but you know, they're getting there. They've still got 3.5 hours to get it done.
Bill
not
probably
going
has
to be
more
paid,
for
you
you,
know.
Tyler.
I would take first in GTEM. I think that's fair. Ferdinand Kuhl currently holds that position, and 3rd overall in the GTE class for Kart Academy Sports 354.
What else can Ferdinand be but cool?
Yeah, when Pete says getting water, he's just heading to the bathroom, having a big poop. That's what he meant. That's why he said 20 minutes, you know.
Please don't ban us iRacing.
Too much information, Ben. Ben, I'm alright. I'm thinking of Ben. Jesus. I'm really going downhill fast. Okay, there's Peter Smith, CXR Project Black. Running
We'll
along.
have just been given a more substantial gap behind with the spin for Nathan Jouet that we saw.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out why the LMPs have that little light on the roof. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Is that for identification of the pits or something, maybe?
That's a good question. I actually don't know the answer to that one. Never even noticed it until right now, to be honest.
You know, in my day when we were racing simple little old cars, we used to like paint the front spoiler a different color if you had a team, so you could tell.
Yeah,
what
I bet that is for identification.
might be.
Because I know actually, now that I think about it, there is a LED color option for the LMP2s, and I always kind of wondered where it was, and I bet that's it, because the CXR
that's
cars
what I
looks red compared to white on the other two cars around it.
Where the lights are is just on top of the windshield, yes, basically.
Yeah, just below the little air intake
Man,
there, I think.
When I saw there were options to change lights on the car, this is the first thing I looked at, you know? Just to see where it was, and you did not. That's a shame.
I can't know everything, so...
Yeah, you know,
Sam-
tuning in iRacing is the best thing in the world.
See,
So Peter
Tyler,
Smith has not been able to pull a lap back. Sorry, Bill. He has not been able to pull a lap back yet from Gustas Grunbergus, despite his quick
Ooh.
times. So, that was a little wiggle there from Gustas,
yeah, a
but
little heavy on the brakes there all of a sudden.
he has been able to keep Peter Smith behind him for now.
He didn't want to give up one of his 4 laps that he's down already.
Yeah, I think the key for the CXR car will be they're slightly out of sequence as far as pit lap with the leading car. So when they come in, they'll want a really quick outlap and see if they can't jump the Simsa car.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that
but
was a wiggle
they're
there.
2 laps
Sure
behind
was.
still, you know?
Yeah, but you got to start somewhere.
Yeah,
And pulling
sure,
one
sure.
lap back, because it definitely seems like Peter behind the wheel right now has the pace, if not to go quicker than Gustas Grunbergus. He can definitely keep up with him, and he closed that gap down from what it was. So
Exactly. Tyler was
you
going to say the same thing. He's almost keeping the same pace as whatever his name is.
it's just and you know, it doesn't seem like a lot, but if he can get one lap back and start to kind of claw away at that gap, if something happens, I mean, we've seen
That's right.
cars have trouble in traffic that are not, that are not racing for position. In fact, that's been most of the incidents today. I feel like there hasn't been a ton between people racing for positions. So, we've been very complimentary of the Simsa crew and the job they've done managing traffic, but sometimes stuff happens and it's not your fault at all, and it can still, cause you significant setbacks. So,
You have more than 3 hours left. That's a lot of time.
yes, it is.
And Tyler and I are going to experience every minute of it. Isn't that going to be well? While I take my Nana nap, he'll be talking.
Well, I will, enjoy it as well. In fact, I will be the
Oh,
one
yeah,
that
you-
will
God,
be there for the
Good
whole
grief.
13 plus hour stream.
Now, and we have another thing tomorrow. You're going to feel like whale poop tomorrow.
Well, Sam's
I'll tell you.
driving tomorrow,
Yeah,
so
I'm driving, Bill.
Oh my God! I forgot
yeah,
about that.
I'm driving,
Oh,
yeah.
jeez.
That will give Ben a chance to beat me on track.
and me. I haven't practiced at all.
Yeah, no, me neither. I mean, I've been preparing this broadcast, and the broadcast I have next week as well. For the few free time I got on this week. So. And I need to prepare myself for Nürburgring endurance races if I do them,
Yep.
This was a bit my goal of this year. Nürburgring ones.
That's
We'll see.
definitely.
The nice thing is, after the first one, you don't have to practice at all, because, you'll have
Yeah,
already
except-
done a 6-hour race around it, so,
Yeah, that's true.
or 4-hour race, I guess. First
Well-
Except if iRacing changes something in the car handling.
they wouldn't do that.
No, they never do. Like every single build. Ooh.
Oh,
Ooh, that's
That was
You know-
real close. That's exactly what we're talking about there,
that happened right there very easily. You're right, Tyler.
I was about to say we should be getting close to pit stop for the LMP2 cars, and here comes Peter Smith into the pit lane. So
Yeah, he obviously did a good job behind the wheel that time.
looking at the pit time, he did not take tires last time, so potentially a tire stop for them. I think we heard from the Blue Chew team that they had tried a quad stint and it didn't work,
Yeah,
so they're sticking to triples.
he was saying the left front was like toast.
Yep. Yeah. So.
David Plasma's doing a commendable job in the LB designed by Sim Controls in first place in GTE. I still think it should be GT2. What's this?
Well, GT2 is back.
Really?
Yeah, sort of. It's so Stefan Rattel, who runs the SRO, which is the sanctioning body that creates the GT3, GT4 formulas. Not TCR, I don't think. He bought the rights to the name for the GT2 class, and he has made it what he claims that the GT3 was supposed to be. So they've actually got around about 100 more horsepower than the GT3 cars, but significantly less aero. So the lap times are actually slower than the GT3 cars.
Huh.
It's designed for mostly amateur drivers, which was always the idea of the GT3 cars anyway, even though there's some pro-focused formulas now. It's purely an AM class. There are 4. I think it's been kind of building for a couple of years, and now there are 4 manufacturers entered: Audi, Lamborghini, Porsche, and KTM, I think.
Oh, their oxbow or whatever they call that thing.
The crossbow, yeah.
Crossbow, yeah.
Yeah. So actually, the the GT2 version rather looks really cool. So, but yeah, I think they're for all the so the GT World Challenge series are the ones that the SRO runs. So what used to be Pirelli World Challenge, that was a lot of curb there for
Sure
the
was.
Audi. But what used to be Pirelli World Challenge before it was bought out by the SRO, and then so it's GT World Challenge Europe, America, Australia, Asia. I think there's a GT World Challenge Asia as well.
Okay, so you have like what would you call it? Regional type of racing.
Exactly. Yeah. So, and then there's the Intercontinental GT Challenge, which is the Bathurst 12-hour, the Spa 24-hour, the Suzuka 10 hours, as what's happened to the Coletta car. Ooh, just locked the rears there, it looked like. Didn't see
I
anything.
didn't get into them, no.
Yeah. So the Intercontinental GT Challenge is a bunch of endurance races that kind of links all of the GT World Challenge series. And those are all primarily GT3 cars, but they will have GT2 series accompanying them, as well as GT4 and Porsche Cup and all that stuff, as the support classes basically.
Well, I guess maybe it's a good thing, but I'm never a big fan of watering down classes that you have like that, because after a while it just gets ridiculous how many different types of vehicles you got, which is essentially the same car, kind of thing. Is that Gary Craig making a move? It is, isn't it?
Yeah, on the GT3 Audi.
Oh well, hey, I'm trying to make them look good. Shh.
I don't think the car behind him is not for position. That looks like a Porsche that's following him through. But I hear you, Bill. the good, if somewhat bittersweet news is that GTE is probably not going to exist, at least as a pro category, beyond 2023.
Yeah. Yeah, I had heard that it's basically gone.
It's gone from IMSA completely, which leaves it only in the ACO series. So the ELMS sits in AM category, and then the WEC it's Pro and AM. But well, the big headline recently was that Ferrari is committed for 2 years, and after that it's going to focus on its hypercar program. So if you lose Ferrari, you're left with essentially just Corvette and Porsche, and you can't sustain a class on that. So
Nope.
so it'll probably go away and leave just the GT3, GT4, and the GT2 formulas as really the global GT classes.
Wow, what are the yellow Corvette racers going to do now if they don't have a place to go? Wow.
They're going to go to GT3.
Yeah, sure.
IMSA has already said, I think, it might not have been official, but it was at least reported on that IMSA will let the manufacturers that have GTE cars essentially kind of scale them down to GT3 cars for GT3 Pro, which is kind of the opposite of what BMW did back in the day. What's happened to Kaz Brinkhuizen here?
Uh-oh.
Little nudge with a Lamborghini there. Ooh, and he goes around.
Flap dance. That didn't look like enough of a hit to do that. But...
I wonder if Kaz was trying to keep it off the Lamborghini and gave it a little too much wheel on throttle.
It could be.
That's what it looked like to me. We'll get an overhead shot here.
Right. Yep, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Accelerate, yep.
And I've just seen a penalty come through for the SCCR Simsport's white car, one of their Corvettes. Did we see them involved in something? I don't remember. So that was the Unicos LMP2 car that got hit by the SCCR car, and that has resulted in. Make sure I'm looking at the right one. Ooh, that was heavy contact for the race leader.
Wow. Florian Capel.
How did that happen? Had he already lost it by that point? Oh no, it was the 114. So that's one of the Blue Chew cars, I believe.
Yeah.
That is the Blue Chew black car.
He's way down in the standing.
That's going to set back our GT3 race leader quite a bit.
Oh.
Okay. So yeah, I think that was another instance where the LMP2 car thought the Audi was going to stay wide there, having been forced wide by the Corvette. But the Audi was trying to cut back onto the racing line, while the LMP2 was just carrying through his normal line, which he should be able to anticipate that. So, yeah, definitely on the Blue Chew car there. Just to finish my thought, Bill, essentially, there's going to be new GT3 regulations coming up in the next year or two. So Corvette is going to be allowed to kind of convert. Ooh, there's more contact with a Corvette. That was the white car getting into the Hellenic racing car. It looked like the Hellenic car just kind of sent it up the inside and missed the braking.
Huh.
These guys won't let me finish my thought. They're too busy running into each other. Long story short, expect to see Corvette in GT3 Pro next year.
Yeah, I'm sure.
The logistics are too complicated to fit between incidents in this race, it seems.
Yeah, Pratt and Miller can't fold yet.
Well, Pratt and Miller makes most of their money on their military contracts, but
look at that wheel from the leaders.
Oh, that's a good point, Sam. That is not straight.
Not straight at all.
No, that is not straight at all. I wonder how long that's been like that.
Whoa.
His lap times are fine, so
You can see though he's kind of herky-jerky with it a little bit.
yeah. But I'm just wondering if he's been carrying that damage for a while and just adapted to it. I mean, his last lap was within half a second of the car in second,
Yeah.
and pretty much quicker than anybody else. So
I guess he figures it's no big deal at this point, huh?
yeah,
And I really don't know how that happened.
yeah.
That's,
I wonder, can you go back like, I don't know, 10 laps, Sam, and see if it was doing the same thing?
can try.
You just some amount of time in the past and see if it was already like, ooh,
Yeah,
Nice.
I already hit the button.
Oh, that was one whale of a catch.
oh, I got a very jumpy replay.
Yeah, so
It's straight there.
clean,
Yeah.
fine.
In the straight. Oh yeah. Okay, it should be a little straight right here. Let's see. That looks
Yeah.
straight there, buddy.
Yeah, so it must have been recent.
Wow.
But this one's like, yeah, more than Alpha.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
That'll explain why my replay is so jumpy.
Let's go to 8 hours, 40 minutes. Oh yeah, I think that's... Yeah,
Oh, there, up
yeah.
there.
Okay, so like 15 minutes ago, it was already 9 hours.
Wow.
And I don't have anything even that tell me what happened.
We did see that close call with some of the GT cars through the stadium section back when he had the CXR car in behind him.
Yeah, and it was already like that 8 or 25.
Huh.
Could have come in contact with another wheel or something. You never know.
Yeah. It's obviously not bad enough to force him to pit. And as we said, his lap times are great, so I imagine they'll get that fixed in the pit stop. But that'll probably set them back a little bit. Maybe just a lap or so. It's,
It could delay him for a little bit. You're right.
yeah.
Yeah, it would be great if we got someone from the team chat that could tell us what happened and how they got that damage, because that's pretty interesting. Because they're only 2 laps ahead of the car behind, and they're still doing good lap time, so you're right, but you know, this is how it starts, so...
Exactly.
And in fact, talking about the results, this is not you that I want. This is you that I want.
I might just ask in there, ooh.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good job getting off course there. Good man.
I've asked in their team text chat, so
I
we'll
noticed
see
you.
if they get back to me.
Good man. That was a good idea. looks like the little incidents have calmed down a little bit for a lap or two here.
Yeah, just as an update, that last time around, Gustus was the second quickest car on track. So I think they're doing all right.
Well, it appears that he's smart enough not to overdrive it with the little problem it's got.
Yep. When did you go back, Sam? Because I'm just wondering now, their last pit stop was lap 347. So either it happened not long after they came out of the pits, or they pit and didn't fix it.
I went all the way back to 8 hours 25 minutes, and I don't know which lap it was. I'm gonna go back there again.
Okay.
Just to look at it and just recognize racing the lap they were in. So lap 333.
Okay, so they've been in the pits since this happened and not
They didn't
fixed it. So interesting.
Maybe think they can strive on without.
Maybe
It
they
certainly
cannot
seems
fix
like they can. So
Yeah, it does.
Maybe they cannot fix it, you know?
That might be.
yeah. I mean, the only thing with stuff like this is it can be very difficult to react effectively. Because it's one thing to train your brain to make a lap with the steering off center quickly. It's not that hard to just readjust and get your brain sorted to having the steering slightly off center. But where it gets tricky is when you find yourself in a sideways moment or you're having to dodge something. You might end up overcorrecting or undercorrecting just because you haven't been in a panic situation with the steering off center until then.
Changing direction could be very difficult in that situation.
Yep.
Okay, so according to Tom Mail, iRacing bad and it can't be fixed. No optionals or anything in the pits.
Huh.
So that's a big one.
Yeah.
Well, 3 hours to go, boys.
Do you want to do a order rundown since we're at the 3/4 mark?
That could be a good thing to do, yes.
Alrighty.
I will keep an eye on
Get
the
it.
battle between the two boys who are following along
Cool.
at the same time.
Yep, very good. So, leading the race overall, as has been the case pretty much all day, I believe. Gustus Grimbergus behind the wheel of the Simza Esports LMP2 number 66. In there, about to put another lap on the 26 car. That is third in class for those keeping count. Second in class, though, is the number 83, Peter Smith, behind the wheel of the CXR Project Black 12-hour car. They have had a pretty solid race today and hanging on as best they can behind the pace of the Simsa car in second. In third is Nathan Jue for Blue Chew Americas Blue. Definitely the highest running of the Blue Chew cars, and though they've had quite a few little spins here and there in the last hour or so, I would say the least bothered so far of the Blue Chew cars so far today. In fourth place is Raul Gallego of Unicos Gaming Sim Racing. That is the pro Unicos entry in LMP2. They've had a bit of an up and down day. I believe they've gotten as high as third, but currently running in fourth. In fifth is the 92 car of Joao Magales in the hashtag Racing LMP2 car. They've been going solidly as well in fifth place in the number 92. In sixth place is the number 77 Vulcan Sim Racing car of Maxim Naz. We've definitely seen Vulcan have their share of incidents today, but in their defense, they are hanging on strong, and though they're kind of at the back of the pro field, they are still ahead of all of the AM entries in LMP2. In seventh place, and the first of the AM runners, is David Duino in the number 105 Vector by RSR LMP2. They have also had their share of incidents. Honestly, anyone from this point back in LMP2 has probably been in an incident or two. But Vector currently leading amongst the AMs. In second is Danny Hugendorn for DSCDA Esports. Red, that is, the 184 car. In third in AM and ninth overall is Jacob Smith for Blue Chew America's Black. That's the highest running of the AM class Blue Chew drivers, teams that is. Fourth in AM and 10th overall, Joshua Kruger for Wasabi Racing. In fifth is the other Unicos car, the AM entry, Ruben Zurente for Unicos Gaming Yellow, number 150 car. Behind him is Spiros Durekis for Hellenic Racing. That is the number 189 LMP2 AM entry. And in 13th, the last of the running LMP2 cars, or LMP2 AM cars at least, is Dennis S. Fogg for Blue Chew America's Platinum. You want to take the GTEs, Bill?
Sure. Okay, GTE running in first place. The LB designed by Sim Controls EU is driven by our friend Jelly Beelan, or better known as Jelly Bean, doing a great job today. In second place, we have iBox Sim Racing Team 251. Number 251. They've had some ups and downs, but they've been running very strong all day long. They're really doing a good job. In third, we got is that V10R or V? I can't read what
V10R, yep.
Yeah, V10R Esports, thank you. Running in third place, that's Romain Verdulivo. And in fourth place, we have Card Academy Esports, and that's driven by my hero, Ferdinand Cool. He's currently the head of AM, which he's doing a great job. And in fifth, we have Next Level Racing GTE, driven by Kaz Brinkhausen, also hanging in there pretty well today. And in sixth place, we have Roaring Chicken Nuggets, driven by Nick Stoop. And, of course, they had to serve their penalty for having a bad number, but they're running them about halfway up the field in GTE, doing a good job. Seventh, we've got Apex Racing Team, and that's driven by Jonas DeVee. And eighth place, BSTV Esports, a team that we know and love. Gary Craig at the wheel, doing a good job. Hanging in.
Speak for yourself there, Bill, but yeah, we definitely know him.
Well, Gary is a good boy. I mean, Adam as well, but Ben, you know. Oh, we've got a crash behind him.
Wow.
As he peels into pit lane.
Yeah, really. Okay. Want me to continue on, Sam, or you want to look for it?
Yeah, no, let's go for it.
Okay, we're on to ninth place now, which is SCCR Simsports White. That's the second Corvette that's being mentioned here. In 10th place is his sister car, SCCR Simsport Black. And that's 10th place, that's correct. And 11th is LM23 Endurance Racing 63. Boy, that's a mouthful. 12th is Trackside Esports GTE. And sadly, the only other car I got listed is Kart Academy Esports, whatever it is, and he's out. So
that's the Kart Academy Esports 1 build that was leading in GTAM earlier. They had a couple of issues involved in an incident, and then we saw Ricardo Ronkema had to kind of stop and reset in a weird situation. I don't know if they've been on track since that, to be honest, Bill.
No, I don't think so.
It said out on it, didn't it? Well, I don't know.
Well, they are out. I just wasn't sure if they got back on track after Ricardo has had whatever issue he did. But
and I omitted trackside driver who's David Omisi, which we're very familiar with as well.
Yeah, Ben is going at me again on the chat. You know, as we just saw on the replay, the past 4 position from Jacob Smith on Danny Organdome.
Yep, that is for 8th place and 2nd in the AM class in LMP2. For GT3, that is still being led by Florian Capel in the Maniti Racing purple car. After their early battle with Carbon Simsport, they've been leading for a little while now, despite a spin after contact with... Do you remember who it was, Sam? I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but...
Yeah, it was another car.
It was another car. Yeah, thank you. Very helpful. Second place in GT3 is the confusingly named GTE Racing, driven at the moment by Maxim Vendenhove. That is the number 499 Lamborghini. Nice mix of... it does seem that the manufacturers are pretty well balanced in GT3, especially compared to the GTE class. Third in GT3 is Peter Matischak for Carbon Simsport. They led early. They've had their share of issues. They had a drive-through penalty for an interesting incident with the Maniti Racing purple car, and some other incidents along the way that were less their fault. In 4th place, the first BMW in GT3, that is Christopher Kindler for Simza Esports. They haven't had quite the dominating performance that the sister LMP2 cars had, but they've had a strong showing nonetheless, and they currently sit in 4th place. In 5th place, currently in the pit lane, is the EFP Racing by TECE Red. That is driven at the moment by Julian Kraus, though they may change driver in the pit stop there. Behind them is our friends at Next Level Racing, their GT3 entry, which at the moment is driven by Eilis de Vries, who is, I believe, also one of the race stewards there today. So Eilis getting a turn behind the wheel instead of dishing out penalties right now. That, I should mention, is also the leader of the GT3 AM class. So Next Level doing a good job within their sub-category. In 7th and 2nd in GT3 AM is Justin van der Linden for Rapid E Racing, another one of the BMW entries. That's the 555 car. In 8th, and also an AM entrant, is Matthias Auer for Bazinga Motorsport. That Audi is number 599. The 598 BMW, just behind them, or, well, a lap behind them, is another name we're familiar with, is 27 Motorsport, their GT3 entry, driven by Sergio Vieira. Behind them, 10th place in GT3, is Winston Eckel in the Trackside Esports GT3. That car has been looking secondhand for about 9 hours and 12 minutes, but they have continued on strongly, and they're not last, so, you know, props to them for carrying on. Then we start to get into the cars that are missing from the running order at this point, one of them being the Pinkfish Motorsports car, also the Maniti Racing Red car, the Vector by RSR GT3 entry, and the DSCDA Esports Silver. All of those are out. So that's where it stands with 3 hours to go. I'm sure it is going to change some more before this is all said and done, Bill. Considering the chaos we've seen in the first 9 hours.
You know, you mentioned Trackside Esports. I have to, like you said, I got to shout out to them too. I'll tell you, they've soldiered on in spite of, you know, having a totally wrecked automobile. They've done a great job even hanging in there the whole time. Good for them.
I will always have respect for whoever is the last running of the cars, because it is so easy once you know that you're not going to lose any more positions to just say, all right, that was fun, we're done. But props to Trackside Esports and everyone who sticks it out in these races.
Absolutely.
It's very easy to kind of, what's the term, lose the forest through the trees, is that the saying, and just get so caught up in, I'm sure a lot of these people like me are very competitive people, and it's easy to get stuck in the mindset of, well, we're not going to win, so why are we here? But
it's easy to get bummed out, but the one thing, being a back marker like I am, I always, if I'm in a race that's kind of longer, and I happen to finish it, I can always say, well, you know what? I beat the guys that couldn't finish this race, and I'll tell you,
absolutely,
that's better than nothing.
Absolutely, yeah. I couldn't agree with you more, Bill. It's there's always something to look forward to and to race for. I think even if it's just trying to hit the same lap time 10 laps in a row, or
yep.
You give yourself those little challenges that improve you as a driver, and that's how you make the most of these endurance races. Absolutely. When they haven't gone your way.
Yep. Yeah, once you start getting frustrated and you don't have any more goals, that's when you usually quit. Joshua Kruger's going to have to go to the dentist. My word, he hit that bump hard.
Yeah, and went for a spin there. That is the 121 car. Now, who is that? I just lost it. The Wasabi Racing car. That's currently 4th in the AM class. Ooh, I'm getting all sorts of stuttering. Is that me or is that...
Kind of stuttering. You mean on the screen?
I think it was just me. It's all sorted now.
Yeah. I've not got anything like that, so.
Well,
hey,
you were missing for. I saw somebody in the comments. Were you getting water from a well in the next town, Pete? Because that was a long water break.
Yeah, I did explain to him that osmosis can take a while.
But you're back now, and that's what matters.
It really is, yeah. What happened to LM23 in GTE?
That's Wes Van Dyke's car, isn't it? They had, I don't remember what it was now. They had a pretty significant incident. Obviously, that's why they're... Oh, were they the Lamborghini that was spun sideways and he tried to avoid him?
Probably. Yes, I think you're right.
Yeah, so there was a Lamborghini in kind of the short chute between the stadium sections that was spun sideways and was trying to recovered onto the racing line, and Wes had nowhere to go. Right. So that's what set them back.
Yeah, quite much probably on the Discord thing instead of your 3, but yeah, we're GT3 on the middle, and there it is.
There it is. Oh,
man. Right.
I don't know if you saw that one, Pete.
Nope.
Watch on Discord. From the inside of the car, and yeah, that was a banger.
Yeah.
I'm still feeling bad about that one.
Yeah, it's tough luck because they were running very well.
They were right up there.
I don't know what Ben's comment is in response to. He just said, yes, Tyler.
Okay, Ben.
Thanks, Ben.
Maybe Ben's just used to receiving your instruction positively.
I don't think that's the case. Normally how it goes is I say, Ben, drive faster, and he says no. And that's our team discussions.
That's coaching by Tyler Newitt, folks.
sounds productive.
Yeah, there's a reason I don't take people's money to tell them how to sim race. It's because I'm not a very good coach. It's funny too, because I come from a family of teachers and academics and stuff like that, and I did not inherit those qualities. Let me just put it that way. I am not a person who is good at explaining things. And
Tyler.
Ben continues to be unhelpful in the chat.
Tyler, did you happen to notice on the hairpin how squirrely Gustus was with the car just then?
I didn't notice it this time, but I've noticed it before. It's a consistent thing with him.
Oh my goodness.
And I think it was happening even before he had that steering damage too.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just, I don't know if they've got a low mechanical grip setup, or it's just he's on some fairly bald tires, but
Oh, he was crossed over there coming out of that turn as well.
Now you do know his wheels offset, don't you, Pete? Did you see that?
No, I read it in the chat before I rejoined.
whoa! That
Wow.
was-
See, I'd want to be pitting that car now.
Wow.
that was quite a catch.
Yeah, that'd be too scary for me. So how far off centre is he? Oh, he's way off centre, isn't he?
Well, he is going through a slight curve, but
I get that, but the curve isn't a turn, is it? You know what I mean?
no, it is not.
The way the wheel is, he doesn't have to turn it anymore to go that way.
And evidently they cannot repair that because they've been in the pits and out since. So
So that means there's hope for the entire P2 field.
well, no, it doesn't, because he's been like that for almost a full stint and a bit now, and has been setting lap times quicker than everyone else. So
Yeah, it's almost an hour since then now, because
Yeah.
8 hours 25 minutes of the race, it was already like that. So next 55 minutes. So
yeah, actually,
it's
yeah,
a long
Pete, if
time.
you remember, the gap to P2 was about 3 minutes,
3 minutes.
and he's in the last hour cut all of 13 seconds off of that. So by the end of the race, he might be on the same lap.
If I was him, I'd be nervous.
He's really struggling with the tires, though. Look at
Yeah,
that.
he is.
He's sideways all over the place.
Boy, I'll tell you.
Well, that's probably because his wheels are pointing in different directions to what it should be.
If I were him, I wouldn't be nervous. I would have long since accepted my fate. I've just seen black flag for Yellow Beelan, who is leading in GTE overall. Yeah, I'll take a gander.
Yellow Beelan, car number 69. My
That
favourite number.
is causing a collision, not keeping enough space with the Blue Chew
Blue Chew
America's LP2 car. Well, we saw them have a couple of incidents in the last stint, so I don't remember the specific one, but evidently it warranted a drive-through penalty for the 69 car. And that would potentially bring the iBox sim racing team car right back into it, and that is incredibly impressive given some of the incidents they've been unfortunate to get caught up in.
I think that's
They
the
have-
one. There we go. Yeah, I remember that one.
I do too.
Just a nudge, but yeah, that's
That's
enough.
right. Yeah, but I just think the job that the iBox team has done is really impressive, because they had some incidents that could have been,
They haven't had
race ending.
they haven't
and they
had
have-
the most incident-free race for sure.
And they have, and I can't remember one that was their fault personally. I could be wrong, but they have really fought back well. And now with this penalty coming towards the 69 car, they have a chance at fighting for the overall lead in GTE again.
Well, they must be pretty good salesmen to get iBack to back a esports car. Let me tell you.
I think it's probably one of the situations we've seen before where they are IBOC employees.
Oh,
At
that's
least that would be my guess. I could be totally wrong. I have no idea. But
or they know the marketing manager or something. That's right.
yeah. Who was it? It was Writer Engineering. We saw a number of their employees
Yep.
had
That's
a
good,
endurance team. So that would be my guess. Maybe we could get someone from the team to let us know. But
Yeah, does your uncle run IBOC? That's a name I haven't seen in the car tonight. Burkhard Maring. Maring.
He definitely had a stint where he was.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, he was in after Gustus, between their two drivers, I think, two other drivers.
He's gonna get another chance. Here he comes.
Yeah, Burkhard, Maring. Yeah, Lars Baumler's the other driver in that entry, but.
I think we've generated an inadvertent amount of excitement in Bowman 1995 on the chat, by the way.
Well, you can hear anything you want if you mute things at the right moment.
That was diplomacy on a level I've not heard for a long time, Tyler.
Another penalty has just come through, which appears to be a stop and go plus 30 for the Unicos car, I believe.
Which one?
The AM entry. So that is
yellow.
They're in the pits right now, actually.
it was either them or the 411 car. No, that's not right. Hold on.
Is it Christian Streitenberger's car?
The EFP Racing by Techi Red car, which is it is the 411. Sorry, Julian Kraus. The assessment is 150 causes a collision with 411, ending their race. So I'd imagine that's why it's a stop plus 30 rather than just a drive through.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we missed that when we were doing the run. Oh, geez.
The run through.
They seems to be already in the wall. So let's look. Ooh. Yeah.
I'm having to watch on the broadcast, but
Yeah,
That's
that as well.
from meme.
Wow.
Maybe a
jeez.
bit too far back. I mean,
maybe if it,
just saying. Oh yeah, I mean, man, I have no word.
oh, he was trying to get an overtake done on Yellow Beelin's car, and the Audi had no idea he was there. Yeah, that's tough. That's when you're multi-class racing with more than just two classes. It's always hard to be, the slowest of those classes, because he just had no idea that the LMP2 car was even there, much less attempting an overtaking maneuver.
Hey, I hope he had his Hans device on, even in the simulator. That hurt my neck. Holy
Yeah, if he's got a motion rig, he's gonna have.
Just have a fast pole position there, and they not to be up. Maxim has gone through the carbon Simsport.
So that's Carbon ahead of GTE, is that correct?
No, the other way around. GTE just went ahead of carbon.
Okay, so that must have switched at some point earlier, because GTE.
Just now.
Right, but no, GTE was ahead when we did our rundown, so.
Oh yeah.
So
maybe
they
a
must
bit
have
up.
traded and then traded back.
in the lead then. That's right. During our count.
And the Maniti Racing car is in pit lane at the moment, so.
Yeah, so that was probably pit stops. Yeah. Pit stop happened just a few laps ago.
Yep, so. Oh, the Carbon car was right out of the pits, so
Yes.
that's what that was. Okay.
Oh, and 72-second line of the incident report. The thing that happens to. Oh, geez, that's way far back. 8 or 6 minutes into the race.
What?
The reason why the leader has the steering band up.
Oh.
It happened 8 hours ago.
No, at hour 8 and 6 minutes.
Alright, an hour and a half ago, right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay, let's try to find out. I want to see what happened now. 'Cause I'm a man of replays.
And we love it.
Oh yeah. Now I need to find the other car, which is the Hellenic Racing.
Yeah,
Who's that car?
Spyros at the minute.
Virus. Okay. I think I got it. Yeah, that's gonna be. There it is. Let's see. Not sure it's the one. I'm just.
Whoa!
He's off track.
Yeah, way off track now.
Could it have been like curb damage on the floor that caused it?
Ooh, and then off again.
He hit the barrier there, not too hard.
No, that wasn't much.
And is there the leader?
Oh, but this is the Hellenic car that hit the
No.
leader. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay.
No, not even. It was not even the thing.
Okay.
So that's pit stop where the thing already happened, I guess. Yeah, it already happened there. So there it is. One lap back. I'm gonna do it like that. Oh, it's in front.
Yeah, it said it was after lapping them, so.
Yes. I think we're on for the incident because the lap after they're in the pits with the steering
there.
left.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's rough to have it happen right after the pit stop, too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Okay.
That's the rear of the car, though.
Yeah,
That's
this
what
is why,
the report said. Yeah.
that's why it's
Knocked
not
the rear tail
repairable.
out.
That's the rear that's broken, not the front.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that could make your steering off to keep.
Got another penalty that just comes through on, I believe, the hashtag racing LMP2.
Well, that's Yao Megales is what I'm going with at the minute.
Shows as Nathan Healy, but he might. Is he another?
Yeah,
driver
that would have
in
been the
car?
driver at the time, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, Nathan Healy is not in that car. So I must have my. I must be looking at the wrong incident. Oh, 387. Sorry, I had the cars mixed up, I think.
Well, that's an SCCR car, isn't it?
Yep, SCCR towards flag.
They've been in the pits for a while.
Yeah, they're still
Gotcha.
there. Yep. I saw Simsa Esports LMP2 got back to you there, Tyler.
Yes, yeah, that's what we just discussed. Sam looked and found the replay of that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was somebody was talking to me here.
Yeah, no worries.
My daughter-in-law, she shops for me, so I got to be nice to her. Besides, she's a cute little thing too. Old man, listen, dirty old man here. God, terrible.
And just a reminder, if anyone wants to come chat with us, to jump in the waiting room voice channel. I can see there's a lot of people in the Discord voice channels, so any of you want to talk about how your race is going, feel free to jump in and have a chat with us.
Our psychiatrist, Pete Bingham, is back, so if you want to talk to him,
Yeah,
well,
I'll tip you right over the edge. Don't worry about it.
no, seriously, got two capable people that can talk to you here.
Sam and Tyler.
Probably.
Oh, here we go. Ben Cullen.
Oh, you're a joke. I mean, welcome, Ben.
No, not Ben. No. Oh, he's
Sam, you
already
can
there. Sorry.
Sam, you can just mute yourself. just mute yourself, Sam.
So Ben, why aren't you winning?
That's a good question.
We didn't get your fuel saving tips, Tyler.
Ugh. I sent
I
him
mean-
my post. You should have had him at least, yesterday.
Quarantine, mate. That wasn't the smartest idea, was there?
I don't know, by what I read on Discord this morning, Ben, I don't think you even realized you had a race till yesterday.
What kind of a Mickey Mouse team are you taking us for?
The BSTV esports team.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say like the commentary team, but I don't want to be too...
No, it was amazing. Don't feel bad. I thought we had an 8-hour race at Watkins Glen, so don't feel bad.
On a serious note, Ben, how we saw the big incident that you guys were in was kind of that stack up where it was the 3 GT cars and the LMP2 car. Did you guys have much damage after that? How's the car been handling?
An honest answer or a made-up answer?
Give us both. Let's start with the made-up answer.
The made-up answer is the car is completely fine. We're doing really well. Obviously, we're in 8th. We're chasing down 7th. Hopefully, we can do some good driving. We've got Adam in, who's got his disability badge ready to get in the car, and hopefully they'll give him some more room. Yeah, it's going well. Now, do you want the truth?
Yeah.
I didn't see it. I wasn't even in the stream. Wasn't in the race. didn't even know we had an accident with 3 cars until you just told me. So, yeah.
So are your stints over now?
Yes, my stints are over. Unless my extreme driving qualities are required at the last minute.
I was going to say, so we should see the team moving on up in the last couple hours.
Yeah, you get yourself to bed, yeah?
I mean, it's the classic endurance strategy. You put your AM driver in for as many laps as they're required to do, and then you just finish the race with your quick guys.
Yeah. Don't say that to the next guy we're going to interview. For Christ's sake.
I wouldn't dare.
That's why we started you at Daytona, isn't it?
Oh dear.
That's just because I got a big ego.
See, this is why I come in, because I thought you guys were at a bit of a low point. You're 9.5 hours in. You just need a pick me up. So I'll bring that for you, and I just get a boost.
I can't tell you we feel a whole lot better, Ben, really.
Yeah.
I can hear that sincerity in your voice there, Bill. It's really heartwarming.
The mental and emotional nourishment I've had from the last 3 minutes of you talking at us has been brilliant.
This is the best driver interview I've ever done.
It's a very corporate response there.
Oh dear. So, what are your hopes for picking up any more positions?
Adam drives really fast.
Right. Okay. And the
I mean, so you can play this. If you want to go start asking questions, we'll go. No, I mean, there's still just under 2.5 hours. So it's dark. People start getting tired. I don't know how many more teams are doing driver swaps. Obviously, Adam's coming into the car. Anything can happen in 2.5 hours. You've seen some people making some questionable decisions in when to do an overtake, and with having live stewarding as well, that makes a massive impact on something happening, and them getting a drive-through, 30-second stop go, whatever it may be, and that's where we can gain laps back. And the cars in front of us are only a lap in front of us, so...
Yeah, you've not been dropped that much, have you?
No, we've had the pace there.
Yeah.
We've had the pace there, so...
And you are actually on the M-Class podium at the moment, so not too shabby.
Who let this rookie talk? Why do you... like, absolute commentator's curse. Thanks, Tyler.
No, you're not on the podium, Ben, in fact. Because the sending chicken nuggets are...
So, Tyler, you just give out wrong information.
Yes, Tyler.
Oh, yeah, you're right. No, but you act like I don't know the power of the commentator's curse, and I didn't do that on purpose.
But you forget that I'm not driving, so you are now just cursing to innocent bystanders.
Yeah, and he's not paying the bills he's not paying for the car either. So he's just...
I don't know, is Gary really that innocent?
It's
Seems to be. And we're not out for.
Well, he's teammate with Pete, so he knows a lot about crashing.
Yeah, you just wonder what he knows.
He has said this is the nicest he's ever had. Like, this is the longest he's ever driven in a race. It's nice to be this far, and it's a strange feeling to be continuously going around a circuit.
Sam, next time we do one of these races, can you make sure that I've got the ability to eject these people?
That would be great. Yeah.
So, anybody you'd like to thank, starting with me, for tonight, Ben?
I'd like to thank you guys for putting on such an excellent, professional, serious, top-class broadcast.
You hear that, iRacing? Yeah. Professional.
Yeah,
excellent. Serious.
Cut me in half. I'm like a stick of rock. Professional.
Don't listen to anything else. Just that.
I mean, what's
Martin's? Now it's fine. He's done.
I feel bad now. What's Martin's other half's called?
Stacey.
Yeah, she's the best commentator. Like, she puts you all to shame. I'm disappointed.
No.
I'm disappointed that she's not stayed around, because she's what keeps the viewers here, to be honest.
You know that her boyfriend listens to this, right?
I'm not trying to date her. I'm just trying to say that she's better than you.
No, she was here earlier, Did you hear her? You listened to the broadcast, that's right.
Yeah, I was listening. Just thanks to you guys for putting it on. To the next level guys for putting on this series. It looks like it's going to be an interesting series. Obviously, every round is a different format in terms of length of time. The racing seems to be close. Obviously, there's some real wild guys in here. They're head and shoulders above the rest of those Simsport eSport guys in LMP2. I know they're having a bit of difficulty now, but for the last 8 hours, they've been ridiculous. So it looks forward and good fun to going ahead. I have got a question that I want to put for you guys, though.
Okay.
So
just
obviously,
let me adjust so I can sit on the edge of my seat.
I think you'll like it. We were having a discussion in the BSTV team. Obviously, for a good charitable cause, you dressed up as a princess, Pete.
Yes, I did. Yes.
So I want to see how much money do you reckon it would get Clyde in some cycling lycra?
They don't make lycra in those sizes. we could go to a tent company or something like that.
And we don't want 10 years of nightmares, please.
Scar people for life. Oh my god.
I mean, I think it can go down well. All for charity. Great cause. You can't back out of it. It's now live on the broadcast.
Well, yeah. I think we'd have to find a way of spraying it on, if you know what I mean.
Plasti dip.
Plastic.
And on that bombshell, I'll leave you.
Right, get rid of him. There's a real racer to interview.
That was Ben Cullen, and now we have Gustav Skrinberger. See you there.
Hello.
Hi, apologies for keeping you waiting. The guy before you is a real jerk, but he likes to hog the spotlight. But you guys, obviously we had a brief chat in your Discord about your troubles, but it's hard to really call them troubles considering the dominating performance you guys have been able to put together so far.
I mean, we were quick the whole race. Once we saw that we could make such a massive gap so quickly, we kind of went into cruise control and tried to control the race from the front and tried to make safer moves than we would normally make. And with 4 hours to go, we just got hit for no reason in the hairpin, and that's where our trouble started. We're now having a lot of tire wear at the rear. So we're struggling with that. We're struggling with the steering wheel being bent, so the problems just keep piling on. We're getting a bit of pressure now from V2, and now just trying to keep pace, trying to manage the fuel, and now it's just a management game, and we're under more pressure than we were expecting to be.
I don't mean to laugh and make light of your situation, but you do have a 2 3/4 minute lead.
It's easy now, but another incident like that could put our race in real trouble.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we were kind of discussing that when we were doing the 3 hours to go rundown. It's in a 12-hour endurance race, there's nowhere on track that's safe, really, unless you've got a 12-hour lead, pretty much. But we certainly noticed you and your team, how kind of smooth and in control you looked early on in the race. I mean, it was massively impressive. The kind of the consistency and the traffic management you guys were able to do while maintaining that and growing that substantial gap. But we've definitely we noticed. You can certainly correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like a lot of your problems are kind of getting on the power out of the hairpin. We see a lot of corrective motion on that steering wheel, and that would probably be that tire wear and steering alignment that you mentioned.
The hairpin hasn't been that big of an issue. It's more turning into the hairpin where that rear left is really taking a beating. But the final sector, that's where we're right now losing most of our time. It's so much load on the left side tires that at the end of the sector, you're just losing the rear everywhere. The traction control's kicking in, and now you're having issues. I mean, we're an experienced team. We do SCO, we do many other leagues, and I think that's why we can grow our gap, and that's why we have so much experience in managing the traffic. But this is probably something new to us, to have to manage such damage, such strange damage that doesn't get fixed for some reason. So always learning.
I have to say, I got to butt in there. The last section you were talking about, after we noticed that you had the damage, you had to make some incredible corrections. Any amateur would have lost it. I mean, I couldn't believe you recovered some of those near spins. Really, really incredible driving. You did an excellent job. God.
Well, I guess that's my real life experience maybe coming into it as well.
I'm sure. Sure. Well,
holding the car hasn't been that hard. I'm more getting frustrated at losing time. I kind of knew that the car was always going to stick to the road. It wasn't ever going to rotate on me. And if it does, you still got a lot of runoff in that final turn, so it's kind of safe. But more getting frustrated at the slow lap times once the tires really start wearing out.
Yeah. Well, sorry, Pete. I'm glad you bring up your real world experience, because I did want to ask, how doing a race like this, and you mentioned you've done the SCO races as well. How does doing something like this compare to, an Asian Le Mans Series race where it's not totally different, but you've got, you've got a car that can actually get damaged in real life, and the possibility of safety cars or full course yellows. What's kind of the difference that you have to adapt to for these races?
Well, for sim racing, you kind of have to adapt to, I guess, maybe a bit less spatial awareness from some of the others. Maybe a bit less a fear of getting hit. In real life, you really don't want to get hit up the rear by a P2 car. Here, it might not be as bad. You might just sit out the rest of the race. In real life, you might have to go to the hospital. So I think it's just figuring out which places you can push it, which places you can't push it, and obviously, as you said, no safety cars, no full course yellows in sim racing. So you always have to be on it. You can't trust the safety car to bring you back into the race, and from the green, you have to lead and you have to keep pace.
Excellent. Pete, did you want to say something?
I was going to say that you lost 1 second to the car behind you on the last lap, so you're pretty much safe for the next about 247 laps, I would think. I wouldn't be getting the tissues out just yet to wipe the tears away, because I think you'll be drowning yourself in champagne. Simulated
for the champagne. The simulated champagne, right?
Underwrite that, we don't give out champagne. Otherwise, how's your race been for yourself, though? It is a different driving experience for you from the real world, for a start. And your other teammates, how are they holding up compared to you, and how you've brought your skills to the team?
Well, the other two guys, Lars and Burkhard, in the team, they're a bit less experienced than the P2. They haven't been running it as much, so maybe it's a little more of a, let's say, coaching experience. But the guys have adjusted to the car really quickly, coming more from a GT side. Burkhard has been doing many races. Lars just came from racing GT3s, GT4s, so it's kind of a learning experience for the guys, learning traffic, maybe learning to be a bit more aggressive in it. But they've been fast all race, and I think until the damage, every single lap we could be the fastest car on track by at least half a second. So I think we all can be very happy with that performance today.
Yeah, and is your car going to be one we see at each of the races, or are your real world commitments going to get in the way in some of them?
Well, the car is going to be seen at every single race, that's for sure. I don't know if I'm going to be seen at every race. I'll try to make it, but obviously stuff can come up. Life happens, and I might not show up. But both of the Simsa cars, I'm sure, will be there at every race weekend, and showing their best in those beautiful orange colors.
Yeah, just remember that we will be watching your real life progress now, and if you happen to be in a real life car when you should be in the higher priority simulated car, we'll be having words.
Excellent, Gustus. And is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to before we let you go?
Well, obviously our team manager, Peter, he's putting all these entries together, working more than his job, I guess. Sometimes it looks like it, at least. He's not able to race today because of some hardware issues, some PC issues, but yeah, shout out to him for putting together all these entries as always, and always having our cars on point and ready to race.
Fantastic. Hopefully we'll be talking to you and your whole team at the end of this, but for now, good luck for the rest of the race, Gustus.
Thank you very much. Hopefully see you at the end.
Fantastic. That was Gustus Grimbergus for Simsa Esports, the current and pretty much for 9 hours and 52 minutes race leader. Have they been not in the lead at some point?
No.
Nope. Okay.
Maybe
Thanks,
on the
Pete.
first pit stop cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I like
I
half
don't
a lap.
remember, was
yeah,
9
but
hours
for
ago.
like 20 seconds or something, maybe.
Yeah. I noticed Wobbly Knee Camp has started the hashtag We Want Stacy on the YouTube chat.
I think she's at the strip club now, according to Tri's comment.
I think Ben got her to say it.
I was gonna say I don't have much to say on that, but something about too much of a good thing. You're better off sticking with us. Trust us. The amount of Stacy that the viewers at home get is the perfect amount. You know, you wouldn't want to just have the best of the best all the time, and then on the off chance she can't make it, you just get us and you get let down. So
Yeah, the disappointment will be more than they could bear.
exactly. So
Good point, Tyler. That was it.
So, how long have we got? We got about 2 hours left now, right? Is that right? Am I reading my clock wrong?
Yes, no, you're absolutely right. I was laughing at Wobbly's response in the text chat. He said,
No need
in
to
all
shout.
caps, he'll decide it on his own how much he reads. But thanks. And thanks to everybody participating in the chat, because otherwise, I don't know what we talk about for 12 hours. It would be
Well, that Aston Martin.
Aston Martin 12 hours of reporting on an Aston Martin built from like 2008 to 2010.
I have to say, concerning the chat, I really appreciated Ben Collins stopping by. It was really nice. It was nice of him to come in and share his experiences with us. Thanks a lot, Ben. Appreciate it.
I was waiting for the punchline on that
Oh,
one. But,
who's that?
That is Maxim Vendehoven in one of the Lamborghinis, going for a spin, and not sure what the replay on the Porsche was. That is that's the second place GTE racing Lambo. Yeah, I didn't recognize it in the light of whatever corner it was going through. And what's happened to Yellow Beelan? Ooh, that's an off-track moment. For the man affectionately known as Jelly Bean.
He was doing so well before he got his penalty. My goodness.
Yeah, he's still doing pretty well.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, and I think that was the pass for the lead, or it was the Ibach car lapping that.
It was the pass for the lead.
Wow.
No.
No, I don't think it was, Sam.
No,
I think because he's a lap down on the Ibach car.
He's a lap down now because he's been to the pit lane.
Because he was.
Since then. Okay.
Yeah.
Just before.
Gotcha.
He went to the pit lane a bit before, and he's just been out made on this incident, and now it's one lap down. The other car.
Gotcha.
Is that the same incident? Yeah, it looks like it.
Yes.
Yeah. Just wanted to make sure there's no more incidents, which is great. So they're still running one lap down. That will put probably the ABAC definitely in the lead after the pit stop.
Yes.
So Jelly Bean's in at second place, a lap down, is what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, they had the incident with. What was the incident I'm trying to think of, Sam? It was with one of the LMP2 cars, right?
Yes, right.
That's what you get the penalty for?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think it was
it.
the blue tube, America Blue.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I do remember that. Yep.
And there is the race leader in the pit lane. So it won't quite be a lap difference between Ibach and LB Design now that they're on a similar pit sequence.
Somebody looked like they just escaped from the pits. Did you notice that?
I believe it was the Ibach team changing driver.
Okay, that's right.
So they disappear for a second
Yep.
and reset back in. Yep.
Well, I think I'm going to draw my commentating to a close for this event. I've got to do 90 minutes of commentating on all Ben Cullen's crashes tomorrow, so I need to reserve some of my vocal cord capability for that marathon effort.
Well, it's almost Sunday where you are, or is it?
It is actually
It's
3
right
minutes
past
into
it a little
Sunday,
bit.
so yeah. So I'm gonna love you and leave you now, and all the viewers who are still watching, all 30, 29, or if you discount us from it. Ben's still trying to find one or more of us up on the chat, but never mind.
Memorable job there, Pete.
I like to think that I leave a lasting impression on people's lives. So I will see you both probably tomorrow. Are you commentating tomorrow, Bill?
Yeah, I'll be around. Yep.
Yeah, and you'll be racing, won't you, Tyler?
Yeah, for some amount of the race, presumably.
Oh, we can pick on one of our commentators. This is great.
Yeah,
Two of
it's,
well, if you count Sam, two.
Oh, that's right.
yeah.
I can't pick on Sam. Sam's my
Sure you can. Of course you can pick on Sam.
It does also depend on whether Clyde's PC actually lasts for 90 minutes tomorrow.
Yeah.
Point.
Boy, wow. Okay.
We're going to have a discussion on that throughout tomorrow, I'm sure. But for those watching who want to see Ben crash again, or has he crashed tonight? No, he got away with it. Then that's the Prototype Endurance Series, which runs tomorrow evening. You can find details on our website. But for tonight, thank you very much, and I will leave you in the more than capable hands of Tyler, Ben, and of course Sam.
Good night, Pete.
Cheers, Pete. You called me Ben. I'm getting nervous.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, but yeah, okay, I heard that. Correct.
Is he getting old or what? I mean, come on. He's got Ben on the mind. He wants to really pick on him
Yeah,
endless.
we know he's in love with Ben.
They're having a bromance? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
I thought it was him and Gary.
that's why he wear his princess dress at some point. If you look closer at the picture, you can see Ben in the background.
Really? Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
this is why Ben also had that pictures on at some point. You know?
Not to bring attention back to the race, but with the Ibach team having made their pit stop, they have a 13-second gap over Yellow Beelan in the LB Design car, and Yellow only has a 13-second gap over the V10R eSport car, who has made significant strides moving forward. They're well within contention at this point.
There's the bar. There's the bar graph that Sam has put on the bottom between second and third. Beelan and who's the other one?
Roman Verdolivo.
Verdolivo. Right. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I told people at the start of the broadcast that you will have to keep an eye on the V10R because they're pretty good at fuel saving, and they have not been into the pit yet for that round. Pit stop. And they will probably
But that might
be out
mean
for
they-
a long while, you know.
Yeah, they could have saved some. The next level car has also, it seems out of sequence on their pit stop.
Yeah.
Kaz Brinkhausen currently behind the wheel of that car, in contention for a overall podium in GTE. This is a pretty good day for the next level cars, honestly. The GT3 car is still leading the GT3 AM category and is top 5 overall in GT3.
They've done very well. Yep.
Do they have a P2 entry as well?
They did, but I think they dropped out.
Yeah,
Okay.
they did. Oh, that's weird.
What's that? Go on. Oh, he's in the pits.
Yeah. Probably some hardware issue. And yes, the next level P2 was running and had some issue. It's been hit in the back at the last turn. That ended up their race. But I don't really remember which car was involved in that one. I think there were a GT slowing down in front.
Yeah.
Some issue and they've been, hit in the back.
I think they fell out relatively early too.
Yeah. I'm trying to see
Yeah,
who
it's
was a
been a long
similar amount of
time
laps
now.
down. Yeah, there's no one
Wait,
around them in terms of laps
did
down.
I'm not sure if
171 laps.
Yeah.
So that's, they are way far back. Yeah, on the broadcast, maybe we can see it if I do this and this. They are 227 laps down.
Yes.
So it's been, a long time now.
Pete I think he just apologized to me for calling me Ben.
It's about time, you know.
Real? Oh, trust me, I've been called worse things. Believe me.
Worse than Ben?
Yes, really.
I can't think of a lower blow.
Doesn't seem
Oh wait,
fathomable.
I'm gonna be Pete. Jeez, easy for think that I crash a lot. You know, that's mean. That's mean.
Oh,
The LMP2 pit stops are starting again. The Simsa car has just been in, I believe. Yes, and the second place CXR car is in now as well.
Yeah, and no tires for the Simsport.
That's interesting after hearing Gustus talk about how they're
Yes.
struggling with tire wear now. Honestly, with the gap they have, if that were me, I would just be taking tires every time. Maybe that's not smart, but no one's ever accused me of being smart, so.
I just saw a picture of your cat on your on your rig there. Oh my!
Yeah, that was when I got back from lunch.
Oh,
He's
he likes being there, doesn't he? Wow.
he was not ready for me to get back to broadcasting. He's actually looking at the bag of chocolates that I had sitting
yeah.
on my chair. But
They're always really nice when they want food.
yes. Yeah, he's basking in the sun behind me at the moment. Just crossed the 2 hours to go mark. Getting a little bit down to the wire, as much as a 12-hour race can with 2 hours to go, but still being led, as it has the whole way, by the Sims Esports LMP2 team. I'm going to wait for the lap times to tick over because they've just made a pit stop. But they have been running consistently. Ooh, that was a little side-by-side contact, I think. If it wasn't, it was close. And that is the GT3 leading Maniti Racing purple car. They've been leading for quite a while now as well. They had a brief stint chasing the Carbon Simsport, and we thought they were going to be battling the Carbon Simsport car for a while, but Carbon ran into some trouble. They're now in third behind the GTE Racing car. All those three still on the lead lap in GT3. Similarly, 3 cars on the lead lap in GTE, being the iBox Sim Racing team, LB designed by simcontrols.eu, and V10R Esports. So definitely still some races to watch here. And as much as Simsa has been in commanding performance of this race, they're not home free yet by any stretch of the imagination.
Now, maybe a lot of our listeners don't know who I'm talking about, and Tyler, you're a young guy. I don't know if you know, but you know who Yogi Berra was, right?
Of course, yeah.
Remember what he said? It ain't over till it's over, baby. It's one of his famous sayings.
Yeah, one of many Yogiisms.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, but yeah, no, it ain't over till it's over. There is the Next Level Racing GTE entry up to 4th after the... Who was it that had yet to make their pit stop? That was the Kart Academy car? V10R, yes. Right, so they're still behind the V10R car. And V10R still has not made their pit stop in cycle with... Do you know how many laps the GTE cars are doing? I know they do about an hour, but I don't know how many laps that is around here. Oh, they are in now. Oh, perfect timing. That'll be... What lap are they on? It's about 35? 37 laps, I think, for the GTE cars. And that is that's 10 laps later than the car in front of them. A little less, 6 laps later than the lead car, so. definitely stretching that fuel is the V10 Esport car. What I didn't take note of was if the top two stop before the top of the hour or not. I would imagine just by counting that the lead car, the Eibach car, was pretty close, but I think the LB design car, if they can't stretch it, might have to make a splash before this is all over. Replay of here. That is the 77. That's the Vulcan Sim Racing P2 car that's been in the wars a bit. Oh, just lost it over the curb there.
Yeah, got a little bouncy bounce on the way out.
Yeah, did a good job of rejoining away from the racing line.
Yeah, he did. Yep.
Yeah, and they're back going.
Yes, a little scrambling going on.
Yeah, this is for position. Kaz Brinkhausen, Ferdinand Kuhl. Next Level versus Kart Academy, which we have seen across several of Next Level series. This is for 4th overall in GTE. The Kart Academy car is currently the lead AM runner, ahead of Roaring Chicken Nuggets and the Apex Racing TV. Also just seen that Adam Wright is back behind the wheel, or is getting back behind the wheel of the VSTV sports car. So would expect to see them moving forward. I think they've had a decent gap over the SCCR cars for a little while now, so Adam should be good to stay in front of them in 8th place. And yes, he's out of the pits now.
I mean, you know, basically more than I do, the running, but I believe he's going to do the last 2 stints. Is that correct, Adam?
I think that's what Ben said.
Yeah.
I think Adam's in until the end, unless they need Ben to set some lightning times, is what Ben said. Something along those lines.
When you say lightning times, is because of the spark that will come from the wall when he hit them? As we've got a battle here for third position, by the way.
Yes.
Between the V10
Oh, this is 3
and
positions.
Sharp.
Yeah,
Yes.
good point, Sam. So
But
V10
then,
Esport just out of the pits.
Yeah, exactly. That's what happened. We know Next Level still needs pits.
Yeah, so Next Level is a bit out of sequence with these two, but
Yeah, almost
that
10 laps.
said, yeah, they've still got another 10 laps or so before they need to stop. So,
They can make hay right now. They'd be better off.
yeah, and it's going to be interesting because their last stop is going to be presumably quite a bit shorter.
That's right.
But what they're not going to be able to do, at least compared to the V10R car, is save a stop. They might save one compared to the LB Design and potentially the Eibach Sim Racing team.
Let me
but
add-
they will have a shorter stop.
They can kind of maintain position on the last lap if they have, or last stop if they have to, you know, can fuel shorter than the other guys. They should come in at the same time then, correct?
Yeah, so the Kart Academy car, so the way, if I'm not mistaken, and I have a sense of the fuel window for these GTE cars, we're going to see 2 more stops for LB Design for sure.
Yes, Brinkhausen got by the way.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. So LB Design, Kaz Brinkhausen in Next Level Racing, and Kart Academy 354 all need to make 2 more stops. But not 2 full stops, 1 less. The Eibach team is borderline for 1 more stop, based on, I don't know exactly when they were last in, but it had to have been right around the hour mark. But if I had to guess, I would say they're filling on the hour, so they should be good for 1 more. The V10R Esport car that we see right now is for sure good on 1 more stop. So they're actually, of this group that we're seeing right now, they're in the strongest position. Between the Kart Academy and the Next Level car, I think it's interesting because the Next Level car is going to have to do a longer fill than the Kart Academy car because they were in earlier out of sequence. So I would say if it's just on pit times and not on lap times, I would expect V10R ahead of Kart Academy ahead of Next Level. Obviously, there's still a lot of racing to go, and who knows what can happen in 2 hours, but just on strategy alone, that's how I would expect it to finish up. So basically the reverse of how they're running right now.
Yep, gotcha.
I do wonder if Kaz is trying to, with both of those cars getting by the V10R car, I would imagine they're aware of that, and those two are trying to set some quick laps to build that gap so that when they do have to come down the pits a second time, they can maintain position. But they're going to have to put in some pretty good laps.
They're not pulling away that tremendously yet.
I need to fill up the water, so I'll go back into headphones.
Okay. Vector car was very sideways that time. Whew. See what Pete wrote?
Yes. I don't think anyone's ever called my voice monotone before.
Not monotone.
Ben thinks so. He thinks I'm lulling Pete to sleep. It's gonna sound like I'm just excusing not having to come up with things to talk about, but it's kind of nice just to listen to the cars for a bit. I almost forgot that we're supposed to be talking about them because it's just
Okay.
nice to hear the engines for a little while.
Yeah, you gotta give you gotta give the listeners a break too. I mean, we ramble on about all kinds of stuff. But, you can kind of get them off track of what's going on. But you also got to make it entertaining and humorous, and and information. Informational.
Yep. Good news is I haven't seen any penalties come through in a while, so maybe that means people have settled down a little bit.
Yeah.
We're getting into the closing hours here, or they've just got a backlog at race control that they're working through.
Yeah, they've been relatively busy today, and they've done an excellent job, I have to say.
Yeah, I've been dipping in and out of the team chats on Discord where they can communicate with race control, and obviously there's some folks that are upset with race control decisions, but I think anyone who has a sense of what really goes on in racing knows that the least desirable position in racing is race control, because you're always going to make someone unhappy. There's just no way for race control to please everybody. And that's a spin for the BMW, and
my God.
Well, I don't think they could further damage that front end on that car, so just another knock in the grill to
probably right.
Maybe they straightened it up a little bit, who knows.
Should show it to the designers now, see if it looks.
But no, I mean, from what I've seen of race control, they've done an excellent job today, and they've really been on top of things. Obviously, people are going to have their gripes and disagree with their decisions, but and you heard think it was Ben talking about it as well. That just having race control really it adds to the experience of the race. You know, it really helps shape how the race goes, and you know, people being held accountable for mistakes means that you know that you might be brought back into the race. You know, from people actually having to pay for mistakes that they make. So it's really great to have all the next level guys who volunteer their time and run race control for these series. That's the other thing with race control being the least desirable job in all this is these guys, I'm sure, would rather be driving these cars.
Absolutely.
You know, we know some of them are. I think Ireless I've seen in the car in one of the next level cars, but they'd much rather be behind the wheel, but they give their time to do the race control to make the races better for everybody. So
I agree.
I think it's always good to give race control credit because you know they.
Yeah,
much as people might not agree, they make the experience better for everybody.
Yeah, if race control do not agree with what you said, it's race control's fault.
I have to say, you know, the one thing that people always forget, that race control is not a personal, you know, it's not a popularity contest. I mean, they're not picking on you because they don't like you or any of that kind of stuff.
No.
And you know, and like you said, Tyler, when people lash back or get a little upset, you have to remember, I mean, we've all been there. It's the heat of the moment, you know, it's the, you know, you just had a crash, you just had, you know, this, and you know, you don't think it's your fault and this kind of stuff. But, you know, when cooler heads prevail, I think most, you know, common race drivers will realize that, you know, it's part of the game. You have to accept it, you know, whether you like it or not, you know, and it's just one of those things. And hats off to those guys. I mean, I'm sure, you know, they have a life and got better things to do, really, to be honest with you. So, you know, that's my speech.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got to go feed my cats and top off my water, but I will be back in a few moments.
20 minutes? Okay, see ya. Hey, Ben, I'm sorry, Sam. Jesus, you're not gonna like me anymore. Hello, Sam.
No, I'm not talking to you anymore. You say
yeah, I know. I apologize. No, what I was gonna say is, did you see Pete's comment about when you go for water, it can't be 10 minutes, it's got to be 20 minutes? Did you notice that comment?
No, because, you know, when I go for water, I really go for water, and you know, doing other things, playing with my things, and you know.
I hear you. Well, I thought that was funny when he come out and said, "No, supposed to go for water for 20 minutes." I said, "Oh boy." Anyway,
where did you say? Oh, that's an approach. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. I did not read this whole reason what's going on the broadcast.
I know you don't have time to do that.
As it's getting pretty late, it takes me like 10 minutes to read every single one comments.
yeah, no kidding. Well, it's really late for you. God, that's terrible. I can't believe you're going to drive tomorrow evening. God.
I need to practice also in the day because as I said, I've not been on track yet. So there were a car inside, maybe? Yeah, there's a prototype inside, so that's what happened.
Ah. I was going to say, all of a sudden, I mean...
yeah, he's not happy about it.
Wow.
Oh, that's a lot of flashlights. That's pretty much me when someone dive bombs me in the night.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I really don't like that. And hey, Jeffy, you're still awake at that time of the day. What are you doing? Aren't you in the UK? I'm with Sharon for Carl Hardy, and Carl is not racing this thing, by the way. So if you're looking after Carl Hardy, there's no fire on track, so he's not racing. That's everyone gets dive bombed. Yes.
We got Ferdinand Cool on screen. He's fourth in GTE. And he's, no, he's not. He's second in class in
And he's first. He's first
First
in
in
the
class,
AM,
damn,
yes.
beg your pardon, I'm sorry.
And he's still battling with Scaff in the next level, racing GTE in front. And in fact, he's closing in because, oh, there we go.
Oh, next level's in for pit.
Yeah, that's the pit stop we were talking about.
That's right, yep.
So he's in 10 hours, 23 minutes in.
Wow, that's quite a difference. He, curious to see how he comes out compared to the two people he's working with.
Well, we'll have to wait till their own pit stops.
Yeah, that's right.
And as Tyler said earlier, that's gonna be played out in the last hour, basically, when they do their last pit stops.
Correct. Michael Etienne is still out, though. He figured he would be stopping at the same time, but he's still going.
No, he just pitted like 9 laps ago. So
I'm
that's
sorry.
fine.
I missed it.
No worries.
I must have been napping. Here's our first place runner in GTE. It's the Ibach car, Luca Alpert at the controls. And as we've all mentioned, commendable performance considering they've had a couple little issues here and there on their own and then collectively. So done a great job. And we're almost coming up on the hour-and-a-half mark to go. It's coming down to crunch time pretty soon. And there's the BST.
It's almost breakfast time for me, you know? I'm already hungry.
Yeah, show me food and I'll eat it. Me too, pal. In the foreground, there's BSTV Corvette. And Adam Wright's at the controls. They're currently... Where are they at?
They are 8th.
Thank you, 8th
overall
position.
in GTE.
Okay.
Which is not bad considering they have Ben at the wheel at some point. And Adam suffered from back pain.
Oh, we can both relate to that.
Oh yeah, sure you can. I mean, I've been away from sim racing for almost a year because I had back surgery in 2016.
Wow.
Yeah, 2017.
Well, my back is not necessarily a back issue. I'm suffering from kidney stones, which are absolutely driving me crazy. It's like getting stabbed in the back with a knife. God, it's wicked. And as you get whoa, that was close to spinning out. And as you get older, half your life is medical stuff, which is terrible. I mean, that's Burkhard Maring at the controls of the Simsa Esports LMP2. I have no idea how far ahead they are, but...
they are now 3 minutes and 11 seconds ahead of second place. So they are increasing the gap.
They're still doing very well.
And I'm sure there's still a lot of nervous hand wringing, like, oh, is it enough?
Yeah,
that was funny.
As you said in the interview, you know, everything can happen, and it just one small hit.
That's right.
And they can lose the race, but yeah, there are 3 minutes and 11 seconds ahead. You know?
That's why I asked about, you know, in real life you have safety cars and full course yellows, and there's just, you know, I almost, I might get, you know, crap for saying this, but I almost think it's harder to run an endurance race in sim racing because you have to be, if not perfect, you know, clean and clear for 12 hours, 8 hours, 24 hours, however long your race is.
Well, because regarding the car life, I would say.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, that was close. Regarding car life, for the whole race, you don't get it prepared as you would like in real life. Yep. I feel like, you know, and as you said, without the full course yellow, the safety cars, all this stuff, you don't have more time to repair your car because you can repair more under a safety car.
Yep.
And
oh, sure.
It's an opportunity you don't have in sim racing. unlike unless you go into leagues that run safety car, but there's not a lot because that's pretty. Not really using road racing on our racing because let's face it, it's not great. We tried it on BSTVs, not working.
Yeah, they did supposedly fix the Monza issue in the latest update.
Yes, true, but there's other issue with it
Yeah.
that need to be addressed before it's properly done for, road racing.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame too, because I've talked about it before on here, but I'm a big proponent of safety cars in racing in general, in real life and in the virtual world. I just think, there's always the argument against it that people make of, it's not fair to the leading drivers, but racing isn't fair. It's never been fair. It's not about fairness. At the end of the day, racing is about competition, for one, and for two, as much as people hate to admit it, and they take shots at NASCAR for it, it's entertainment. And the moral of the story is closer races generally are more entertaining, and a way to get closer races is to have safety cars. Not to mention the safety benefits. Obviously, there have been implementations that try and circumvent the safety car, like full course yellows or code 60s at Le Mans. But nothing for me beats the safety car for making things more fun, more safe, and more competitive. And if the cost is a little bit of fairness, I am very willing to pay that. And I do, as you say, Sam, there's not a lot of leagues that run it on iRacing because, the safety car in iRacing is very much an oval style safety car, which makes things difficult for road racing. And I don't, I obviously understand that, but I think it's a shame that more leagues don't run the safety car because I think it really makes things interesting.
It certainly did in our leagues. We had very close battle at the end of races. That was great fun with the safety car, but the issue that it being an oval thing is throw it a bit out of the window.
Yeah. Yeah, if only there was a way to implement it in iRacing where the pits stayed open at the start. That's really all it would take, I think. For things to get sorted and maybe sorting classes, stuff like that, I think it would be good. It looks like we've got an interviewee in here. David Plasman, how's it going?
Hey, I'm going good. How are you guys?
Fantastic. And David, we've been obviously following the race because that's our job.
Sure.
I've been following the race, but can you remember which team you're in, David?
It's the LB
I
Racing
sure,
Sim
so
Controls, isn't it?
Yeah, thank you.
Exactly.
Yes.
Sorry, David.
I was pretty sure on that one, but I mean, it's I think this is how we've described everyone who's been in here, but I think it's fair for everyone. It's been an up and down day for you, hasn't it? I mean, obviously you had the drive-through at the beginning for putting the wrong number on the car, and
that was a bummer.
You had a couple of, or at least one subsequent penalty as well, which I know we've discussed at length, and I don't exactly remember what it was for, unfortunately. But that kind of puts you behind the IBOC team. So what's the race been like from your point of view in the driver's seat? And do you think you have what is needed to challenge for the win?
Nah, I think the win is gone. We started, of course, from P4. It was good that we knew we had to drive through, but the bummer was we had I won like 3 places, went to P1 in the first lap. So then the drive through is a bit harsh, and then we came back to P1, had a really good stint, and I created a 20-second gap on P2, sorry. So I was really happy with that, and then we had an unlucky moment with my teammate getting the penalty. So it happens, It's endurance racing. A lot of things can happen. But yeah, now it's just aiming for P2. I think that is the best we can get, and maybe P1 will get a penalty. But yeah, if we will win the race, we are really lucky.
Well, we've been discussing it a lot here, but I mean, with endurance racing, you just never know what can happen, and there's obviously been quite a lot of activity, and we've seen front runners taken out already. So it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Of course. But if to be realistic, and those guys are having a really good pace.
For sure.
I will not be driving anymore. My teammate can finish the race. So the only job he can do now is stay out of trouble, don't make incident points, and and wish for mistakes of the leaders. yeah, honestly.
Yeah, and of course, you don't have to divulge strategy information if you don't want to. But we were trying to figure on the GTEs who could make it on one more stop. Are you guys confident that you can, or are you going to need a splash at the end?
No, I can't say anything about it. We are planning something. I can say we are planning something to put a lot of pressure on them.
Cool.
And
fair enough.
I hope they are listening. No, but we always want to send it, but we have to be careful. Of course, you don't want to ruin someone else's race.
Sure.
That's that's the main point of our team. Always aim for the win, because if you're able to win, you have to win. That's always my mindset about it.
Yeah.
But and sometimes you have to be careful with the P2s. They are so fast, especially in the high downforce corners. The difference in the speed is crazy. So.
Yeah, David. We've seen you in some of the other next level series, the sprint series. Do you have a preference between the sprint stuff and the endurance races? Is there one you like doing more than the other, or is it just you're just happy to race?
A really honest answer is maybe it sounds a bit weird, but for me it's quite like, if I know I do everything on my own, then you can always blame only yourself, and that's really easy. So you can make like a good scent, be sensible, of course. But yeah, sprint racing is, for me, it's like, I can challenge myself to the max, and now you always have to keep in mind. I have my teammates. They got a lot of training for the event. So you're always driving at that 80% of your pace, sometimes maybe more. But it's not like the sprint race, and I think the sprint race is, for me personally, it's better. There's more spectacle in it. It's more equal. There's no traffic, which can be lucky or unlucky. So for me, the sprint races are the main thing.
Yeah, it's definitely understandable. We have a note from Simon Van Dyke, who wants us to ask you about the Lumberjack.
Yeah, the Lumberjack. Yeah, that's my that's my nickname. That's the other people on the track, especially in the sprint races, are like wood, and I try to cut them. That's the only thing I can say about it. And someone gave me that name once, and I like it.
I thought maybe you were a chainsaw specialist or something.
I got a big garden in Holland at my house, and I like to play with a chainsaw.
Oh boy,
that's one thing what is sure.
Well, a less important note, I got to tell you, whoever does the paint scheme on your car did a wonderful job. It really looks great.
It's my teammate. It's Julien Rambeau. If I say
okay, yeah.
The French guy.
Wow. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say I was thinking the exact same thing, and when we were running through our favorite liveries earlier. I forgot to mention theirs, but it is sharp for sure.
Yeah, it is.
The fun thing is, he also made all those the green liveries from Next Level. He is making all those liveries as well.
Wow. Well, no offense to Next Level. We love those guys, but I got to tell you, I like this one better. It's really nice. Looks sharp. Another thing, I was really thrilled because most of the names I have a hard time pronouncing. Don't recognize anybody, but I recognized your name and who's in the car now, Gilles Bielen. I mean, you guys have been in the other series we've covered, so I felt great. I know two guys. And Cass Brinkhausen, of course, from Next Level. But other than that, I don't know anybody out there. But
Are you a ferry oversteer from the Apex team, I guess? That's the way I heard you guys pronouncing it like that, but that's also how people in Holland are calling Perry. Always Perry oversteer, but that's pronounced in Dutch.
there's another guy, Weeby Kneecamp, and Clyde has given him a nickname, Wobbly Kneecaps, and that's picked up. His colleagues are calling him now on the internet. I'm going, Clyde, you started a bit, and fortunately the guy's got a good sense of humor. You know, I'm telling you, unbelievable. But
Yeah,
anyway.
I'm in a Discord with them, and the name you gave him is actually in his Discord right now. That's
I know
his
it.
Discord name, yeah.
I know
So
it.
you guys did a good job. You guys did a good job.
I didn't mean to get off subject, but you guys are doing a great job. Hope you bring it home the rest of the way.
Thanks, and you guys are doing a great job as well. It's a long one and a tough one for you. A few hours to go, like one and a half. So
It's easy for
Yeah,
us.
I was gonna say if Bill can stay on topic for 12 hours, I would be monumentally impressed.
Yeah, I'll write that down in my baby book.
David, do you have anyone you want to give a shout out to before we let you go?
yeah, of course, you guys for the good commentary. And of course, the stewards of the Next Level E series. Also, we got a penalty. Yeah, they are doing their job. We are doing our job. And my teammates.
Thank you for recognizing those. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but we just went. You know, that's a tough job to do. You know, and they're giving up their time, and I think they've been very fair, to be honest with you. Even though you kind of got messed up with the number thing, but you know, rules are rules. You know, and at least you know, it hasn't hurt you too bad.
No, exactly. We are in P2. For me, it's I'm really not happy with it. I can be honest about that. I'm quite angry as well because it's our own mistake. It's not a mistake from our penalty because I gained 20 seconds. So that penalty, we could have gained it back.
Yep, that's right.
The other thing, we had a speeding in pit lane. My teammate had it, and that cost us 40 seconds. Stop and hold. So, yeah, it is what it is. Guys, thank you, and have a good evening. And I see you at the other Next Level E series again.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us, David, and we'll catch you at the next one.
All right, see you later, guys. Bye bye.
Bye, David.
I almost dragged Bill out when he jumped out there.
I have to tell you,
We've got a car going slowly. Davey Wrightsma. Oh, this is a replay.
Oh,
is that the? That's the trackside esports Audi that's been mangled from the get-go, I think.
Oh no! I was hoping he'd finish.
Yeah, did he forget to pits?
Oh, we ran it out of fuel, you think? Yeah.
No. Let's try to jump on board and see.
That's the only thing that hasn't happened up till now.
Yeah, looks like he's out of power.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Goodness.
But that means they can be back on track?
Yeah, they can. They need a tow, and they're not going to get any further behind, so what's the difference? Go for it, man.
Yeah, I see Brett Jones from the SCCR Simsport Black in the pits for a long time now.
Yeah, I think they're pretty much out at this point.
I don't remember what happened though.
They had a number of incidents, and they had a penalty that I think they were not happy with. I'm not trying to suggest that that's the reason why they're not continuing, but I know they had some back and forth with the stewards for a penalty. So they've been Well, we know SCCR has had a bit of a rough day because they were at one point battling with our teammates at the BSTV Esports team, and we've seen fall off of that battle, both cars. So yeah, it's not been smooth sailing for the SCCR guys.
Yeah.
It does happen from time to time, doesn't it?
It sure does.
And the longer you run, the easier it can happen too.
Yes. Yeah, very much so. So, am I mistaken, Sam, or have they continued to extend that lead?
Yeah, 3 minutes and a half now.
Oh my goodness.
With steering off by 20 degrees.
Yeah, no disrespect to Phil, but I think it's a bit slower than the driver that we're in P4.
Yeah, we did see that CXR car involved in an incident at some point. Didn't we? So I wonder if he's dealing with damage as well at this point. Not necessarily steering damage, but maybe something aero. Steering wheel looks straight, but
It does look great. Yeah, Phil is also lower rated.
Yep, yeah.
Even though we already talked about the fact that, you know, sometimes don't mean that the driver's bad because if they go to league racing, then
yeah, I think I think that sometimes we talk about it too much. How, you know, iRating isn't always right, and kind of do a disservice to the really high iRating guys, because
oh yeah, sure.
you know, iRating is definitely not always right, but
Yeah,
in
when
my
you got someone at
experience,
7,000, he's probably better than you.
yeah, and I think with very few exceptions, people are usually within, you know, plus or minus
I would say
250 of what they probably should be, you know.
Yeah, I would say 500 for some people, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like Rob Ven's one. I know he doesn't do official races hardly ever. He's done a lot more lately with the GT4 car, but you know, I think he's rated at like 1,700, maybe.
Yeah.
And we know Rob is quicker than that, but
Yeah,
at the same
he's
time,
almost as fast as you, and you got 3,000. So.
yeah, I think I'm a little overrated at this point. I don't think I'm almost to 3,500, and I don't think that I am that quick. But you know, but
Well, you
but
get
they're
there, so you know.
yeah, but you know, I don't think there are that many outliers like Rob, because for every Rob there's, you know, 10, 15 people like, you know, like I am, who have, you know, got iRatings probably within, like you say, 500, 250 of what they should be. So yeah, it's a rough estimation, but really it does a pretty good job of you know, a 6,000 iRating guy against a 2,300 iRating guy is not going to be that different from if Phil is, you know, got the pace of a 3,000 iRating guy. He's still going to struggle to keep up with a guy like Lars Baumüller.
I wasn't trying to say that, you know.
No, I know you weren't. I was just,
but you're
you
right.
know, I wanted to make that point because I keep, you know, hearing it brought up, and I don't want to discredit the guys who have put in the work to get their iRating where they are.
Yeah, and
you know,
talking about these rating races, we've done the Daytona 24, and we were in that split where the battle was pretty fair, and we are 4 rough, and the average was pretty correct. I mean,
yeah, since iRacing has moved to doing the early the team registration for the endurance races, I don't think I've been in a team race where I felt I was out of place. I mean, and the racing has been phenomenal and really close throughout the field. So it gives you a good indication of how useful iRating is. All this to say, Lars Baumüller at 60-20 iRacing is pretty quick.
he is. He really is, yes.
Yep. Yeah, I mean his lap times. The last lap was what, about 2 seconds off of their best lap, but you know, they're still the quickest car on track. So it's kind of just where the track is at this point and where the cars are. You know, nobody's got a perfectly clean car at this point. You know, nearly 11 hours into a 12-hour race. So they're doing
and
a
it's
stellar
nighttime.
job.
There's traffic all over the place. You know, people
Yep.
getting tired as well.
Absolutely.
Most of them have been, racing since the start, but they've not done all of the stints, of course. Oh, and see, a small mistake like this one could cost them the race.
Yeah, and they get a they get a flash for it, but that was one of the GT3 cars, the 7th place, which would be Medius Hour for Bazinga Motorsport, possibly.
Yeah, that was the lap 3 racing incident. The first big crash we saw for this race.
Yeah,
And they're still running. 7th position is great,
it is. And looking at the AM entrance,
They're on the podium right
on the
now.
podium. Yep.
Which is a good job, according to the crash earlier. That early, I mean, in most of the races, I would have told my teammates, you know what, cars, let's end on this, and we'll see you next time. Because
Yep. Yeah.
as you said before, when there's no more competition, just running to do lap times with a car that doesn't look like a car anymore. So yeah, fair play to them, still running, and 7th position. So good job.
Yeah, and while we're on that subject, I want to give a shout out to the 27 Motorsport crew as well, because we've given them a lot of grief for the rearranged front end on that BMW, but they are still plodding along, and they're in 4th in GT3 AM, in behind the Bazinga car. They're about 10 laps off of them, so not looking to pick up that position on track, but good on them for keeping going, even with the beautified BMW, I guess. 'cause
Yeah,
they
that's
haven't made it
the way
worse.
to say it.
They may not feel great, like you said. They're driving a really wounded car, and at this rate, it's really not a lot of fun. But they're soldiering on to finish this race, and hats off to them, man. I'll tell you, it's really good.
Yep. Regarding the GTE strategy, Yellow Beelan is in that LB designed by Sim Control's car, and flashing dramatically on my screen at least.
Yeah, they will have to make it a 1 hour 10 minutes stint.
Yes,
they want to
that's
go to
exactly
the
what
end.
we were asking David Plasman about. So
he said he's got something for the ABAC sim racing. Let's see.
I wonder if that's something is Yellow Beelan aggressively fuel saving, because that's the only thing I can think that's gonna get him to the end of this race at this point.
It kind of remains to be seen, doesn't it? We'll see what they do.
Yeah, but they're still behind. They need to push to
Yep.
get back
Oh,
to
I
them.
know.
So they are. I think that's
Hard to do
first
both.
place done for them if there's nothing in the way of Luca until the end of the race. Of course, it's always the same thing. But yeah.
Well, the other thing to consider though is that the IBOC team was going to be close as well, because we didn't have an exact time for when they stopped, but it wasn't too many laps after the LB design by Sim
they will
Control's
probably
EU
be
car
in
was.
next or the lap after, so they will have to splash again if they don't save
Yeah,
drastically.
I think they stopped 4 laps later in the previous pit sequence.
Yes,
if I'm not mistaken.
So
So
4 laps is about 7 minutes. It's pretty close to the hour mark.
it's going to be very close. But then you wonder if they're just refueling on the hour and not running it till it's empty. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yep.
But then you wonder, do the LB design team basically run 10 laps and then pit in for a splash and then run till the end? It's not necessarily the best option, but it is an option.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure I'm aware of what's going on to predict any.
You know a hell of a lot more than I do. I couldn't even take a scientific wild ass guess on that one.
And we've got another interviewee, one of the 2 pros from the BSTV lineup, Gary Craig. How you doing?
Good evening. Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
The AM obviously being Ben Cullen, but as So we were you behind the wheel for that kind of accordion incident with the LMP2 car? And
Yeah, I was. That was it was a strange one because I'd been trying to get past the guy. I think I was trying to get my lap back. I spent ages trying to get a lap back on somebody that he defended quite hard, and I can't remember if that was the specific person involved in that incident, but we came on a car that was a lap down, and he tried to get out of the way by slowing down on the apex, just as I had a really good run to cut back onto the apex, so I ended up into the back of him with the LMP2 in the back of me because he was doing the same thing. So, yeah, it was just one of those things.
yeah, that was pretty much exactly how we saw it, and I think the stewards did as well because the Porsche in front got the penalty there. But yeah, I could be wrong, but I was pretty sure at that point it was a fight for position with the SCCR white car. I want to say you had battles with both the SCCR cars at some point, but
yeah.
It feels like the race has calmed down a little bit for you guys because you were in that fight with the other Corvettes for kind of the early part, but eventually they had more issues and you kind of put a lap on them. So have you guys just been cruising, or is there blood in the water and you're chasing a podium in the AM class?
Well, we ended up losing about 2 minutes early on when Ben's connection dropped, and that was about 45 minutes into the race, so we spent the first half of the race after that like fuel saving to get our pit window back onto the hour, and we were just like at the back by 2 laps for ages, and then all of a sudden we're up in P8. I managed to get a lap back on the Apex cars during my stints, and we're just under 60 seconds behind them, and that's been closing slowly. Adam's doing a really good job of just handling that gap, so we're still in it to attempt to pick up any pieces that perhaps get dropped during the last couple of hours. I mean, my first stints I did a bit of fuel saving, but then I realised that we were good for fuel, and I was just gunning it for 2 hours for the last 2 stints. That was quite good fun.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've obviously been following you as the BSTV team, but you know, it seems like there's no one out there who's had an incident-free race, and it seems like you guys have been on the low sides as far as incidents. Obviously, you had your pit lane speeding penalty and Ben's connection issue, and you know, the incident we already talked about. But for the most part, it seems like you guys have been plugging along pretty well. I wanted to ask, collectively, how many hours of practice in total between the 3 of you did you have before the green flag flew?
Oh God, I could probably count them on one hand. We remembered yesterday morning that, oh, by the way, we've got a race tomorrow. Oh, okay. Anyone going to set up? Nope. So
No, Gary, you remembered.
I didn't actually. But it was, we had about 2 hours on Friday night between us where we played with the setup. We basically adjusted this week's set for Long Beach, tweaked because it handled well. We just tweaked the gears to suit. Ben did a couple of hours this morning. I did about half an hour this morning. I think Adam's been doing a couple of hours throughout the day before his stint. So we've done very little practice. Again, it's a new track that I don't think any of us have raced on in iRacing, other than maybe a little play around in week 13. So we're very much on the underprepared side, but I think we've done well considering.
Yeah, definitely. And Long Beach is not a bad shout either. It's a kind of flat track with high curbs and similar corner styles to Hockenheim. It's not a bad idea.
That's what I thought. Yeah, it's got the one big straight, and it's got some tightish corners that you take some speed through, so it kind of fit the bill quite nicely. So I tried a few others. I tried a Sebring set, I tried a Road America set, and they were just terrible. So the
only other setup that I found works well at Hockenheim was a Barcelona set for the V8. So
yeah,
that's they're similar enough there. But yeah, no, part of the reason I asked that is we've kind of seen the Corvettes congregated at the back of the pack. And I was wondering if you had a sense of, is that just where the balance of performance is at? Is that where the kind of pace of the various teams are at? Or is that just kind of happenstance for this race, and we'll see what the rest of the season looks like.
I think it's happenstance. I mean, I've been racing GTE for a couple of seasons now, and for the last 2 seasons, it's very much been the Porsche that has been the car of choice. But I race the Vet, and there's some tracks that it does really well at. I tend to go well at Watkins Glen, which I know we've got up next. I usually really enjoy that track in this car. We did pretty well at Daytona. And I think our lap times here haven't been terrible. I think I managed to run a couple of 34s in my second set of stints there, and most people are running kind of 35s in the race now, so the pace can be there. I did notice that the tyres, although they lasted 2 stints, they were getting low on. I think I was down to about 29% on my front left after my first set of stints, but all the other tyres were about 70%. So in terms of like keeping the pace up, I was maybe a second a lap slower at the end of 2 hours. Is not the end of the world. I think it's pretty good on fuel, to be honest. Although I didn't do it because I didn't need to, I reckon I could get 40 laps out of this thing. Whereas pushing, I was getting 37. I did 39 and Ben did 39, and we both think we could have done 40 if we needed to. So I think it's looking at everyone else doing 35, 36, 37. I think the Vet's really good on fuel. So maybe that could be where it has an edge in this league.
Interesting. Yeah, and lend some insight to where we've kind of been watching the GT strategy battle in the fight for the podium. It's actually been heating up really interestingly. But obviously we're not the most organized of teams, but with the 4 of you registered, the 3 racing today, plus Dan, any sense of how the driving duties will be split up across the 6-hour races, or is it just kind of first come, first serve, and whoever's around to run it?
I've thought about it. Obviously, it's going to depend on who's available on any given weeks. And I mean, because I don't see too much point in having 4 drivers do a 6-hour race unless anyone just really wants to. We do a couple of 1-hour stints in there. If anyone doesn't particularly like a track, they're happy to have somebody sit out. If somebody really wants to do a track, I'm happy to make sure that they get to do that. It's going to depend on the week. It's going to depend on what people really want to do. We're pretty flexible. It's not like we don't say you need to be here at this time, otherwise you're off the team. We'll figure it out. I mean, one of those ones you could just have 2 people do it, no problem.
Yeah.
If others didn't want to, so we'll see how we just play it on a race by race basis.
Cool. Bill, do you have anything for Gary?
No, you pretty much covered everything. Hell of a job, Gary. Well done.
I don't know about that. I was the only one who had proper incidents. I don't know if it was my fault. The first one when I ran into the back, I was just fuel saving, and I was lifting off, and then all of a sudden I got really close to them. I don't know whether they were on the brakes earlier or if I just misjudged my braking points. Apologies to those guys.
I think you were an innocent bystander on that one. You just happened to be the meat in a sandwich, to be honest with you.
No,
the first one was the.
Yeah, I think that was me.
It was a separate incident. It's kind of one of those deals where it's just a mistake that I think you got a warning for it, right? So
yeah, that's right. There was a second incident where I just ran my normal line and they ran wide and took a really weird line and chopped me up, and we got a second warning for that. They protested it. It was deemed to be both cars at fault, yet we got the second warning, so I don't know how that works. Maybe we should protest the same thing and they get a warning. God knows, but... I
think it might have been that you both got warnings. It was just a note that the second warning, it was your final warning, essentially, was the deal. But, I'm not sure.
There's been an awful lot of penalties given out. It's been very kind of... I don't know whether it's harsh as such, because I haven't seen all of the incidents obviously being part of it, but there seems to have been a lot of penalties, and looking at some of the protests that have been put in, it seems like a lot of them are quite petty. I think, I've said a few times to the guys, just there's no point to protest this or that because it's just racing. There seems to have been quite a lot of petty protests put in there, so it's kept the guys busy, I guess, but I would just kind of let the racing go a bit unless it's more major.
Yeah, we've kind of had this discussion amongst ourselves and with a couple of the drivers who have come in for interviews, and race control is not an easy job, and I definitely hear what you're saying about some petty protests. I don't think there's really been any stewards' decisions that we've kind of majorly disagreed with, but I guess the argument you make there is, if somebody makes a protest, the stewards kind of have to review it, and if there's fault to be assigned, it's kind of their job to assign it. So, it's tough to say. But anyone you want to give a shout out to, Gary, before we let you go?
Well, the people doing the true endurance today, which are yourselves on the broadcast, especially Sam, because he can't go away and take a break.
Oh yeah. And
He's not doing that much. He probably just puts it on most interesting most of the time and sits
true.
back and drinks his coffee.
Don't give away my tips. Jeez, come on.
The secret's out. But yourselves obviously putting on the broadcast for Next Level for organising the league. It's been a really good first race. I've enjoyed it a lot, despite the late notice for us. And of course, everyone who's driving and watching, as ever, it's what makes it happen. Really, it's good fun.
Fantastic. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time, probably. Gary Craig.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Alright, as
So
we
we-
were talking with Gary, I just had a look at the gaps between all of the people and everything, and we've got a closing battle for P2 in the LP2 class.
I just noticed that, probably
Yeah.
because you put them on the highlighted, but that is really heating up. It seems the CXR team fallen into the clutches of the Blue Chew America's Blue car. Clifton Naranjo is putting in some quick laps too. That is, he is having a stellar run out there right now. So yeah, we are going to have a battle here.
Look at that. He's cut it down in a short time too. Woo.
Yeah, that is consistent. And while we were talking to Gary, we crossed over the hour to go mark, so we're really getting into the
It's
closing
crunch
stage.
time, Tyler.
Yeah, so now once again, because we were talking to Gary, I didn't notice the exact time, but the iBot car stopped 3 laps after the LB Design car, which I'd imagine was before the top of the hour, or rather the top of the hour to go. So
I completely forgot to have a look at that.
I know.
Yeah.
It's I think it's going to be a stretch for them to make it. Now, of course, the battle isn't that close on track. It is, 40 seconds back from the iBot car to the LB Design car. So it was still, they would probably need something to happen. But I don't think that strategy is as much in the iBot team's favor as we thought it might have been.
Now, Tyler, you mentioned another car back that might be in contention there. Was it V10R eSport that you thought maybe?
Yeah, I think they're in best shape to grab that final podium spot. I don't think they have an easy road to anything higher than that. But remember, they were right in that battle with Next Level and Kart
Yeah,
Academy.
exactly. Yep.
But as it stands, I think all...
There he goes. Blue Chew America.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yep.
That just happened. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
so-
Tyler. I just
No, you're fine. Better to point out what's actually happening than what might happen. But that was a little hairy there with the BMW. But yeah, the Blue Chew car is through. That's Clifton Naranjo on Phil McDougall. So that is a change for the second position overall with 54 minutes remaining. So now, what I was saying before, 3rd, 4th, and 5th in GTE all have to make one more stop.
Yeah.
And because Kart Academy and Next Level have both made their final long stop, it means that V10R has a 50-second gap back to the Kart Academy car. Obviously, Kart Academy's last stop will just be a splash, but I think that V10R has enough of a gap to cover that.
Yeah, 50
even
seconds
with them
is quite
doing
a
a full
difference.
stop.
Yeah,
Yeah, because I would be shocked, unless they really kind of swung and missed on the strategy, I'd be shocked if they took tires.
Yeah.
Actually, no, looking at their last stop was a minute, so they took tires on the last one, which means the difference between the stop times is only going to be around about 30 seconds. or no,
little
their
more.
stop is only going to be 30 seconds anyway. And it might be close, but I feel pretty confident that the V10R team is in a good spot to get that final podium spot.
Gotcha.
Now, the Kart Academy car is the GTE AM class leader, and that is very secure. The next team behind them is the Roaring Chicken Nuggets, and they're a couple of laps off their pace, I believe. So, yes, they are. Yeah, it's the battle for the final spot on the AM podium that's a little more interesting, and that's the one we were asking Gary about, because it is Adam Wright chasing Jonas. I haven't had to pronounce that one today. Daw, maybe? Maybe it's just Daw. That's just easy enough. We'll say Jonas Daw, and he can correct us if he'd like. But that gap was closing, but as you can see there, it's kind of stabilized. Adam had really reeled him in a good bit, but it's not going back out, but it's kind of stabilized. So looking like Apex probably have that pretty comfortably in hand, barring incident, but it's certainly not over for that last podium spot in GTE. And Adam is in the pits, so that'll shake things up again. They both will have to make one more stop for sure. This will be Adam's last stop. Jonas was in on lap 371, so he will likely be in about 3 or 4 laps based on what Gary was saying. In GT3, it's still the Maniti car, the purple car, with just under a minute over the GTE racing car. And
he's kind of taken command of GT3, hasn't he, the last part of the race?
He has. The gap has gone down a little bit, but the Maniti car, looking at the pit stops, is in the best spot on strategy. They have the latest pit stop of anybody in GTE, so you have to go back to the Rapid E racing car to find someone who stopped more recently. So they'll be pretty comfortable. Their last stop will be shorter. But I think that Maniti's got a pretty good handle on things in GT3.
Yeah, and I think the Apex Racing team is covering up the pit stop from Adam just to make,
Yep, I think you're absolutely right, Sam. Adam did not take tires, so we'll see if Apex Racing team does. I don't think they're up on the jacks. It's hard to tell. No, they're not.
No.
They're not taking tires. So it'll be a straight fight between BSTV Esports and the Apex Racing team.
Vitaner just back from the pits as well. So
yes, and they are behind Kart Academy at the moment, but they are ahead of Next Level.
Yeah, and they're only 2 seconds behind Kart Academy.
Oh, okay.
We'll
and
probably have to 397. So they've been in. Yeah, they will have to pit.
Yes, I am almost certain that Kart Academy will have to.
At the very end of the race, probably, but they will have to.
Yes. Yep.
So that could be close between Kart Academy and Next Level then.
Next Level will need to take more than Kart Academy, So
You're right, yes.
Kart Academy's been able to stretch that gap over Kevin Cohen, who got into the Next Level car at the stop. Actually, I think all those changed drivers since this battle was last happening. With Jensen DeLue behind the wheel of the Kart Academy car. Yeah, it's between V10 and Kart Academy for the final podium spot, and I think V10R is in the best shape.
Yeah, as you said, V10 first, then Kart Academy, then Next Level, according to the pit stop times.
Ben has made a comment on the chat that I actually agree with, which is, Sam doesn't do that much because even Clyde can do it.
Yeah, is it as good as mine though? Because of course can do standard things when I provide the good camera angle and everything. Does he show
to play devil's advocate here though, Sam? Does it have to be good?
Well.
Did you know? Hey Ben, God damn it!
Careful, Bill. We don't want iRacing to pull us off the air.
Yeah, they can. You know what? Anyway, What I was going to say, I have to apologize to Sam twice now. I did that once before, too. I was going to say, did you notice how Tyler gets a little testy when he's been on the air for a while? Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
I mean, he starts out being real nice, real professional, and knowing everything. Now he's giving you the cheap shots, you know, as we're coming down the home stretch here.
Yeah, that's a good point, Ben. Incidents in the last. No. He's talking
Touche,
about.
brother. Touche.
No, he's talking about incident. No, he's talking on the chat about incident point in the last hour.
Oh.
The thing is, we are not admin in the session, and
We don't have that
do
information.
not know how many incident points team have, so we cannot take that into account. Basically.
The answer is maybe.
Yeah, probably, maybe, at some point. We'll see.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
they get a penalty at 60 incident points, but then
Yes.
every 10 after that. Do we know if anyone has served an incident point penalty yet?
I don't know. I do have a team which is David Raceman for Trackside Esport GT3 at 65 on ACK, but this is not really accurate.
Okay. I might actually shoot a message to some of the stewards and see if they have that information for us.
I can.
may not
yeah,
wanna give it
I will
out,
ask
though, either.
Simon right now, in fact.
Yeah.
Well, Race Control would be happy to give it to us because they don't have a dog in the fight. But yeah, the teams wouldn't want us to know. We don't need to broadcast if anyone in particular is close, but we can definitely say if there are teams that are running up against it.
Oh, you're not going to mention anybody, right?
I don't think it would be
No, I don't either.
totally fair to name names, but
Stop
if-
flashing your lines. Rain.
I think Sam's getting a little testy late in the running.
Yeah, go. There we go. You don't have more air times because you flash your lines. Well, in fact, they've been on screen for a while now. Well, it's about time to switch to another car. That's fair.
You know, I said Ben brought up a good point, and then he shoots me a rude message in Discord. So
Ooh.
anytime he's just starting to slip into my good graces, he goes ahead and ruins it. So.
Yeah.
Not to bring personal drama into the stream, but we've been doing it
no,
all
of
day,
course
so why
not.
stop now?
Okay, we got 45 minutes to go. We're on a countdown right now.
Yeah, it's really starting to come down to it. Would expect final pit stops for the LMP2 cars. If they're backing up their last stop, we would expect those in the next 5 to 10 minutes. I don't know if the timing works out for that. Actually, yeah, looking at the lap counts, it probably should be.
Yeah,
on
37
the next
minutes.
5 to 10 minutes.
About 37 minutes for the stint length of the LMP2s on this track. At least that's where the first game's in at the start of the race, about 37 minutes in. So they need to go to the 23-minute marks at least.
Yeah, I would say so.
The IBOX Sim Racing team is soldiering on, still holding on to first place in GTE. LB designed by Sim Controls EU is hanging in there in second. Oh, we have a replay. Uh-oh.
I'm gonna have to watch it on the broadcast.
Uh-oh. Oh! He just... that's too bad. He was trying to give the LMP2 car room, and he dumped his
Yep.
outside wheels off. That's too
Yeah,
bad.
I've just seen it. Yeah, that's not ideal. Where was he running? Oh, was that the V10R car?
Yes,
Yeah,
it
this
was.
happened a while
Oh.
back, by the way. It was before
Oh,
the
okay.
stop, so that's alright.
So that has not.
No impact on the race as it
Gotcha.
stands right now. That was just before their pit stop, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he's showing as 7 seconds behind the Kart Academy car at the moment, with the knowledge that the Kart Academy car will have to make one more pit stop. and it does take less than 7 seconds to get down pit road at Hockenheim, so they can feel pretty comfortable in that at the moment.
I don't seem to have any timing.
Ooh,
No.
potentially podium affecting penalty. Just been handed down to the LB designed by Sim Control's EU team.
Oh goodness.
Let's see what that one was for.
That was that's exactly what I was trying to find out on track.
So it was for contact with the CXR prototype on lap 412, 11 hours and 12 minutes into the race, Sam. If that helps.
Okay, yeah, I was trying to. I read that in the wrong side, the wrong way. So there should be it.
Not the moment I've watched the broadcast.
Joe, oh yeah, that's tough one again.
Yeah, the CXR car checked up to avoid running into the back of the Audi.
Yep.
But still, Yellow Beelan, who was behind the wheel at the time, should probably have been aware of that. Yeah, it's tough. You know, that seems more. Well, certainly it wasn't intentional, but that seems more just an honest mistake instead of, you know,
Yeah, I mean,
malicious negligence.
he's he's right on the edge of adhesion. He's accelerating out, and all of a sudden, the speed changed a little bit. That's pretty tough to do. But
Yeah.
to avoid that. But like you said, it is what it is. Unfortunately.
Yeah, and this late in the race, it's not like they're going to be able to argue it. So,
No.
the question is, will that put them into the clutches of V10R Esports and Kart Academy? Do you know? Have they?
Nah, they have
that
overlap.
Sam?
They have overlap
Oh,
on the next
okay.
car, so
Yep.
they should be alright. They should
And
be
they're in the
enough
pits
down.
now to serve that.
Now, how?
They haven't updated the incident report sheet to let us know if that's it's just a drive-through. Okay, yeah, so they should be fine.
Speaking of CXR Project Black, how far ahead is Blue Chew America Blue now to them? Do you?
They are 35 seconds back.
Wow,
of
they
the
are
Blue
pulling
Chew
away.
car.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's it's another case of where iRating doesn't tell the full story, but it's a 2,000 iRating difference between Phil McDougall and Clifton Naranjo, who has just come into the pit lane actually. That'll be the last stop, and that's pretty tight on the window for the LMP2. I think they can save enough to make it to the end from that.
Yeah, they
but
can.
we'll have to save a bit. Yeah.
So they are the first one to blink.
Yeah. Now, will we see the CXR car pit to cover that off?
And the leader is in as well.
Oh yeah. Yep. The Simsa car. So you'd figure they can make it to the end from here. Now, what I wonder is, will we see a driver change for the CXR?
And
Phil
trying to
McDougall
push
stayed
that
out at the
to-
moment.
Yeah, he stayed out, which is, good for fuel. I really wonder if they will be able to make it to the end. They probably will be, but there's always that gamble when if the leader just crosses the line just before we reach, the 12-hour mark, and that means you go for one lap more. And,
Yeah, it's going to be timing. You're right.
Sorry, my wheel was acting weird, so I had to reset it, which means I was without push to talk for a second.
Your button's on your wheel, huh?
Yes. Yeah. For racing. Ooh, that was a wiggle there for the 83 car.
Yeah, seems to be really timid with that car. I don't know whether he's trying to fuel save or his tires are gone or
Do
what.
we have more trouble for the LM23 team? Oh, dear.
Oh, wow.
Who was that?
Holy cow. Did you fall asleep at the wheel? Holy mackerel.
That was the 114 Blue Chew America's black car.
yeah,
Oh, boy. Oh goodness. Oh,
Oh,
gee.
jeez, yeah. That's,
That you'd think he hadn't been racing with GTEs all day and know where their breaking point are.
Oh my.
yeah, and I think they got front damage.
Oh, that was
That's-
very close at the hairpin between a couple of. Oh, that was the same car.
Yeah,
so Patrick
that's the same
McDaniel
car
and
battle
Frank
for
Smith
position, yes.
in the DSCDA Esports Red LMP2 car. Going by one of the BMWs there. That's the 222.
Next level, yeah.
Oh, that is the next level car. Okay, wasn't sure.
Yeah, Marco said, I think the LMP fell asleep in the wing.
Yeah.
Could be true. Yeah, I would expect a penalty for that. I mean,
Oh yeah. that was
yes.
too.
even if it is not intentional, of course, but yeah, that's
No disrespect to the blue chew American black, but they've been a little bit, what should I say, rebellious all day.
and they're in the pits.
And I wonder if they got called then. They didn't get a black
Did
flag.
we get? Sorry, Bill. Did we get an update on the incident points situation, or is that
Just now.
Oh, perfect.
Just now. So I'm gonna send that to you.
Okay.
There's few images. So
Beautiful.
I see some teams that's gonna be gambling. It's gonna be great.
Yeah. For the question of is anyone close, the answer is an immediate yes.
Yes.
For the question of is anyone important, not that everyone isn't important, but for
Very
the important cars
important.
in
Very,
the battle.
very important. Look at the car 69.
well, we weren't going to name names.
LB design by Sync Control.
No.
I'm not
We
saying
were trying
how
to
many
avoid giving strategy information to.
no tell about the incidents. That's the people that are less than 10 incidents. That's a lot of people.
Yeah. So we definitely have some people who are close
There's more than 10 teams in the 10
that are within 10 incidents of the incident limit. Yeah.
And yeah, BSTV are at 2 incidents in just that. Of course, that's not true. No.
Yeah. Some of what's
so much
interesting
so.
is the teams that are well off of the incident limit are pretty impressive. There's a team that is still running on the pace with 24 incidents.
Yeah, I see that. That's great.
That's fantastic. And it's a competitive team too. That's
Yeah, and the one just above is not, not too bad as well.
yeah, absolutely. Actually, both of the two with 35 and 36 are competitive teams as well. So
I would have had 24 incidents in the first hour.
that is often how these races go for us, isn't it? And many thanks to the stewards who passed that along to us. Very helpful.
Yep. Again, not to beat a dead horse, but they've done a terrific job today.
Oh, we've got another black flag coming through this time. Is it someone getting attention? Don't know who that is. To the incident sheet. Ooh, that's quite a wiggle and a spin for the Trackside Esports team. I think the problem with when it shows the The black flag's given to the driver who was in the car at the time, which is not always the driver who was. Okay. The recent penalty that's come through was for the Blue Chew America's black car, which is the one that rear-ended the Porsche.
Yeah.
So that was
Which makes sense.
pretty clear cut for the stewards, I think, on that one.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you've got the YouTube chats on Bill, but Marco said, Bill, that's why I think you're so much better than Pete. Pete could not even get 24 incidents because the car will not even move after the first two. I think that's pretty clever. It's a good
Marco, you're the man, brother.
Hopefully Pete's asleep by now.
Oh god. Between Clyde and everybody else, Pete takes a hell of a beating. I'll tell you. Oh god, he really does. Oh jeez. Nobody's got Pete's gift now, so he's going along and stick in. Well, I wouldn't do that because I'm terrible. You know, he always puts those little comments in there. I love that.
We were doing one of the official races the other day, and Gary was telling Pete he was too hard on himself. And I told him he doesn't need to be hard on himself because we can be hard on him for it. Yep. Yep. Still going to be tough to make up that gap to Clifton Naranjo in the Blue Chew America's blue car.
It's gonna be tough.
Who has already gone through.
Yeah, he's already alpha lap ahead, so it's gonna be a tough one.
That was a shocker. I didn't think anybody would catch CXR today, to be honest.
And in fact,
and
that's
Hashtag's
racing has
gone
gone
through. Are they?
Yeah.
They probably owe us a pit stop, though.
Yeah, probably by the end of the race. They've been in on lap 442, which is that's
5 laps before the Blue Chew car. So
Yes.
yeah, that's they'll definitely have to splash.
They will have to, yes.
Oh, we got another black flag. I think this is for the LM23 team, if I remember that name correctly.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're right.
Yep, for an incident with the DSCDA red car. Unsafe rejoin. Should be a drive-through.
30 minutes to go, gents.
Yep, we are getting right down to it.
Yes, I'm starting to get a bit tired. I do agree.
Starting to. I'm starting to get tired, and it's 6:30 here.
It's only 2:30 in the morning.
I guess I haven't had. I just had a coffee this morning. I'm sure you've had it injected into you over the course of 12 hours.
Sam can't operate without coffee.
Ooh. I'm just trying to look at the region.
Yeah.
I think that's. Ooh. Yeah. Okay.
Was it from the same incident?
That's
I have to watch on the broadcast.
Yeah.
That was the same incident
that's...
where he got. Same instance where he decided to wheelbarrow into the wall with help. I can remember. I must have jinxed Ibar here. I can remember when I made a comment that car's so nice and clean. Not anymore. It's not.
We have some explanation from CXR Ruben SCH on the chat. The CXR car has floor damage. That's why they're dropping time.
Oh goodness,
you know,
that'll
I
do
will
it.
not mention that the previous driver was slower because, you know, it's not really fair. But I did notice that the lap were very slow compared to the other car.
So that'll be Ruben
explains,
Schilt,
yeah.
I think, on the chat. Thank you, Ruben, for letting us know.
Thank you.
Yeah, that makes sense now, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, it makes more sense. Yes. I was not, at the start of the stint, gap was correct and then drop off. So yeah, floor damage explain everything.
Another unrepairable item.
Yep. That one's not totally unrealistic, though.
Oh no, absolutely.
It's more the effect is a little bit exaggerated, I think, sometimes.
Yeah.
I think the problem people usually have with the floor damage in iRacing is that it affects top speed far too dramatically.
Yeah.
Normally what it would do would give you cornering instability, but with the old damage model in iRacing, it has a much greater effect on your top speed. So
It's kind of like the cars in the old days that had frames. It's like a bent frame, basically, is what it is.
Yep. So it's looking pretty smooth sailing for Simsa Esports at the moment. They're nearly up to a 3-lap advantage. With the troubles for the CXR car, they've been able to really stretch that gap despite their steering damage. Got a Blue Chew car in the pits. That's the Platinum car, which has been the most delayed of the Blue Chew cars.
You think Blue Chew's like chewing tobacco or something? I wonder what
I
that
have
is.
absolutely no idea, Bill.
Okay.
I was hoping you knew.
I really don't.
Yeah.
I suppose I could look it up, but I don't feel like it right now.
Fair enough. Regarding the GTE AM podium, Adam has not been able to close the gap on Jonas Daw. In fact, that stretched out a little bit. So
I'm glad you updated. I was curious if he was making any headway.
yeah, no, looks like that's the Apex team has that pretty well in hand, unless they run into some trouble. As far as the outright GTE podium, Kart Academy still hasn't made their splash. They're obviously waiting till the very last minute to make their splash and dash. They have 13 seconds over V10R Esports, so that's still not enough time to travel the pit lane, much less put fuel in it. So would still expect the V10R car to claim that position, but Kart Academy definitely still has that GTE AM win locked up pretty well. The Chicken Nuggets a fair bit behind down the road. In GT3, still Maniti with a considerable gap over GTE Racing. It'll take some trouble to knock them off their perch.
Yeah, they probably... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to update GTE AM, still next level racing in control. Isles DeVries behind the wheel right now. And they have also a pretty substantial gap. They're really the only GT3 AM car that hasn't been pretty significantly delayed. They've got a 2.5 lap advantage over Rapid Racing.
I guess. And speaking of roaring chicken nuggets, they're in the pits.
Yes, they are. That is Jerome Vatlet bringing the car in. I think the only battle I didn't update on is LMP2 AM, which is currently led by Vector by RSR. That's the cool looking black and green car.
Yes, sir.
They have nearly a lap on Frank Smits in the DSCDA Esports Red car for that battle.
There they are there. I'm trying to think if that looks like Monster Energy or like Gravedigger. I'm not sure.
A little bit of both, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's 3 cars right in a row. The 6th, 7th, and 8th place cars, but they're all just about a lap apart and in the wrong order.
Funny as you get near the end of the race, how these cars kind of come together.
Yep. Just a heads up to anyone watching, if the cameras suddenly shift to one car and never move off of it, it's because Sam fell asleep. There is Peter Smith. Oh, that was the CXR car having more trouble.
Wow.
Is it all on his own? Yes, it was.
Oh,
a
he
little
got
too
off track
wide
there,
on
yeah.
the exit of the final corner, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a tough place to get yourself resituated, but he did all right.
Yep.
And kept it out of everyone's way. Now, is he in danger of losing the podium to hashtag racing, Sam?
Wow.
He is
They're showing hashtag.
21 seconds behind hashtag. We expect that hashtag will need to make a splash and dash, but they can't really afford to lose too much time in that CXR car.
that's right.
They've got the Unicos Gaming Sim Racing behind.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the battle for the podium in LMP2 is very much on, and there's 3 cars in it.
Yeah, and
The
I
thought,
don't
huh?
think the
Wow.
Unicos have bits.
Unicos,
They've been in the 1 lap after the Blue Tube.
yeah, well, and we thought Blue Chew was close, but they're probably all right. So yeah, I think Unicos can probably make it, and we know that CXR can make it. So hashtag is the question mark there, and then the other question is, can Unicos close the gap to CXR by the end of the race?
And if he is marginal, has to conserve a little bit of fuel, he's going to have to be careful how much aggression he uses, so to speak.
Yeah, that's the balance, isn't it, in endurance racing? You want to get there and close the gap, but you can't run yourself out of fuel, because then you'd fall behind at least the Vulcan car. I think he's got enough of a lap margin on Vector, the first of the AM runners.
Quick time for Roaring Chicken Nuggets, 134. Oh, wow.
Happened here. That's the overall leader in front of this BMW, which is Rapid E Racing. Oh, just a spin on his own. Hopefully he gets out of the way. Oh. Looks like he made it.
Looks like he traveled to the moved to the non-travel side of the road, fortunately.
Ooh,
Already
okay,
1
so
second gain from
Yeah, I was
on Peter Smith.
I was about to say, Sam, with that, yeah, not only did the Unicos car close a second on the CXR car, but the hashtag racing car opened that gap up by two more seconds. So they're doing what they need to do to afford a pit stop. I don't think they're there yet, but it's really going to come down to the wire on this battle, I think. We are just under 20 minutes to go. Now 18 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, it'll go by quickly.
Yes, it will. Especially if you're one of the drivers in those LMP2 cars.
That's for sure.
Well, no, it'll go by quickly for Unicos and hashtag. CXR will be, inching along because they can't get this race over with soon enough.
Exactly. That's right.
Last lap from CXR was better though. Looks like where's the name? Peter Smith is getting the tires back under him.
No, it was not.
What?
Was not.
Well, it was better compared to his previous lap. Obviously,
yeah,
he still
yeah.
lost time to the two around him, but he can afford to lose, some time to the hashtag racing car. His bigger worry is the Unicos car, which is still closing rapidly, but not quite as much that lap. A second versus a second and a half. I mean, what would you say, Sam? We've got 12, maybe 13 laps to go for these cars.
Yeah, it's almost 1 minute and a half,
Yeah.
and we've got 17 minutes to go. So yeah, about 13 laps probably.
Yeah, so really, he needs to cut that deficit down to about half a second a lap if he's going to survive and fight for the podium.
Yeah, and hashtag needs to extend a bit more, like 35 seconds probably. To be a
Yeah,
bit
I'm
clear.
not sure. We don't really have a good sense of the pit lane travel, do we? Because everyone's
Well,
always
If you look
stopped.
at the pit stop and the pit lane time, you've got
Yeah.
33 seconds pit stop and 1 minute 1 pit lane time, so that's about 28
Yeah.
seconds.
If I were
Plus the slowdown and up to speed. So
if I were hashtag and I couldn't make it from here, I'd be in the pits now
Yeah, I agree with you there. You should stop
and give
now.
yourself a chance to make that ground back
That's
up.
right. Because
Yeah,
if
we'd be
you
in a
stop
bad
too
way
late, you're not going to have a chance.
Yeah. I suppose the only problem there is that the LMP2 car really does gain a lot of time on light fuel.
yes.
But they're not taking that much on, so it's a tough call. I don't envy whoever's calling strategy for that team, but personally, I'd want to give myself as many laps to fight back as I could. This is all assuming they can't make it, which we're pretty sure of, but not 100% certain.
And Yale has been out of the pits for the last pit stop of the LB design GTE.
Yep, and hangs on to the second place in class, as we expected.
Yeah, 1 minute. Yeah, that's 1 minute 20 in France. So maybe
Yes.
not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we got 15 to go. 15 minutes.
So Felipe is extending the gap to Unicos and Sater. It's now 27 seconds and 33.
Yeah, he is the quickest car out of those three. Also, important to remember, he's on the lightest fuel load out of those three.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
will it be the same case once he comes and make his pit stop? We don't know. But he is doing what he needs to do right now, which is opening that gap up in the fight for the podium here. And this is the relative between Unicos and CXR. And you can
Hashtag
see.
is the pits.
Absolutely. Okay, so this is really going to be interesting to watch. Where does the hashtag racing
hashtag's
car
coming
come
in,
out?
yep.
So this is the second stadium section, yes, that we see the CXR car working their way through.
Yep.
Currently standing in the pit stall.
Yes, he stopped for a good while.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
Come
how long
on,
stop.
baby. Go, 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 go.
He's still in. Yeah, he's slowly going out.
Oh, pit exit
14
now, here it
seconds,
comes.
so needed almost half a tank of fuel on that one. Or
Wow.
maybe just really wanted to make sure they were safe on margin there.
Yeah, they probably
But that-
are fueled a bit there.
Seems
Yeah.
like a lot of fuel for 14
But that
minutes.
puts them 3 seconds behind the Unicos car and 5 seconds behind CXR, which, if Felipe can match the lap times he was doing before that stop, he can make that ground up, but it's going to be difficult.
He's
They're
got
the-
a hump
The
now.
relative position on the track map.
That's fantastic. Thanks, Sam.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's good, yeah.
That's close.
And closing.
Yes, and closing probably, yes. Because we've got the
He's very-
fastest car behind and the slowest car in
He's
front.
very close to Unicos.
Yep.
But what could help the CXR to finish on the podium is the fight between Hashtag and Unicos.
Yep. I don't know that it's going to be that, because the Unicos car has fallen off a little bit of the hashtag of the CXR car. I think the hashtag car needs to get through quickly if the Unicos car doesn't pick it up here.
He's got to do it now. Yep.
Now they did close quite a bit through that last sector, but it was not a great lap from the Unicos car. Once the time comes in, I'll let you know.
Hashtag looks like he's falling back there a little bit.
Yeah, 130 for CXR and 129.
Yeah.
That's
I do
pretty
think
bad lap.
I do think it could have been better for Unicos. I
And
think
Unicos
that
is behind traffic.
yeah, well that'll play a part in it for sure. Obviously, we will focus on the winners as we get to the close here, but this is by far the most interesting battle on track at the moment. That's why we're focusing our attention on it, and it is a battle for a podium. So
Yeah, still looking at
does
the
carry some weight.
GTE and everything. We've got the Cat Academy behind, 12 seconds behind, and they've been to the pit stop. All of them.
Yeah.
Cat Academy just
yeah, it's
being-
all
so-
settled as far as pit stops in.
Yeah, on the
GTE,
GTE side of things, that's Heat and Air cards. And next to
Oh,
this
that was a
wiggle.
big wiggle from the hashtag car.
Wow.
Yeah, and GT3 is pretty much done since like 2 hours now.
Yep. Got pit stops from some of the back end of the LMP2 field, including the LMP2 AM leading John Jarich for Vector, Hamajenko for Vulcan Sim Racing in as well. And I think these lap times are going to be pretty similar between the three of them. I don't think
Yes.
anyone really closed all that much on that lap. 29.0, 29.1.
28.9. So the Unicos is the fastest one of the last. For the last. Is it?
Yes. Yep. I was looking at the wrong one. Yes, so Unicos was quickest there.
They can see them just in front, but that's you know,
Yep.
when you're so close to the end of the race and you see the guys you're fighting.
But
just in
Unicos
front
lost
of
a lot of time in the first sector. I don't know if they were behind traffic.
Yeah, they were behind the GT that Felipe is just catching now, which is the LB
Yeah.
design second place GTE.
Yeah, so... oh, and they're also behind the overall race leader, I see. I think that's the Simsa car.
No. They're in front now.
Okay.
They're in front. So who was that? Can we see?
Sure.
No. That's
But-
77. That's Mohamed Yanko.
Okay, yeah, but that was very helpful for the for the CXR team.
It is,
because I
yes.
think this lap is going to be pretty much a wash as far as lap times, if not slightly in their favor.
Down to
And
10
we're-
minutes. We're running out of
Yeah,
time.
I was about to say, Bill, they're quickly running out of laps here.
Oh,
We almost look
29.8.
equidistant.
So hashtag has been the quickest this time by.
No. 29.8 for
Right.
hashtag 28.8 for Unicos. So,
28.5 for hashtag.
Yeah, 28.5.
oh, hashtag was the quickest. Sorry, I was looking at CXR. And,
CXR
yes.
was the slowest. Yeah, of course, but with the floor damage, that's normal.
yep.
So here is CXR.
And now,
There
now
is
Sam, the question
Unicos.
is, at what point, if you are the driver of the hashtag racing car, and obviously he's going to lose some time here dealing with these GT cars, but at what point, because you just get the sense a little bit that he's waiting for the Unicos car to make something happen, do you say, I've got to go, and you try and make a move happen on the Unicos car?
Looking at how the race is and the time left, that's a tough one. As of now, he needs to go for it. And if the Unicos close up on CXR before the end, that's another story, because May wants them to fight and try to, find an open door somewhere and get by them through
Yeah.
at the same
If
time.
they get That's right. If they get in the battle, hashtag will be able to close in on them
Yeah, but
theoretically.
they're getting really close. I'm wondering, there's not real traffic for Grand now.
Yeah, and that hashtag car is clearly the quickest of the bunch.
Yes.
That last lap, actually, CXR was quicker than Unico's, but hashtag was almost a second quicker than both of them.
Yeah, traffic's playing a good part of this now.
And that's what we love about endurance racing, isn't it?
That's great.
There's the BSTV colors getting some airtime again. Adam Wright still behind the wheel there.
And staying way out of the way of the
Yeah,
battle.
good man, Adam. Keeping clear. That did seem to cost the hashtag car just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did. Looking toasty right now, though. Getting
7
close.
minutes to go, by the way.
Yep. Which should be 4 or 5 laps, depending on where the leader is.
Yeah, Kart Academy in GTE is 9.7 seconds behind V10 Air. So I think that's the job done for V10.
Yep, I think you're absolutely right there, Sam.
Yep.
They're losing a lot of time, but they should be alright till the end of the race. If they don't lose more than 1 second, I mean, that's doable. In fact, let's put them on the spot as well on the track map. There we go. You've got 3rd and 4th in GDE, so that's a bigger gap.
That's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty good cushion. If nothing goes wrong. Hashtag seems to be right on.
There's still the 77 between them. Just splitting them right now. So yeah.
And he's just pulled off to let
that's
that.
That's fair.
Good man. Well done.
Yep.
Yeah, that's great. Goes no okay. Let's go, boys. Go fight. I'm gonna watch.
Yeah, you can get a front row seat.
Yeah, and if you crash, I will gain 2 positions. Because it's just behind them, 1 lap behind. So
That was sportsmanlike from Vulcan. Good for them.
yeah, great. So no, that battle is on, and as I said before, he's catch up vehicles before they catch CXR, so he needs to go for it. Oh, and in fact, there it is.
There's the move. Yep, and that is 4th place overall. So Unico's.
That from Ryan. I think he made a mistake.
I think he did as well. Yeah, trying to get by the BMW here.
Yeah. Man, big mistake. You should have waited for that.
Well, it's tough, you know. I mean, he was essentially forced to wait by the BMW, but he would have liked to have sent it up the inside there. I have to believe.
Yeah, he would have loved to, but you know, the BMW needs to take his line. So that's part of the racing, moving down behind traffic, and he lost
That
a lot.
That little exchange let CXR get out a little further ahead, though. Slightly.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that was inevitable, you know, for the hashtag car. He had to get the move done regardless, you know.
Yep. No, absolutely.
Better to get secure 4th at the potential expense of 3rd than get stuck in 5th
That's
from
right.
waiting too long.
That's right.
There you go. That's the gap graphic.
Yep. Yeah, it's just a matter of time at this point. Does the hashtag racing car have enough? He's certainly quicker. I should name the drivers, of course. That is Felipe Silveira behind the wheel of the hashtag car. Peter Smith driving the wounded CXR car. Juan Esteban putting in a valiant effort in Unico's gaming car as well. So shout out to the driver there. It's just I just have the team names up, so it's much easier to read the team names first.
Sure. And yeah, gap is closing. Right, look at the gap from the last
Yes.
one. I mean,
Yeah, I mean you can see it right there.
that's almost 3 seconds.
3 minutes to go, boys.
Sam, would it be possible to put the leader on the track map as well, so we can get a sense of when the white flag might be coming in?
Sure. there you go.
Thank you very
So
much.
he's gonna cross the line now. There he is.
And we're looking at a minute 20 lap. Is that right? Minute 30, roughly.
Yeah, 1 minute 30. Yeah.
Another two
I
laps.
think
Two
he's
laps.
going to get the white flag next time around.
Yeah,
Yeah,
another
2
two
laps.
laps. Yep.
So that's on. This battery is on.
Yes. Ooh, that was a wiggle there.
Well, nobody can tell Felipe he's not going for it. 'Cause
Yeah,
he
gap,
is.
gap
Wow.
in the GTE for battery for 4 and third position is now 5 seconds.
Yep.
So yeah, Jensen Deleu has not closed enough on.
He did just put in a best sector one, a personal best sector 1, but yeah, he's
Yeah, it's not enough.
not quite able to.
Yeah.
I don't know though. If we just go off of their last lap times, it'll be a stretch. But with 2 more laps to do it, it's not impossible.
Yeah, that's true. They're just in front of the leader, by the way.
Yeah, well,
So-
that's true. Now, if
so-
the leader goes through, then they're out of
CRX,
luck.
CXR is ready to run into track. Oh, you got by him. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And so did hashtag. Good.
So basically, we're
Wow,
heading off to the
wow.
last lap right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
And it's kind of worst case scenario for Kart Academy because they're definitely going to lose a lap to the leader,
Yeah, they will
where
just
the
now
third
be
place
fine.
car probably won't.
And this battle is on, really on.
Yes, it
let me tell
is.
you, whoa.
And the Unicos Gaming number 15 is just sitting there licking his chops, hoping
Look at
that
that.
they come to blows.
Wow.
And of course,
He
it's
is-
the last lap for the leader, but not yet for
Not
these
for
two.
these guys yet.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just clearing things off.
Now they start the last lap.
They're
Cross the
starting
start
their
finish
lap.
line.
There you go.
After 12 hours, who would figure this? You know? Wow.
And let's use the incident now. Let's go for it.
Yep.
And the leader will go by Michael Etienne for the V10 Air
Yes, you're right.
as
so
well.
wouldn't have
but-
mattered either way, but
No, yeah, that's the end. And
Yeah, the 12 hours is over, so
that's gonna be a
when he
close
crosses-
one. I want to switch to the leader. Oh, and in fact,
Yep.
there you go. Hashtag has done the job.
oh
That's-
yeah.
That's done.
Oh, but
Whoa!
CXR trying to come back in the hairpin, and he's got it. Oh, he just can't get on the
Yeah,
power.
Not quite.
Wow.
Wasn't quite
And there we
clear.
go.
There he
Sorry
goes.
to the leader.
Sorry,
but
yeah,
Well,
sorry to
well
Sims
done.
up.
Well done, boys.
Congrats on them because
Outstanding
with the damage,
performance.
that's awesome.
They just flat out dominated. Is
Oh,
the only way to put it.
they were absolutely amazing.
CXR is not giving up for sure.
No, and they're entering the slow parts. I would say.
Right, this
So-
is the part of the track.
Ooh.
Oh, he tried it.
Yeah, that could
That
He,
was-
he has to try it.
That was all Peter could do there. I mean, they've been pretty
don't
quick through
push too
here.
hard, boys. You've got a place
yeah,
to
they're
lose.
gonna lose. They're gonna lose fourth.
Oh,
There goes
no.
the Unicos car.
That's a
Oh,
shame.
what a shame.
Yeah, they lost everything on that one.
Yeah, but what a fantastic effort
Yeah.
by
Oh my
the
god.
car with how stricken that car was. And of course, shout out to Felipe Silveira. in the
Oh,
hashtag
absolutely
racing car.
did an
They were-
excellent job.
He
Wow.
was flat out flying there.
Sensational.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we've not focused on either GTE and GT3 finish.
Yeah,
because,
yeah,
you know,
sorry.
That was raging and was awesome finish by these three teams, but back sim racing team first. In the
Yeah, and
GT.
a really phenomenal recovery drive for them
Yeah,
because their day
sure.
did not start out particularly well.
And then they
Um,
ended up in a big crash in the wall as well on turn one.
Yeah. Yeah,
About halfway through the race, kind of.
Yep. Yeah, they definitely had their setbacks and put in a phenomenal job, a phenomenal drive to
Yeah,
get.
and great job for Manito Racing as well.
Absolutely. Yep. The last part of the race, they basically had GT3 under control.
Yeah, good night, Marco. Hope to see you soon racing again. Missing you.
Cheers,
Alright.
Marco.
Yeah, hope to see you on track soon, Marco. Let's see. Is anyone wanting to talk to us yet?
Let's first run down.
We got to do the
the
official.
results.
Yeah.
I'm trying, but SDK is bugging out right now.
We could just, have everyone go to our timing and scoring on Backfire Simsport
Here,
TV.
take a look at this. Yeah, I'll show you. Okay.
I don't want to go to SDK because if I do, that will messed up everything. But it's completely bugged out, which is great. Alright, let's try this. Please. Oh, there it is. Whew.
Ah.
And then
Oh,
picture
shoot.
results.
Bill, you started. I accidentally closed
Okay.
my screen.
Sims in first place with a dominating performance in LMP1 and overall winner. SimSci Esports LMP2. Second was Blue Chew America's Blue. Third, hashtag racing, which, man, woke me up. I'll tell you, well done, boys. Fourth, Unicos Gaming, Sim Racing. Good try, man. Good try. CXR Project, Black in fifth. Vulcan Sim Racing in sixth. Vector by RSR seventh. DSCDA Esports Red eighth. Blue Chew America's Black ninth. Wasabi Racing 10th.
Oh dear.
I just clicked the link I posted and I should have avoided
Okay.
that. Sorry.
Wait a minute. Let's see if it's.
We'll get the rest of the results to you in just a minute.
I don't even know where you were, Bill. I'm so
okay.
sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm actually on the iRacing website. Unicos Gaming Yellow was in what position is that? 11th. Blue Chew America's Platinum 12th, and the last place.
Oh yeah, yep. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Oh, it's on the.
I forgot about the
Yeah,
DNFs for LMP2.
That's my bad.
Rounding out the LMP2 field was Hellenic Racing in 13th, Next Level Racing LMP2 in 14th, Just Print Racing in 15th, and Team Cloud Racing LMP2 NLES in 16th. In GTE, Ibach Sim Racing Team is your overall winner, ahead of the LB designed by SimControls.eu team. V10R Esport brought it home, rounding out the podium. The winner in the GTE AM class was Kart Academy Esports 354. Next Level Racing GTE came home in 5th. The Roaring Chicken Nuggets were 2nd in AM and 6th overall. Apex Racing Team was in 7th and 3rd in AM. BSTV Esports brought it home in 8th and 4th in AM. SCCR Simsports White came home in 9th. LM23 Endurance Team 63 came home 10th. Trackside Esports GTE was 11th. SCCR Simsports Black was 12th. And Kart Academy Esports 1, after a strong showing early in AM, comes home just 13th.
Bear with me, SDK again. I think the thing is up for too long and it's now frozen. There we go. Oh dear. Do you want me to run down the GT3?
I got it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Your race winner in GT3 was Maniti Racing Purple, ahead of GTE Racing. Carbon Simsport finished 3rd, rounding out the podium, ahead of Simza Esport 467. Next Level Racing finished 5th, ahead and 1st in the AM class, ahead of Rapid E Racing. Bazinga Motorsport finished 7th, 27 Motorsport in 8th. Trackside Esports in 9th, EFP Racing by Techa Red was 10th. Pinkfish Motorsport 11th, Maniti Racing Red was 12th. Vector by RSR was 13th. And DSCDA Esports Silver rounded out the field in 14th. We do have a few people waiting. Looks like from our overall winner, I see Gustus Burgess. Do we have anyone else in there from that team? Doesn't look like it. Well, I'll drag Gustus in.
That was actually because I
Hey, Gustus, you're sorry. We just pulled you into the broadcast booth. Congratulations on your race win overall. We I know you were a little nervous earlier on, but I guess you can finally breathe a little easy now.
Yeah, we were really nervous at that point. After my stint, we didn't know how it was gonna go and how much the tires are gonna wear. But it looks like our competition ran into a few issues as well, and we kind of kept cruising around, kept building a lead, and at the end, a free lap lead. So we actually increased our lead compared to when I handed the car over. So the guys did a great job keeping it clean. And yeah, we're at the top step of the podium at the end of the race.
Yeah, obviously, we talked to you a little earlier on, and I don't think you drove after that. But how did your teammates find dealing with? We talked about the damage you received and carried with you through the end of the race. Was it pretty manageable, or did it begin to deteriorate even further?
For the guys, it was pretty manageable. They took a new set of tires, both of them, when they went into the car, and they only did double stints. So, let's say the car was a bit easier to drive. When I came in, we kind of stuck to the same set and tried a triple stint just to get our tire strategy right. So it kind of threw me off. That's why I was so loose at the end of my stints. But the guys, I think, had as good of a car as could be at that point after the damage, and just clocking in the laps, not doing any mistakes, not pushing too hard and not pushing too little, and that's what got us there in the end. And I think the whole race was very clean from us. Apart from that one incident, we really didn't have anything else.
Yeah, and I guess the question is, with you leading pretty much from start to finish in your first race in the series, is how do you follow that up? Can you can we expect you to match that performance at the next few races, or is it going to be tougher from here on out for Simza?
Well, we hope it's gonna be tougher. It's been a pretty lonely race here at the top. Feels like we're in a different category at this point. So what did we do? A lap every 4 hours, right? So at Watkins Glen, I guess we got to do a lap every 3 hours, 2 hours. That's how we topped that performance.
Oh, fair enough. Gustus, do you have anyone you'd like to give a shout out to before we let you go here?
Well, my teammates, they did a great job. Kept the car clean, kept the car nice, and I was the one actually involved in that accident, so I messed it up for them. But we still got the win, and very happy about that result in our first race in the championship.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to seeing more from you and the team throughout the series, and congratulations once again for your overall win, Gustus Grimbergus.
Thank you very much.
And of course, Gustus with Simza Esports LMP2 team. Neglected to mention, I'm going to grab the overall winner in GTE. And you're going to have to tell us how to pronounce your last name, because we were having some debate over that. Can you let us know?
It's actually it's Heffeli, because it's
Heffeli. All right, I'm going to claim the victory for that one, because that's just about what I said. So, Alex Heffeli, you've clearly been selected as the chosen representative for your Ibach Sim Racing team here. We noted you guys had a little bit of beating and banging going on early on in the race, and really it took a pretty phenomenal recovery drive in the second half to solidify what ultimately was a pretty substantial win. So how was, from your eyes, how was the race, and what was that recovery drive like?
Well, the first part of the race was, I would say, quite tough, because we had a lot of little incidents or some crashes where we took a little bit of damage or even a few spins. So yeah, we were not sure where we're at the moment because we were always P1, then P2 again, then P3. It was quite difficult, and we also had the incident limit, which was dangerous for us because after like 4 hours we were already at 30 inks or something like that. Yeah, but then we just did our best and also had a little stop and hold penalty because of pit limiter issues. But yeah, in the end it was quite stressful, I would say. But in the second half we had quite a bit of luck because our competitors got two penalties, I think, and one of the teams just disconnected. I don't know what happened to them, but yeah, that was it from our view.
Yeah, we the other thing we were discussing in the booth was we've seen so well, I guess the question to lead with is as drivers, what is your relationship with IBOC? Because we've seen teams of employees for companies before, and we've seen pure sponsorship deals and stuff like that. So I'm not familiar with the IBOC sim racing team, but obviously I'm familiar with IBOC. So I was just wondering if you could kind of clarify that for us.
Yes, of course. We founded last year. I wasn't part of it from the beginning, but basically it's just a team which has a connection with IBOC, so we can use their logos and all the sponsorship, and we communicate with them a lot, and it's just a partnership for them to be present in the sim racing space.
Well, that's fantastic. I mean, I think anyone here could tell you we're all pretty big advocates for crossovers between the worlds of real world motorsport and virtual motorsport. So very cool deal.
Of course, and now taking the first win in this series with their team feels quite good.
Yeah, definitely something they can you can bring back to them and say, look, we were able
to do the name justice.
Exactly. Yeah. So well, that's fantastic, Alex. Before we let you go, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
To my two other drivers, David Wasserman and Luca Alpert. I guess you butchered the names as well during the race. I've even heard it once or twice, but it was great driving with them. Yes.
Fantastic.
And of course to IBOC for letting for partnering with us. Yes.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for joining us here in the booth, Alexander, and we will let you go, but we look forward to hopefully seeing you guys out at the remainder of the season.
Yes, of course, in the next race. We'll see you then, definitely. Maybe again in the interview. Let's see.
Awesome. And congratulations once again to our GTE overall winners, IBOC Racing, and thanks to Alexander Heffele for coming and talking to us. Bill, if you are there, I am going to grab our GTE GT3 AM winner, which I believe, yes, and also one of our stewards and organizers, Alice DeVries.
Hi guys, good evening. How are you doing?
Hey, how are you doing?
Yeah, we won, so pretty good actually. We didn't really expect to win, so we hoped to go for a podium, and then when you walk out with a win and a 5-lap lead on the number 2, that gives a pretty good feeling.
Yeah, it should. Just the fact that you can make it 12 hours and finish is pretty remarkable at best. But if you can win your class or your division, that's another feather in your cap, and really well done. Other than the competitive part, how do you feel that being one of the organizers, how do you feel about the way things went tonight?
I think in general it went very good. Of course, there are some hiccups here and there. For us, it's the first race as well, so we live and we learn, and we try to improve on that. But I think in general it went pretty good.
I totally agree with you. I have to say that we talked about it in the booth quite a bit. To get through 12 hours with 3 totally different cars out there competing on the same track, you're going to have incidents, you're going to have
Yeah.
problems. It just happens, you know.
Yeah, sure. And a lot of incidents are 50-50. They can go both way, and yeah, we tried to make the best of it, and I think we did a pretty good job on it. So.
Yeah, and we gave a shout out to your stewards too. It's a thankless job, and it's not a popularity contest, and of course everybody's a
definitely
heated
not.
moment, and stuff like that. But I think I didn't see one decision that you guys made that I thought was unfair. I thought you did a great job, and
Thank you.
took care of it right away. And it's a tough thing to do. That's a tough job.
It is, yeah, and it's a when I was driving as well, I was afraid that people were trying to take revenge on me. It's like I gave them a penalty, so I'm putting you in the wall. So it was pretty scary sometimes. But anyway, still happy with the win, and I think my teammates did all the hard work for me at the beginning, and then I had to only drive it home. So
they wanted to make you look like a hero, apparently, huh?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Well, good for them.
Well, I'll tell you, we were pretty happy with the way things went too. It's a long day for all of us, but it was a lot of fun, and what I'll tell you, the LMP2 finish was absolutely exciting.
I haven't
unbelievable.
watched that yet. I'm definitely look it up when I leave the room here. So
the last half hour, other than the guys that dominated the win. I mean, the rest of the podium race was incredible, just really incredible. But again, shout out to anybody, Alice, before we let you go.
Yeah, to my teammates, of course, who did all the hard work today. So Justin and Erik and Bart, they did all the hard work, and I had to take the car home, and we did it with the four of us. So next month, Watkins Glen. Looking forward to it.
Oh yeah, one of my favorite tracks. Okay, all right.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations, Alice DeVries, for his
Thank you.
finish, and we'll see you next time.
See you next time. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye now.
See ya.
That, of course, Alice DeVries of the Next Level Racing GT3 team, who won in AM. And we have one more driver who'd like to talk to us, it looks like, and that is our LMP2 AM winner for Vector by RSR. It's David Duino.
Hey, you got it right. How you guys doing tonight?
We are doing fantastic. We just watched a stellar 12 hours of racing. For you guys, it seemed as though there weren't really any of the LMP2 AM cars that weren't affected by trouble at least a couple times in the race. So I guess the credit to you guys is minimizing the trouble and making the most of kind of the situations you found yourself in to secure the victory.
Yeah, I can't thank my teammates enough, and Radu and John and everyone else at RSR and Vector. It was a rough night, long race. It's really hard to know what to expect coming into a track that no one's raced on, and having to create a setup off that. So the chaos was kind of expected. So I think we handled it as well as we could have. Definitely some adjustments to make, but I can't thank my teammates and our lovely sponsors, Butt Kicker and Formula Hypersoft, and those guys just doing a great job helping us and supporting us.
Yeah, certainly. It's it definitely varied by class, but certainly for you guys seemed to be a kind of race of attrition and race of survival. Had you done either yourself? Well, both. I'd like to know for both yourself and as a team, how much endurance racing you've done, and what, how new of an experience was this for you?
Well, I'm honestly, out of the three of us, I'm probably the most experienced in this car. But like Radu it was for all three of us our first time racing together. So we're still learning each other and learning how to feed off one another. John, Jarek, it was actually his first week in the car, so. when you take all those things into consideration, I mean I couldn't really ask for a better group of guys to ride out the roller coaster that is the Hockenheim ring. So it was quite exciting, and some frustration, but also some happiness came along with it. So it's a good start to the season, and we're hoping to build off it heading into the next round.
Yeah, excellent, definitely. And of course you bring up the next round at Watkins Glen. That a track you're familiar with. I can obviously tell that we've got a fellow American in the booth. Sam's a bit outnumbered at the moment, but Familiar with Watkins Glen and looking forward to going there?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with Watkins Glen, fortunately, and the terribleness that is those close walls. But I'm excited. It's always a fun track, and strategies can vary whether you're pushing or you're trying to save. So it should be fun, and got a lot to look forward to the next month in preparation.
Well, awesome, David. And before we let you go, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Just a shout out again to my teammates Radu and John and everyone else at Vector and RSR, all the great gentlemen, ladies who help us day in and day out. It's always been fun, and our great sponsors, like I said, Butt Kicker and Formula Hypersoft, always great people, great to have around. So, and thank you guys. You guys did a great job from when I was able to tune in. So, thank you again.
By the way, David, we like your paint job too. That is cool, boy.
That is our lovely team owner Ted Lowendick. He's a master when it comes to some of our paint. So
I was going to say he's either familiar with Gravedigger or Monster Energy. I'm not quite sure. But
I'm not sure where the inspiration came from, but we all like it over Vector.
Oh yeah,
so we all enjoy it. We throw on the green wheels and have fun with it.
I got to tell you, I'm not a big fan of green, but boy, it looks good on that car.
I'm not either, honestly. So, I mean, for me to like, it's really saying something. So,
yeah, good job, mate.
Thank
well,
you.
Awesome, David. Congrats once again on your LMP2 AM class win and your whole team, Vector by RSR. And we look forward to seeing you at the rest of these rounds.
Thank you. See you guys then.
And I said that was our last interview, but we've got one more person, it looks like, who'd like to talk with us. And that is not one of the drivers. That is one of the race organizers, Simon Van Dyke. How you doing?
I think this is guys. I think this is the guy that hires us, isn't it? Oh my god!
So be nice, Bill.
I can fire you at any moment if I want to.
So
no,
Simon,
no, absolutely not. You're doing a great job. So,
how's your 12-hour go? How's your last 12 hours go for you? Well, it's actually more than that, but.
Yeah. It has been a long day, but overall I'm happy. Seen a lot of good, a lot of good battles. So I loved it. Of course, some stuff happened, but in a multi-class race on this track, stuff can, that's what you can expect, I guess.
Yeah.
You are absolutely correct. I mean, if you could have a race on this track, even for 2 hours without an incident, you'd be a magician. Let me tell you, it's bound to happen, especially like you mentioned with a multi-class race of such a different performance, differential. It's not surprising by any means, but I'll tell you, you should be happy. I think it was a total success for you guys. I really do. It was really a great race, and after 12 hours, when I feel like breaking something, I really don't today. So it's, really, it turned out very well for you, no doubt. And we enjoyed doing it, really.
Yeah, that's really good to hear because that's the whole main thing that we want. Of course, we want to have a good competition. What is the most important things for us? And also for everyone to have fun. We just want to have a fun league where everyone is having a good time, and I want to see some clean and competitive racing. And
Absolutely.
we do our best with the stewarding and everything to make fair judgments and everything. Of course, you cannot always keep everyone happy. We do our best, but stuff like that happens.
Speaking of stewards, we brought that up quite a bit. I thought you guys did a sensational job. I thought you were very fair. And I mean, we're not stewards, but we see a lot of it happen like you do. And I don't think you made a bad judgment at all today. I really don't. And, that's a thankless, job. And a lot of you, I'm sure you guys have a lot things you'd rather do than that, believe me. And so, it's a tough job. It's not a personality contest. And of course, what are you greeted by? People in the heat of the moment that they're pissed off, pardon me, because, they get a call that thinks unfair to them. But, after they come to realization, it's, they realize that, it's racing. It happens, so. Yep. But I think you did a great job in that. And all the credit to you guys. You did magnificent today.
Yeah. Also, of course, I have to thank the guys that helped me with everything. Of course, I didn't do it on my own. And then of course all the drivers and all the team managers, etc., that competed in this first race. So yeah, I want to thank everyone, and of course you guys for doing an amazing stream again. I think I had it on for like 50% of the time, and yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Oh, we're in trouble now. Oh boy. Anyway, well, it's a pleasure to have you in the booth, and thanks for the shout outs, and all well deserved on your part. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Pleasure to
thank
have
you.
you.
Yo, have a good evening.
You too, sir.
Thanks so much to Simon for stopping by, and to everyone at Next Level who puts on these races. You know, it's not easy to organize a sim racing league, and these guys.
Yeah. Ask our director about that. Darn right, it's not.
And these guys put on a good show. I feel like every time we've broadcasted a Next Level race, it's been pretty stellar and exciting. So definitely looking forward to bringing the action to you for the rest of the season. As we've mentioned a couple times, the next round is Watkins Glen, and if I were a better broadcaster, I would have the date pulled up and ready to go in front of me, but I don't.
I don't have a clue. Sorry. What do they do these once a month? Is it? I don't know. I don't even know.
It's late, folks.
What's your name again? Oh yeah. Okay.
There you go. The next round is, so as said, Watkins Glen on the 15th of May.
This is why Sam gets the big bucks, because he is on top of it.
So, if only I did, you know. Clyde is taking everything. You know.
So we will be back with Next Level Endurance E-Series on the 15th of May at Watkins Glen. We've got a couple of races coming up for you this upcoming week, including tomorrow. We have the Prototype Endurance Challenge, where you will get to see me and Sam drive the LMP2 cars you saw today without any practice. So that should be entertaining.
I don't know if drive is the words, to be fair.
That should be entertaining for the good folks at home to see us struggle with that. We've also got our weekly GT4 series, GT4 TCR, excuse me, which will be coming to you Wednesday from Phillip Island. And if you know anyone who likes driving the GT4 cars and is available Wednesday evening Euro time, please point them to our league, because it is really fantastic, but we could really use a couple or three more GT4 cars.
Our very own Tyler Newitt needs a challenge, so come beat him for a change.
And then either... did I skip over? Do we have a Next Level Sprint series?
Not this Monday, but the week after. I think they're taking a week off for the holidays or something. But
gotcha.
I do have... I'm gonna murder the name, and I will be beaten to death for that. But the Aerial Prestige Sim Cup, which I do the cameras, but they bring up commentators, so we will not have our fantastic...
so we don't care about
coughing Clyde.
Just kidding. Just kidding. Yes, we will be bringing that to you. And then next Saturday, a week from today, we have the return of the Racetech V8 ESC, which I am really looking forward to. And it'll be from the very same track we're at today, isn't it? So that'll be fun. I should probably start practicing for that.
Lovely.
Yeah, that'll be great.
You've been watching people going around for 12 hours.
Yeah,
so you probably know the track now.
We learned the track.
You know. And then to round out next week's racing, we've got the VRA GTCC on Sunday, which is also from Watkins Glen. So you're getting lots of Hockenheim, you're getting lots of Watkins Glen coming to you.
The VRA GTCC is a really excellent series, really is.
Yeah, so we've got a chock full week of racing here on Backfire Simsport TV, which we hope you will join us for.
Yeah, come by and listen to us sound like idiots. Go ahead. We'll welcome you anytime.
Yeah, but really, thanks to everyone who was watching. It was a really fantastic race. Any closing thoughts before we send them off, Bill?
No, you pretty much summed it up. I really appreciate the guys I work with. We have a lot of fun. I think we do a great job. thank you very much to Next Level whatever their name is, Next Level Racing. Or that's terrible. I'm sorry. I just call them Next Level. For Next Level, I think I'll tell you, I was really impressed with the race tonight. I thought it was darn good, and for 12 hours, I usually don't feel that way, but it was really a great race. And thanks to them and the drivers, of course, excellent. All the guests we had were excellent and really wonderful to talk to. And thanks for everybody that watched and was on the chat. And really appreciate it all. I hope you all have a good evening and hope to see you tomorrow.
Well, I was going to start off the good evenings, but Bill's preempted me for it. So I'm going to say good evening, everybody. We hope to see you at some of our other broadcasts later this week and in the future. And pass it on to Sam to close it off.
Yeah, I'm gonna say good morning to all of the European guys, that because it's almost 4 a.m. for us in the morning, you know. So yeah, good morning everybody, and we will see you next time around on Backfire Simsport TV.